Call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please read the roll.
Barnett. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd. Senator Branning. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler of the 36. Senator Butler of the 38. Senator Carter. Senator Coughlin. Senator Chadzenall. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingham. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Kirby. Senator Jordan. Senator McConnell. Senator McDaniel. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Moran. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Senator Parks. Senator Pope. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise for the invocation to be given by Dr. Paul Brazier, who is the senior pastor of the Rocky Creek Baptist Church in Lucedale, Mississippi, and a guest of Senator DeBar. Invocation will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Senator DeBar. Doctor?
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Good to be here with you today. I want to thank my friend Dennis DeBar for inviting me here to do the invocation today as well. My brother, Mark Brazier, and his wife, Terry, are here. Mark works down the street at Pruitt Production, so we're glad to have him here today. Just real quickly, Rocky Creek community, where I pastor, our church there had the distinction of being the largest rural Baptist church in the state of Mississippi back in the late 70s, all through the 80s. We've slipped off from that a little bit these days, but we're making a good comeback. I tell our folks all the time, we want to be the best known thing about Rocky Creek, but right now we're running a close second to the catfish place right up the highway. And if you've been there, you know the reason why. It's really good. So come get some catfish and visit our church while you're there. Let me pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the day you've given us. God, thank you for our Mississippi State Senate. God, they do a good work here. It's an important work, so we pray for them. We pray that you guide every step, Lord, not just today, but all through this session. I pray for each senator here today, their hometown, their districts, Lord. We know that many in their districts are thriving, they're blessed, but God, some are hurting and some are struggling. So, Father, we pray that you comfort them and provide for them as only you can. Father, I pray for the families of these senators. We know because of their service to our state that they're away from home a lot. So we pray your protection, your hedge around their families, their parents, their spouse, their children as well. And Father, I pray for each senator here today, God. Each one is made in your image. And one thing we know that means is that they are made to love Jesus. God, we know your word tells us that you love the Son. So more than anything, I pray, Father, today that each senator here will love Jesus. And that may mean that they trust in Jesus as the sacrifice for their sin, but for those who have trusted in Jesus already for salvation, I pray that they will love you by obeying your commandments and walking in your ways and walking in your wisdom. So God, we commit that to you today. Father, may we all love Jesus more today. We pray this in his name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good to see you. Thank you, Doctor. Now the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk, message and petitions.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now, introduction of guests. Senator Michelle, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join the Mississippi State Medical Association and me in welcoming our Doctor of the Day to the Senate Chamber, Dr. John Vanderloo, who is so giving of his time. He comes every year. He's a personal friend of mine and a church friend of mine as well. He's practiced in family medicine practice. He's with Vanderloo Family Medicine in Madison. And he's medical director of Alliant Health Solutions and vice president of the Mississippi Academy of Family Physicians. And as y'all know, we have the Mississippi Academy of Family Physicians very well represented today in the Capitol. And as you see, there's many of them in the gallery on the south end. So please join me and welcome. Wait just a moment. I'm sorry. We have another medical student that's with him. Dr. Nathan Louie is a medical student at William Carey University School of Medicine. So please join me in welcoming both of them to our Capitol chamber.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Williams, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, a couple of introductions. First, if everyone in the Senate would please look in our North Gallery. Chase Ellis is one of our senior pages. We would like to welcome his parents to the Senate, Stephanie and Bobby Wilson. Let's welcome them to the Senate. Welcome. And now, if you'll turn your attention to the South Gallery, visiting us for our primary care day at the Capitol, we have Miss Emmy Perkins. She is our reigning Miss Mississippi. Emmy is from Hattiesburg and was representing Mississippi State University when she won the crown. Let's welcome her to the Senate.
Welcome. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would like to welcome the president of Northeast Mississippi Community College on behalf of Senator Parks, Senator Chisholm, and myself. Dr. Ricky Ford, thank you for coming today, and anyone in the Northeast delegation. Thank you.
Welcome. Senator Boyd, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. We want to welcome all the physicians, residents, and students that are here for Primary Care Day at the Capitol. They're seated around here. We especially want to commend the Mississippi Academy of Family Physicians who are seated in the gallery, who are celebrating 15 years of the Mississippi Rural Physician Scholarship Program. The Academy had a vision 15 years ago of how to improve access and care to the rural parts of the state. And because of this program, we now have 60 physicians currently practicing and another 64 medical students committed to practicing rural medicine in Mississippi. They can boast over 80% of the physicians remain in their rural practice area well beyond their years of service. So we thank you and we welcome them to their capital.
Thank you. Dr. Mitchell, thank you. Great job. Senator Kirby, you're recognized for introduction.
Mr. President, I'd like to introduce a Senate resolution out of order and ask that the title be read.
Please proceed. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Mourn the loss and honor the life of Dr. Catherine T. Katie Patterson.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Frazier, for an introduction, sir.
The Senate pages at the proper time.
One moment, please. Senator McCon for an introduction, sir.
Mr. President, in the gallery up here, I wanted to recognize EC HealthNet Family Medicine Residency, which is over in Meridian. We have Dr. Tiffany Chapman, Dr. Shelby White, Dr. Stephen Burkett, and Dr. Raymond Biner. The good news is this program has been going on for 10 years, and I can remember when they started it, and they are pumping out just over 60% of our physicians staying in Mississippi who go through that program. So y'all make them feel welcome.
Senator Chasnall, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today in the North Gallery, we are honored to have with us people from DEQ. They sort of make the support group for our opal, which has been discovered. They are the following. We have Alice Perry, my longtime friend, and with her, geologist Dr. James Starnes and Dr. Jonathan Learn. And Dr. Learn discovered the opal down in South Mississippi. We'll be talking about it later on today's agenda.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Boyd for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't see a special friend of mine that is up in the gallery and who's been a special friend to this legislature for many years. If y'all please help me welcome Dr. Ed Hill to the chamber. He is the former president of not only the Mississippi Medical Association, but also the American Medical Association, and we are honored to have him today in the Capitol. Thank you.
Dr. Hill has been a leader in our state and in our country, and we're glad to have you here, Doctor. All right, Senator Tate, you're recognized for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the 2022 Legislative Showdown champion, I think it's right for me to be able to pass the baton on to the 2023 Showdown winner, who is our own Tyler McCon. So let's give him a hand.
Yeah. Congratulations, Senator McCon. Okay, Senator Frazier, we're ready, I think, on your introduction of pages.
Thank you, Mr. President. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the finest group of pages we've had this week. Representing Senator Lydia Chasnall is Andrew Brock from Greenwood, Haley Holman from Biden. For Senator Chisholm, you have Emma Rose Guillotine from Hattiesburg, Carter Worley from Vicksburg, and representing Senator Joey Fillenden, you have Clara Carpenter from Summerall, and Jonna Suzanne Jones from Mount Olive, Anna Kate Miller from Summerall, and my pages are Michael Belfort from Madison, Zoe Chambers from Clinton, and my own grandson, Christopher Frazier from Brandon. And Senator Hill's pages are Brooks Slimer from Picayune, Emma Diamond from Picayune, and Colin Knight from Picayune. And also we have a special page, Jada Gardner, representing Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holtzman, and she's the granddaughter of our own Arnold Lindsay. You also have Addie Prather from Starksville, representing Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holtzman, and also Christian Smith from Raymond, representing Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holtzman. Please make this fine group of pages welcome this week.
Thank you all, and thank you for your work. We appreciate your help this week. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to invite Senator Lydia Chazanal to join me at the podium and any other members of the Senate who care to join us as we recognize the 50th anniversary of the Mississippi Film Office. And Mr. President, I now would like to request privileges of the floor for our guests.
Privileges are granted. Mr. Sergeant at Arms, would you please show our guests to the chamber floor?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Mr. President. In 2023, the Mississippi Film Office is celebrating its 50th anniversary. It was signed into law by Governor Bill Waller in 1973, and the Film Office today supports the development of film, television, commercial projects, video games, and virtual reality production in Mississippi. And now, Mr. President, I'd like to request a reading of the short title of SR number 14.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution number 14, a resolution commending and congratulating the Mississippi Film Office on the occasion of its 50th anniversary and recognizing its contributions to Mississippi's economy and tourism. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate and State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the Mississippi Film Office on the occasion of its 50th anniversary and recognize its contributions to Mississippi's economy and tourism. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Executive Director and staff of the Mississippi Film Office, forwarded to the Division of Tourism, and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps. Thank you, Mr. President and ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. For over 50 years, the Mississippi Film Office has been the visible face of our state in the global film industry. The Film Office is a key resource for productions seeking information on locations, vendors, crews, and talent. They also support local workers by providing information on training opportunities, continuing education resources, and outreach to connect locals to visiting productions. Now, this office has a small staff, and they're made up of Nina Parikh, who serves as the director of the office, excuse me, Tabi Moyo in the office, Bill Webb, Carrie Miller, and Betty Black, who's not with us today. And we're also joined today by Ms. Nell Knox, who is the Deputy Director of the Division of Tourism. Since the first feature film, A Gentleman from Mississippi, was produced in Natchez, Mississippi in 1913, there have been over 200 feature films shot here in Mississippi, 50 television productions, 60 documentaries, and these include Intruder in the Dust, Baby Doll, The Reavers, Ode to Billy Joe, Crossroads, Mississippi Masala, Mississippi Burning, North and South, A Time to Kill, Promised Land, My Dog Skip, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, The Help, The Card Counter, and The Inspection, amongst many, many others. Productions have impacted every corner of the state of Mississippi, most notably in Canton, Natchez, the Jackson metro area, the Gulf Coast, Hattiesburg, and Laurel, where the ongoing TV series Hometown is being produced. The total direct expenditure from these projects have been over $575 million, with $375 million having been earned in the last 10 years. Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Senator Chazanal for some remarks.
You recognize, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Horn. Some of you may remember a little film called The Help, which was made not too many years ago. Part of it was made here in Jackson, Senator Horn's district. Part of it was made in District 14, which I represent, which was Carrollton and Greenwood. I had an opportunity to visit with Tate Taylor during the filming of The Help, and I asked him, I said, what was the hardest thing for you to do about getting this movie made in Mississippi? He said, Lydia, the hardest thing was getting the actors to come to Mississippi. They'd heard so many bad things about Mississippi, they were afraid to come. And I said, my heavens, I hate to hear that. He says, well, he said, the good news is that when they started filming in Greenwood, the whole town just basically opened their homes to every actor, to everyone. It was like a great big celebration for 6 weeks. Not only did they leave $15 million in Greenwood, which we needed, but they also were wonderful ambassadors, not only for the Delta, but for our entire state. I'm going to tell you, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, if for no other reason than having that wonderful relationship being built between the people of Mississippi and the film office and giving us good publicity, it was worth having that film made here. And I am so grateful that Senator Horn allowed me to make these remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chazanow. Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there have been 8, if my count is correct, 8, we call them loosely film commissioners, and they're the directors of the film office. And in the last 50 years, there have been only 8 of us, and I'm one of them. But the guy who has the most longevity of any film commissioner in the world is Ward Embley. Ward spent 30-some-odd years as the film office director. He served as the International Association of Film Commissioners international president. And Mr. President, I'd like to ask that he be recognized for some brief comments.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Governor, and all of you. Thank you so much. Because I'm the old guy that they hauled out of the woods to talk, I can be personal here. And I want to thank you all for the support of this body over the years, my 30-plus years doing this, because you have been very supportive, and the people in your districts have been very supportive. And over the years, we've been able to put location production and paychecks to each one of your districts. And that's one of the great things about our office that we could do. We could put our economic development, the film industry, anywhere. And to be even more personal, I have a tie to the Film Commission because 50 years ago this summer was my first film. And it changed my life. It made my life possible, the last 50 years of my life possible. And so that's what the Film Commission can do, and that's what it has done, and that's what the film industry does every day that it's here. It gives some teenager an opportunity to live a dream. And I thank you for your support, and I thank you for having us all here today.
Thank you, Mr. Emling. Thank you, Mr. President. And for some brief comments, finally, Mr. President, I'd like to ask that you recognize Nina Parikh, the current director of the Film Office.
You're recognized, ma'am, to address the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Thank you, Lieutenant Governor Hosemann. Thank you, Senator Chazanow and the Tourism Committee. It's always been so supportive of us. And thank you to each of you for recognizing that the film industry creates jobs, keeps our young people in the state, and offers second careers to retirees and to military veterans. And thank you for understanding how our industry makes a significant economic impact in your communities. Thank you for passing legislation to support this industry in 2004 and the improvements made over the years that will support projects being made for the tiny screens that we carry in our pockets all the way to the theatrical silver screens for many years to come. And thank you for playing a role in making the dreams of a young man with Hollywood aspirations come true, like Tate Taylor, as Senator Chazanow mentioned. The director of The Help is Tate Taylor. And he's made 3 other movies in the Natchez area and in Mississippi, and he's also a resident of Church Hill now. You also have helped the dreams of a young girl who loved to sing and draw and paint, and who's now the star, along with her husband, of HGTV's Hometown, Aaron and Ben Napier in Laurel. It's a great honor to be acknowledged for our work, and we look forward to serving the citizens of Mississippi for the decades to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. President. You know, you're doing a resolution honoring the film office, and you're not showing the film. But if you want to see the film and see highlights of the history of 50 years of filmmaking in Mississippi, come to the Capri Theater tonight. There's a reception from 5 till 7, and it will include a short film. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Horn. Appreciate y'all. Good to see you, Warren.
Thank you for your support.
Okay, Chairman Younger. Senator Younger, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for floor privileges for our guest.
Privileges are granted. Sergeant Arms, please escort the guests to the chamber floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we have with us the state 4-H president, Ms. Ashlyn Henderson, and I would like to ask her to speak at the well, please, Mr. President.
You're granted permission to speak to the Senate.
Good morning. I'm Ashlyn Henderson, and I'm currently serving as the president of Mississippi 4-H. I'm honored to stand before you today and say thank you for supporting 4-H. 4-H has given me and thousands of other youth across the state the opportunity to expand our minds in order to make the best better in everything we do. We 4-Hers come from a variety of different backgrounds, yet we are all united through 4-H. As a 4-Her, I'm always willing to learn and grow as a young adult so that one day I can change the world with what I do. There are many projects and leadership opportunities that is offered through 4-H. Through this, youth across the state are welcomed into an organization that helps them achieve their goals. In 4-H, it seems as if anything is possible. That is why I would like to say thank you on behalf of Mississippi 4-H. Due to your support, 4-H continues to raise strong-minded leaders who will one day impact the world. I can't wait to see how 4-H will grow in the future as it continues to implement working with others, giving our best in everything we do, not giving up on any dream we may have, and using our 4-H knowledge to change society for the better. I would like to invite you all to the 4-H Legislative Reception and Award Ceremony that is taking place this evening at 4:30 at the Mississippi Trademark Center. We would love to have you there. And finally, to conclude, I would like to say that I am proud to represent Mississippi 4-H, an organization that is making the world a better place for everyone, one day at a time. Once again, thank you.
Mr. President, I would also like to point up to the south part of the gallery here with the rest of the 4-Hers. Senate, please give them a big hand. They've been a big part of this also. And also the biggest help, along with 4-H, is Dr. Linda Mitchell. She's also here with the girls. Would you like to say something?
Oh, Ashley said it all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Appreciate you and your great work you and your young men and women do. Welcome to your capital. Okay, calendar. Senator Hobson. On number 1, Senator Hobson passes. Chairman Harkins, we're on item 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 3, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 4, Senate Bill 2692, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2692, bonds, repeal authorization for unissued bonds and replace with cash bonds.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
My motion is to adopt the committee sub and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a bill that will, kind of a vehicle that will give us the opportunity to use some of the cash surpluses we have and knock down some potential future debt. Obviously, in years past, we've passed bond bills that have gone to IHL, community colleges, and other state agencies for purchases and for projects that they're building. What this bill does in section 1 through 4, it deals with MDA's ACE fund. It reduces the authorized bond amount issued from $50 million to $29 million. It repeals the authorization for bonds in the amount of $10 million on line 269. It creates a 2023 ACE supplementary fund, and Section 4 transfers $31 million from the capital expense fund into the ACE supplementary fund. So basically, we're just not going to take out debt and bonds. We're just going to use cash to fund that portion of it. Section 5 reduces the authorized bond amount issued to the marine resources, equipment, facilities from $30 million to $20 million. Section 6 through Section 10 deals with IHL projects that we bonded for in the past in 2020, 19, and 20, and 21, and it just replaces those with a capital expense account. It creates a capital projects fund in Section 9, and then Section 10 transfers $30 million over to the IHL Capital Projects Fund. Section 11 reduces the authorized amount for the 2020 Community and Junior College Capital Fund Improvement Fund, and Section 12 reduces the 2021 Community and Junior College Capital Improvement Fund. Those are the 2 years we did bond projects for community colleges. Section 13 creates a 2023 Community College Capital Project Fund, and Section 14 transfers $13,465,000 over into that fund to replace the bonds we would have taken on those projects. Section 15 reduces the authorized bond amount issued for MDA projects, for Shoals, for Yokohama, and for Top Ship. Section 16 reduces, and those are reduced basically because they have no more activity. They closed out those projects. Section 16 reduces the authorized bond amount issued for the 2011 Civil Rights Museum and Mississippi History Museum Fund from $38 million to $37,996,000. It's reducing it to the actual amount. Section 17, same thing, reduces the bond amount issued for the 1999 Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks Improvement Fund, specifically the Pat Harrison Waterway District Lake Improvement Fund from $12,925,000 to $12,906,000, reducing it to the actual cost. Section 18 repeals the issuance of the Grand Gulf Access Road Construction Fund of $4 million. Section 19 creates the MDOT Road Construction Fund, 2023 MDOT Road Construction Fund, and Section 20 transfers $4 million of capital expense fund to fund the 2023 MDOT Road Construction Fund for the Grand Gulf Access Road. And it does have a reverse repealer in the back of it. This is just a vehicle that we can use at the end of the year if we feel like we got the funds there and we want to reduce debt. This is an opportunity to reduce the debt, and what we'd be reducing all this collectively would reduce about $79 million in bonds. So it would replace about $79 million of bonding with cash. That's an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for any questions, and if not, I'll move adoption of the committee sub.
Questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. No further questions. I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Option morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator.
I I'd like to skip items 5, 6, and 7 and have them retain their place on the calendar and go to item 8, Senate Bill 2449.
Mr. Clerk, please read title.
Senate Bill number 2449, Sales and Use Taxes. Bring forward code sections for the purpose of possible amendment.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
So this is a vehicle we'll use. It brings forward the code sections on sales and use tax. We've had some discussions about software as a service, and we were working with the Department of Revenue in a working group to try to establish a policy on some of these issues. There's a conflict in current statute and law, how it's treated. So we want to basically try to come up with a policy how the Department of Revenue is going to treat software as a service. This bill simply provides the vehicle for it. In its current form, it really doesn't do anything. But I am going to make an amendment at the appropriate time to add a reverse repealer so we can keep the bill alive till the end of session and continue to work on it with the Department of Revenue and the stakeholders. That's the explanation of the bill. So at the appropriate time, I have an amendment, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator Sparks. For what purpose?
With you, I was referring to the last bill. I apologize.
Okay,
I
no
just want to
problem.
be added as
Thank you.
co-author
Okay.
with unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, it is granted. Mr. Clerk, all right, questions on this one? Okay, let's go.
If there are no questions on the amendment, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay?
If there are no questions on the bill, I move adoption of the bill through the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 9, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 10, Senate Bill 2695, and have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2695, Tourism Project Incentive Program, extend deadline for MDA issuance of certificates approving participants.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Go ahead. Anyone object to the procedure? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is just an extension of the repealer on the bill till 2027 for MDA's tourism projects. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for any questions. If seeing none, move passage on the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions? Seeing none, use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Clerk is voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. On item 11.
I'd like to skip item 11 and 12, have them retain their place on the calendar, go to item 13, Senate Bill 2887, have the title read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2887, State Treasurer, modify certain provisions concerning the deposit and investment of excess state funds.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
My motion is we adopt the committee sub and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill just updates the Treasury's policy guidelines for investments to exceed those for PERS, and updates Treasury's procurement provisions for investment services to be the same as those previously approved for PERS. Some of the provisions in here, it adds additional flexible overnight and short-term funding alternatives for the Treasurer's Office. It also updates the requirement that 80% of the total repurchase agreements to be held by qualified state public depositories. It adds corporate credit as a permissible investment type. Language reflects PERS cash equivalent portfolio guidance and investment policy, but with stronger rating requirements. And then it also, Treasury and PERS are the only two state agencies with professional investment responsibilities, and basically just puts them on equivalent resource and procurement requirements with PERS. That's an explanation of the committee substitute. I'll yield for any questions. If not, I move adoption of the committee sub.
Questions? Senator Suber, for what purpose, sir? Okay, Senator Suber passed. Senator Hill, for what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Will you for a question,
I do.
Senator? Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Is there any concern or provision in here where Treasury would be guided to not invest in some of these funds that promote these social governance issues?
I'm not aware of that being an issue. We can certainly discuss it with them.
I think I've seen some press releases maybe from the Treasury, so if this vehicle stays alive, I think that's a conversation we probably need to have.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Senator. On the committee substitute, all
Move adoption of the committee sub.
right, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
If no further questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Mr. Morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Or is voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Harkins. Senator Butler, for what purpose?
Introduction out of order, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, in the North Gallery, we have some students with Mississippi Power that has developed the Uplift Leadership Program to provide HBCU students with knowledge and skills to aid in the transition from college to career. These students were picked by their universities and colleges to participate in the program based on their grades and leadership acronyms. The 23 class has some students from Alcorn State University and Tougaloo. They're in the North Gallery. Would y'all please stand? And their sponsor is Miss Joy also. Would she please stand? And Senate, please make them welcome.
Senator Suber, you're recognized. For what purpose, sir?
Introduction out of order.
Please proceed.
In the South and West Galleries, I'd like the Senate to make welcome the Egypt Mennonite School from Okolona. Y'all please stand.
Welcome. Okay, motion to reconsider. Anyone? Senator Parker, 14. Senator Bryan, pass. 15. Hill, pass. 16. Parker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 16, have that called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2596, Mississippi Nonprofit Transparency Act, create.
My motion is we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion to table. Senator Blunt, speaking. Yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator. 17, Fillingham, pass. General Bills, Parker, you're recognized. Item 18.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 18, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2889, Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to present a strike-all and be recognized to explain.
Right. Go. Senator Parker.
Make a motion, we adopt the committee sub before I take up the strike-all.
Any questions? Committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator Parker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. We're now on the strike-all. I wanted to open this little discussion this morning, this presentation of the bill, with just some personal thoughts on what we're going to be talking about here. In introducing this bill and bringing it along the way up to this point, I've shared with numerous people in committee and since then kind of my personal perspective on this. You know, in being in this body for 11 years, one thing kind of unique for myself and my family is that I've chosen almost all the time I've been here to keep permanent residence in the Jackson area. Part of that has been because I've got a family member who lives here and works here. And so what we do is during the session, it's my daughter. She has a 2-bedroom place where I can stay. So she lives here year round and I live here, you know, the 3 months, you know, I'm fortunate enough to get to room with her in her 2nd bedroom. And so during the water crisis that we have experienced, it has impacted me as a legislator, as a part-time resident, and as a father. And that impact, as many of you know, has been significant. Just to share, when water is out, we're fortunate to be able to go out and grab a bottle of water somewhere, and and we can meet that need pretty quickly. But when water is out and you can't flush your toilet and you can't brush your teeth, your life changes. And that type of instance makes local news, it makes state news, and in this instance, it made, of course, national news. And so I can recall many instances where we had to make arrangements to go down and, get water from perhaps a swimming pool or another source to come in and fill up the toilet so that we could flush the toilet. Certainly been using bottled water for a long time for brushing teeth and that kind of thing. So as I presented this bill, some people kind of came to me and said, well, why would somebody from DeSoto County be interested in a bill concerning the water of Jackson? So I have that perspective, but as Chair of Economic Development, I will share, and this was mentioned in the tourism presentation just a few minutes ago, that things reflect on this state that we don't expect. And when we have a water crisis here, it impacts the film industry, it impacts economic development, it impacts people who are considering expanding or bringing a business into the state. So I've seen many, many instances of this over the past couple of years. I started working on this bill over the summer. It's something that I've put a good bit of time and attention in. It is not something that popped up at the last minute. And I do this because I know in this city and in this region that we have an opportunity to do better and that we can do better. And so with the opportunity we've been given with some of the federal money that's come our way, we need to make decisions about what we're looking to do, not just now, but for future and for generations ahead. And one of the things that's come out of the receiver's discussion is the desire that the future governance of this water system in the Jackson area be looked at. So with those comments and background, I want to kind of walk you through the bill a little bit. And to make it easier for those of you who are very familiar with the bill, I'm going to walk through the committee sub, and then I'm going to share with you the changes that I've made to the committee sub, which are represented in the strike-all. So starting off in section 1 of the bill, that's the name of the act, and the name that's been kind of established as the Mississippi Capital Region Utility Authority as the operating authority, which I will be referring to as MCRUA as I explained the bill this morning. Section 2 of the bill is the intent, and the intent of the bill is to ensure citizens located in the capital region have access to safe, clean, and reliable water, wastewater, and stormwater, and to provide that such services are in place to allow health schools, economic development, and businesses to thrive. Section 3 of the bill is the definitions. Section 4 is the establishment clause, which establishes that the utility authority and boundaries, which are the areas currently being served by the system, are the portion that will be impacted by this authority. The bill also provides that the utility authority shall come into existence when a majority of the board members are appointed. It provides that the utility authority will assume ownership, management, and control of the system on the date of the federal court's termination of the receiver. It establishes jurisdiction for laws as determined by the Chief Justice. Section 5 of the bill is the board specifics. There will be a 9-member board, of which 4 appointees will come from the Mayor of Jackson, 3 appointees will come from the governor, and 2 appointees from the lieutenant governor. And in crafting this, my thought on this was this water system has been used and managed by the city of Jackson for a long time. And I felt strongly that the Mayor of Jackson should have the 4 appointees, and that his authority to make those appointees should be listed first in the bill. Typically, when we do an appointment process like this, we'll list the governor's appointees first as the chief executive of the state. But I wanted to put the mayor and the four first for those reasons. The appointees to the board must obtain advice and consent from the Senate. They must be appointed within 60 days. They must be diverse, be ratepayers, and have significant experience in business, public health, or public utilities. After appointment, they shall serve up to 2 full terms. And again, this is important to me. They will be term limited to those 2 terms. They will not receive a salary, but will receive per diem and mileage. The expenses of the board will be paid from available funds of the utility authority after they assume ownership, but until then, the state will pay the organizational expenses such as the per diem. They'll be subject to the Open Meetings Act, and the board will cooperate with the receiver until such time that it assumes ownership, management, and control. This is an important point that the receiver has mentioned and I feel strongly about. We need to put the next stage of management of this authority in place early so that they will understand what's coming forth from the receiver, how things are being spent, how things are being managed currently, so that when they assume those responsibilities, they will be ready to act. Section 6 of the bill regards the president. The board shall consult with the receiver in appointing a president of the utility district by January 1 of 2024. So again, I'm making clear here that the board will be in contact and in discussion with the receiver upon appointing a president for the utility district. The president shall be paid from available funds after the utility authority assumes ownership, management, and control, but until then, the state will pay the expenses of the president. Again, this is a problem that has affected the entire state, and our obligation, I feel, is that until we get through this receivership period, which could last a number of years, that the state take the responsibility of shouldering this cost for the president and for the board expense. The president will employ personnel. The board will set the salary of the president. I'll speak from personal experience. When we set up the Office of Workforce Development, I was fortunate to be appointed to the board for that, and it took quite a while to find the right fit. And I expect this board will have to work hard to find the right fit in that regard as well. The utility authority in Section 7 shall exercise general supervision over construction, operation, and maintenance of the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems. The authority shall adopt rules and regulations. In Section 8, we go into general powers of the authority to make contracts, enter into operating agreements, maintain office space, to adjust infrastructure to accommodate water, wastewater, and stormwater, to administer grants, to employ and terminate staff, to establish rates which shall be subject to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. The utility authority must submit annual reports to the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker, peer, and the governing authorities of any municipalities which are included within the system. They will publicly publish audited financial statements as well. In Section 9 is the authority of the president, where he or she will be allowed to supervise or administer the systems, employ personnel, attend meetings of the board, submit an annual budget. Section 10 is the will and pleasure language. The employee shall serve at the will and pleasure of the president. Section 11 is limitation of personal liability. It limits liability for board members who are acting in good faith. Section 12 is bidding requirements. The authority must have open and competitive bidding processes. Section 13 states that money received by the utility authority must be deposited into an operating account insured by the FDIC. Section 14, division heads, officers, employees are considered public employees. Section 15, miscellaneous powers, public agencies or other persons may enter into contracts with the utility authority. Section 16 allows the utility authority to adjust rates to ensure it can operate and maintain the system and uphold obligations related to bonds and other debt. Section 17 allows other systems to possibly merge with the utility authority on a voluntary basis. This would require cancellation of a certificate of public convenience in some instances. Nothing in this bill shall require a municipality to remain within the boundaries of the utility authority should they decide that they wanted to leave this authority. And then section 18 through 28, I basically use the same type of language regarding bonds and those type of things as we used in the Mississippi Gulf Coast Region Utility Authority Act. And so those are bonding kind of powers. And then finally, the Section 30 provides where the act will be codified. Section 31 Act is effective after July 1 of 2023. So that's my explanation of the committee sub. And from there, I would like to move to my changes in the strike all. And I believe I've got a sheet at the desk with those changes. If not, I can give one to Carlos if he. Okay, so the changes in the strike all and the reasons for this. If you recall, I brought this out of my committee on the first day of legitimate committee meetings, and by legitimate I mean the first day where we're really jumping into that. Maybe the incorrect word right there. But so this bill came out early, and one of the comments was, well, who have you met with? Who have you talked to? You know, what kind of feedback have you received on this? So since then, I've been meeting and talking to any and everyone who's wanted to talk to me. I've spoken to members of the press, and quite frankly, some members of the press have asked questions that have created changes that I think would be good for the bill. I also had the opportunity to speak with the Mayor Byram. I had the opportunity to speak with Mayor of Ridgeland in my office, and Ridgeland provided some good feedback. And then also had Mayor Labumba come and meet with me in my office last week as well. We had great talk. It was very informative. He provided a lot of information that was helpful to me, and I was hopefully able to add some concerns and take on a few things that I now see that are important to the city of Jackson in the process. By my meetings, I am in no way, shape, or form stating or saying that any of the mayors have endorsed this bill. As this bill moves along, I continue to be willing to speak and talk to anyone along the process. I think the feedback so far has allowed me to make the changes that you'll see that I'm going to discuss now. So in section 2 of the bill, the changes that you'll see reflected in the strike all to 2889, it emphasizes a point from the receiver that he would like future governance in place by September 30, and that I'm going to grab one other sheet here, and that a utility authority or corporate nonprofit are both options for such future governance. Also, the structure for future governance requires legislation for it to continue in perpetuity beyond the receiver's work and related federal orders. So the receiver, Ted Hennepin, since I passed the bill out of committee, produced the document for the plan for the water system going forward. It's a very informative document, went through kind of the history of the past, kind of the future. It went through the bond indebtedness now. It had a breakdown of exactly how the money is to be distributed, how that can be used. He has some great points in there about a desire to retire the bond indebtedness that's already within the water authority. And he had a kind of a future option for governance of the water system. In his plan, he laid out 5 potential possibilities. The first one was privatization, which he considered not to be a good option. He mentioned a regional utility authority, which is what my concept on this bill is. He mentioned a local utility authority, and he mentioned leaving the ownership exactly like it is. And he basically on those 4 did not come with any decision of those by themselves being the proper way to go. At the end, the 5th recommendation he made was that we do a nonprofit, and that nonprofit be basically separate from, in my view, the city, the state, and any type of input from this body or any other body. And in the discussion on it, he called it untested and one other word. So what I did from that is I tried to take the nonprofit concept and roll that into what we were considering for the Regional Utility Authority. So in my amendment, we're making this Regional Utility Authority be a nonprofit. We're mirroring it similar to what we did with the lottery bill, to make some of the provisions be more transparent, but make it be clear that this entity is not in the business of receiving money to make a profit. This will be an entity that will receive money in, and then we'll make improvements as needed or run the system as needed for the day-to-day operations. In Section 4, again, it goes into, in line 143, it establishes this as a corporate nonprofit, inserted ahead of the IMCRUA language. In lines 155 through 160, it adds that it is the intent of the legislature that the utility authority shall be accountable to ratepayers within the systems through audits, reports, and disclosures required by this act. The corporate nonprofit utility authority shall be domiciled in the state of Mississippi. In lines 172 through 180, all funds shall be spent according to the direction of the receiver and federal court within the service territory impacted by the water crisis and in accordance with federal law. I received some questions about whether or not all of the money from the receiver and the federal government would be used within the utility district that was affected by violations of the Clean Water Act. This language makes it clear that the money from the receiver is to be used as the receiver sees fit and will continue to be used within the utility district. There is no intent or no move to have this be used in any area beyond those borders. Section 5, I've changed the appointments. So in the original bill, and I didn't mention this, the mayor had 4 appointments, but the mayor was originally asked to consult with the City of Byram through the mayor for one of the City of Jackson appointments, and the City of Jackson was also through the mayor asked to consult with the mayor of Ridgeland for those appointments. What I've done after consultation with Ridgeland and with the mayor of Jackson is I've given the mayor of Jackson just 4 clear appointments without consultation, and I've moved the consulting provision so that the governor will consult with the mayor of Byram for one of the 3 appointments by the governor, and that the lieutenant governor will consult with the mayor of Ridgeland for one of the appointments. And so in this model, I think we've made it very clear that the mayor of Jackson will have the largest number of picks, and the largest number of influence of the 9-member board without any stipulations of having to meet or consult with the other mayors. I believe this is also favorable for both Byram and Ridgeland, and as an effort on my part to try to make each of those mayors more comfortable with the provisions here. The next section where changes occur is in Section 7, lines 354 through 372. This is to address concerns of the receiver and is procurement language similar to the Lottery Corporation statutes to prevent traditional government structure from being too restrictive. Again, this comes from comments from the receiver from his plan, and again, with working with council, we were able to kind of find some language which I think will make the receiver more comfortable with this governance structure. It also, in that section, clearly states that oversight regarding the City of Ridgeland is limited to wastewater and maintains the current agreement structure and rates from the existing agreement. Ridgeland is in a unique situation. Ridgeland does not receive water from the current utility district. It only is a party to sewer and wastewater. And so this would allow them to continue to work in that capacity, and follow the agreements they have in place. Section 8, lines 570 through 573, prohibits the authority from refusing to provide services which are currently provided in the current service territory. This essentially would prevent the utility authority from cutting off the City of Ridgeland I know up in my area, we have some problems with wastewater and sewage water going to the city of Memphis, and we are under a decree now that the city of Memphis is going to disconnect us from that, and we are painfully making changes up in our area to try to improve that. So this would prevent a cutoff for Ridgeland. Line 621 through 623, if the utility authority is dissolved, ownership and management shall revert back to the city of Jackson. Again, the receiver made some comments that ownership should stay with the city. And I believe with this regional authority and this provision, we are making our best attempt at seeing that happen. So my intent in going through this in such a long fashion was to try to answer some of the questions that I know I'll receive ahead of time. But with that, I will be glad to yield for any questions.
Senator Horn, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question.
We yield for a question, Senator Parker.
Certainly.
Senator Horn is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Parker, I don't really know where to begin here. You made the mention of earlier in your talk about why would someone from DeSoto County want to impact the operations of another part of the state? And I will go further. Why would anybody from DeSoto County want to interfere with the operations of another community by taking an asset owned by someone else, another jurisdiction, and then just giving it away to someone else? Why would someone from DeSoto County want to do that?
So that's why my explanation, I was very clear about that. You know, I am a citizen of the state of Mississippi. I am a ratepayer in the city of Jackson. I am a customer of the current water system. I keep my full-time residence in DeSoto County, but as a current customer, just like anyone who might have moved into this district in the last year, I feel that I should and I have the opportunity to express my opinions on how that should be managed. My opinion that management needs to go a different direction afterwards is not just my opinion. It's opinions that I have seen expressed in news articles, that I've seen expressed in the receiver's documents that I've had a chance to review and go through at length. And so, as chair of economic development, and I know you were chair of a similar committee in the past, I know of an instance where a company from Germany was considering a move to Mississippi, and the question that was asked to someone who was looking into this was, do you have any water in the state? And whether we know it or not, this crisis has been a black eye on the city of Jackson, but it's also been a problem for the state as a whole. And so as I look at this, it's not me as a DeSoto County person who's presenting this. It's me as a Mississippian who sees that we need to make a change and we need to follow the lead of the receiver. And after this, we need to have a governance structure that will make sure that this problem that we've had, and this was a discussion I had with the mayor of Jackson too. You know, let me make this clear. This is not a problem that the current mayor of Jackson created, that he had any control over. This is a problem that over many, many years of just change, a number of large cities have experienced and will continue to experience. We are unique though. We are unique in the sense that we have been given an opportunity with some federal dollars to try to fix this problem and come out of it better. So in answer to your question is, the reason that it's important to me is because it's important to the state of Mississippi, and as a senator, that's who I represent, is the entire state and not just the people in my district.
Right. And if I were to go up to your district and inject myself, opinions and all, into what you all are doing in Memphis with the situation there, wouldn't you be offended by that?
I would not. And I think your opinions of what the city of Memphis is doing, because Memphis, last time I checked, is not part of the state of Mississippi. But,
right. But
I know that Memphis could
city,
definitely use some input and some improvement on things that they have done wrong over time as well.
You just mentioned that your city is involved with some sort of a negotiation with Memphis, did you not?
My city is not. We have been
Well,
removed.
could you clarify? You said something about Memphis and about an authority in Memphis, and you're
Right.
trying to disentangle yourself from that.
Right. So
Right.
that's
So
over.
what were we talking about there?
We are being disconnected from the city of Memphis water system. We are trying to find a plan to remedy that going forward. So negotiations and talks are over on that. That has gone all the way through the courts and is happening, and deadlines and times are being put on
But the
that.
principle of what I'm saying is I, as a legislator from another part of the state, decide that it's my responsibility, it's my right to go and dictate to you in your part of the state what ought to happen to your utility system.
Well, again, my comment would be,
Wouldn't you agree with me that
I would not agree.
that's a hard pill to swallow?
I would not agree because I'm not dictating anything by this legislation. I'm offering one of the 5 remedies that were suggested by the receiver as kind of a hybrid. So this is a hybrid of the Regional Utility Authority and the nonprofit, which were 5 of the listed potential futures from the receiver as he laid out his plan, I believe, about a week ago, a little less than a week ago. So I'm following through on that as Chair of Economic Development. And as a chairman yourself, we don't all get to pick what we present. We don't always get to, I was fortunate that as the author of this bill, it also came to my committee. And so I have put my heart and my research into this so that we can make this district better at the end. And it is nothing about dictating. Let me make this clear too. The 9 members of this board will be ratepayers and customers within the existing utility district. These will be the citizens who at town hall meetings and other things around this area have expressed concern. Those 9 people will then select who the president is, and that president will run the Regional Utility Authority. So how is that dictating if we're allowing the people from the area to put the input and put the president in place?
Senator, the last time I looked at the legislative process, it was a process that dictates to others what's going to happen. The legislative process, the whole nature of it is dictation. So we're dictating what's going to happen with the city of Jackson and its water utility by this legislation. Wouldn't you agree?
I disagree with the word dictate. I think we're offering a solution based on the recommendations of the receiver and based on the concerns of the citizens and the ratepayers in the district.
And this solution includes what I would call, and what I think is evidence, and I don't know what line it's on because of all the changes that you're making, but in section 4 of the bill on the committee sub, on line 157, it says the utility authority shall assume ownership, management, and control over the water, wastewater, and stormwater systems on the date of the termination of the conservative. So this is a taking, wouldn't you agree?
I don't consider it a taking, but I
Well,
think
what would you call
ownership
it?
is needed.
What would you call it?
I would say it's a change of the structure to allow governance to move in a more people-friendly direction for generations to come.
Who owns the asset right now?
The city of Jackson owns.
And who will own the asset if this bill becomes law?
The Regional Utility Authority
It's
shall
a
own the
taking.
assets.
It's a taking.
And shall.
It's the same principle that we debated 7 or 8 years ago with the Jackson Airport. The control of the airport is being wrested away from the city of Jackson and given to somebody else. We're doing the same thing in this bill. We're taking an asset that is owned outright by the city of Jackson, and we're giving it to someone else. Wouldn't you agree?
I would say that this is much, much different than that bill in the sense that we have over $800 million that are coming to the water system to make repairs. And you could say that at this moment, the receiver has ownership of the district because the receiver is making all of the decisions during the time that he is in that position. And
Yes,
so
sir.
by that kind of caveat here, it is a totally different situation. And the receiver could choose to remain as receiver, in perpetuity going forward. You could have the federal government, with, the receiver's plan, he's laid out a plan through 2042. We could, by doing nothing and by not having a plan in place as the receiver has recommended, we could just be saying, well, okay, we don't want to give it to the state, but let's just give it to the federal government because that is who is running it at this time.
So let's speak about this third-party manager, Ted Henderson. You said you've had conversations with him.
I have an appointment with him on February
So you
13th. He
have
has
not
not been
had-
available to speak to me in person, but I have an appointment set with him.
But you have not met with him.
I have not, he has not been available.
All right. Of all of the members of the elected official who would be affected by this authority, did any of them say they wanted this?
I have had, this bill has been on the calendar for a week and a half, and I have not had a single member come to me and ask me to stop this bill, to kill this bill, or to meet with me in detail about the bill. As I explained earlier, we've been in a unique situation the last few weeks. People have been qualifying, working on their campaigns, working on other things to get in place. And so as this moves forward, as always, my door is open for comment. My door is open for, good changes, that can be made to the bill. But as the receiver has made very clear, the receiver has said in his documentations that future governance needs to be in place by September 30th of this year. If we pass this bill and it goes into effect with an effective date of July 1st, we will have that time to meet that concern of the receiver. And these members of the board, this president who would be selected by the early part of 2024, would then have the opportunity to come alongside the receiver, come alongside the mayors and the municipalities, and set the framework for the future going forward.
Well, I also read the judge's order, and the receiver has the authority right now to set up any future governance or authority he so chooses. So why is the state of Mississippi all of a sudden inserting itself into this process where the authority already rests with the receiver?
Because the ratepayers of the city of Jackson deserve a voice. The ratepayers deserve, if you look at the receiver's commentary on who should be in the nonprofit, I didn't see anything in there about ratepayers of the city of Jackson. I saw experts who may or may not be people from the city of Jackson, and it's important that the people who have lived through this crisis, the people who have struggled daily with what's going on, including family members of mine, have a voice in this. This is our opportunity to give those people that voice, and that's where this structure comes from.
But you don't know whether the receiver is going to ensure that ratepayers are included. You haven't talked to him, have you?
All I have is a 20-plus page document that lays out the plan, lays out the past, lays out the fact that every single day there's $30 million of water in the city of Jackson that is unaccounted for. There's 45 million gallons of water used by the city of Jackson each year, and 30 million, we don't know where it's going. And
my
because
question,
of that,
Senator,
the receiver and this body have a duty to act. If we can't find 2/3 of the water, we've got a problem. And that's what we're put and elected to do here.
But Senator, the receiver just got here. The receiver's just been given the authority to, why don't we give him a chance to do his job? Why are we inserting ourselves in a process 3 or 4 weeks after this gentleman gets here to try to essentially usurp his authority? Why are we doing that?
Because the board and the president of this board need to be involved in the concepts, the plan, everything that's put in place during the receiver's term here. And that's why we've made clear in this bill that during the term of the receiver, this board will not have any authority. It will not have any ownership, neither will the president, but the receiver will be able to work with this board and with the president so that the end of the term, we don't have, the receiver could leave in 1 year. Let's use that hypothetical. Say the receiver leaves in 1 year and we're sitting here out of session, and what do we do then? The receiver's document says, well, don't leave it like it is. And so we come back in a special session and do it in 48 hours like we do on other issues? Or do we let this play out during an entire session like I'm trying to let it do so that we have feedback and information from all parties in this so that we make the best decision?
My reading of the order says that the receiver is entitled to establish whatever future oversight, whatever future authority might be put in place to operate the water system. That's my reading of the order. So I don't know that we would have to do anything if the receiver duly authorized by a federal judge to come and clean this stuff up and to set a future course of service to the citizens of this community. But that the receiver has that authority, right, the sole authority right now.
Right, and we're not taking, changing, affecting, doing anything to the receiver's authority, but as a state legislature, our job is to look beyond that period and look to the period in the future. And the attempt here is to try to plan for that future instead of backing into it at the end with a less than ideal plan.
Okay.
And I've seen many times here where failure to act by this body has led to a greater problem. I've seen instances like Olivia Y, where we continue to struggle to get out under that federal decree. And when we are given the opportunity to act, by being in session, we should take that seriously, as you and I always do. And I enjoy this debate on it, but the intent here is to leave this system better than it is now, and to have plans to come along the receiver so that at the end of the receivership period, we have a water system that's prepared to move to the future.
Okay, what about the taking of the asset? Why does this solution involve and include taking the ownership of the system away from the city of Jackson?
I personally have no problem with who owns the asset, but if you remember when I discussed the receiver's plan, the $450 million trunk of the appropriation that's been given towards this in the receiver's plan, the intent that I've seen is that the bond indebtedness of the city of Jackson be retired. So right now that bond indebtedness is a little over $250 million. So of that $450 million, after the bond indebtedness is retired, that would result in $23 million extra of money coming to whoever's managing the system, either the receiver or the utility authority in the bill that I'm proposing. And so by doing that, we're allowing the intent to improve the system financially to occur. As far as ownership of the assets, because all of those assets will be free and clear at that moment. It's much like if I had a $10,000 lien on my truck and I'm making payments on it, and I go to try to get a loan against my truck, it's gonna be hard to do because I already have a lien against it. The second that I no longer have a lien against that asset, though, the owner of that asset would then be able to pledge that as a lien towards whatever they want, and so I feel the water system should be managed and handled, particularly for bonding authority, by the system that's going to be using that, because we wouldn't want a situation where perhaps the city of Jackson had another need and pledged part of the water system towards that need, and then when the water system had a bonding need, they didn't have an asset to pledge.
So I hope
that's an answer to the question.
Are you aware that the water system is an enterprise fund and is kept separate and apart from the city's general fund?
I don't have access to the city's
But
management, but
it is an enterprise fund, and as such, by law, the funds cannot be commingled. So I'm not sure I'm following your argument there.
so,
The fact of the matter is,
so if it was an enterprise fund as you're describing, and we had a utility authority that was running the utility authority and did not have any assets, there was nothing that they could use or improve, I see some conflict or some struggles that the utility authority would have in trying to maintain and improve the system going forward.
so how much of that $600 to $800 million is being provided by the state of Mississippi?
You would probably, I don't know the number. I know some ARPA money is moving towards it, and I think that was by legislation that we passed here. But I think the majority of it has come from the federal government. And again, this is an opportunity, and I want to make this point clear again, is that every single dime that's come from the federal government shall and will be used within the area that was in violation of the Clean Water Act. There is no intent, there's no desire for the ownership or the plan to be that the utility authority takes that money in any way, shape, or form and uses it beyond the ratepayers who have suffered during this crisis.
So you mentioned some solutions on the existing debt. Let's talk about the current and future liabilities. Now, when we look at this $600 to $800 million that's been cobbled together mostly from the federal government, there's some revolving loan fund money at DEQ and health that's been pitched into that, but it's not much.
And the Corps and other entities.
Yes, but those are federal. I'm talking about, there's a small amount of state revolving loan fund money that DEQ manages that's coming in, a small amount from health that the health department manages. And that's federal as well. The state of Mississippi is not putting a dime into the city of Jackson's water system. It's using pass-through money from the federal government to support it, but not one red cent from the state of Mississippi is being used to help find a solution for this problem. Wouldn't you agree?
I would not agree, and I would think that this governance structure that we're putting up would create more of a partnership to allow something like that to happen in the future. Before we got this opportunity of some federal assistance, I know there were many people in this building who were thinking about, because the state, had we not gotten this great opportunity that we've gotten, to receive this cash flow into the state, was going to have to act on this. And there was no way that the state by itself would have been able to act at the numbers that the federal government has.
I agree, because the state of Mississippi is not putting one red cent in it.
But we may have to act in the future. I don't know. I know as a consumer in this city, if the federal government had not acted and we had a bill before us today to add money from the state to bring the image of the state up because of the crisis we've been through, it's my contention to you, my explanation to you, that I would have been in favor for that, because the state is affected by this crisis. The state is part of this crisis. The state will be paying for the president and for the board during this period, because this has now become a state issue. This is no longer just a city issue.
Let's go back to the liability. The city has a number of lawsuits it faces because of its water infrastructure. It has at least $1 billion worth of liability on the repair and renovation of its wastewater system, which the third-party manager has nothing to do with, besides maybe collections, billing and collections interface, but he's not in charge of the wastewater. There's $1 billion at least of liability on fixing the wastewater. Are we going to assume that liability? Is that authority going to assume that liability?
This utility authority in this model would be over water, stormwater, and wastewater. It would be the the charge of this board to try to find a solution for all of those problems. As you and I both know, there's no solution by anyone which will wave a magic wand and fix this overnight. But I feel that a good board with the right people in place could set the rates, could do the things that are necessary, to bring the city out of this crisis, which has been a challenge. And I'll share that in where I live, it's a nice area that I have really enjoyed living. I'm not going to tell you exactly where it is. Some of you know. And it is an apartment complex. And during this crisis, since the water crisis began, for the first time ever, I've started receiving emails from the management of the apartment complex asking that if you know anybody who might want to move into the complex, they'll offer a $350 finder fee to have somebody move in. This is a complex that has been full the entire time that we have lived there. And so we have got to do something. We can't let the receiver by himself fix this. We have to come alongside the receiver and offer a plan that makes this good for the future.
But we're
for
offering
water,
a plan.
sewer, and for stormwater.
I'm sorry.
And that's the goal of what we're putting forward here.
And we're offering a plan for the receiver that the receiver, as far as we know, has not even seen. And you haven't talked to the receiver. You haven't gotten anybody who's an elected official in this area in question to say they want this legislation. And yet you're moving forward with the legislation. Is that, am I right in the way
I am moving
characterize
forward
that?
with the legislation, yes, Senator.
So you said that there's a problem for the state as a whole to fix this measure. Well, if there was an issue to be fixed beyond the emergency, why didn't the governor call a special session? Why have we
I'm
not
not
put
the
up?
governor.
Why have we not
You would
put
have
up
to ask the
any
governor.
general fund monies on this problem that is for the state as a whole? Why have we not put up 1 red cent of general fund money toward this problem?
I've already expressed that I would have been in favor of helping with this, with state revenue as needed. So I cannot speak for the governor. I cannot speak for the appropriation chair or finance chair. That is not my role in presenting this bill.
But I would assume from your answer a question or so ago, it was kind of long-winded. I assume that the answer is yes. The liability, whatever current and future liability of the city of Jackson in the operation of its water and wastewater system accrues to the authority.
Well, I haven't thought about that, but I would consider it a friendly amendment if we restrict the liability of this utility authority to items going forward and the responsibility not to be items in the past, if you would like to offer that amendment.
I have no intention of offering that amendment, sir. But I will say that I think that we need to think hard about what we're doing here. And I hope you would agree with me. We had some consideration of a regional utility last year. And then somebody said, oh, wait a minute. What about the liability? Oh, whoa, wait a minute. We got to rethink this. And I don't know if we've rethunk it. I don't know if we have really looked at the potential liability and the burden of liability that might be placed on this authority by virtue of lawsuits, by virtue of the problems with the wastewater system and any other unforeseen measure. I don't know if we have thought that through.
Well, I would say that any potential lawsuit or anything that's in place from the past is still going to be
No, I'm
acted
talking about
upon.
future. I'm talking about
or in the
future liability.
I think, the authority is here to make good decisions, to prevent that from happening going forward. And some group, or whether it be the city or this utility authority, is going to be responsible. And in this model here, it moves that responsibility, to the ratepayers who are serving on this board.
I want to, and I'm about to finish my interrogation, but I want to ask the question, when does the authority kick in? Because I've heard you say they only kick in after the third-party manager's gone, after he's finished his work. And then I hear you say, oh, well, they're going to be looking over the third-party manager's shoulder. They can't make any policy, they can't make any decisions, but they will be in place. Which is it?
So they would be appointed as suggested by the receiver. We would have the board in place by the deadline that he set forth in his plan
September 30th of this
September
year.
30th. We would have the board in place. And then the receiver, along with the board, and there's language in here that says that the receiver shall also be kind of involved in the process of looking for a president. A president will be placed in position by 2024. That president and that board will have absolutely no authority to make decisions or to do anything for the authority until the receiver chooses or decides that his or her task, depending on if the same receiver remains in place the entire period, ends. And as I mentioned, that could be 1 year from now, or it could be in 2042. But if it is 10 years from now, and in the receiver's plan too, there's a provision that he's put that he does not want any bonding to occur until, I believe it's about 2031 or so. And he, in his proposal, has put in there a provision that possibly at that point, a $100 million bond might be in order, to look at continued improvements or management of the area going forward. So I don't know if the plans for him or her to be here for 10 years or for 1 year, but whoever is in place will be much more well-informed, much more ready to take on the role, and ready to act, and I had this discussion with the Mayor Jackson, and again, I thoroughly enjoyed that discussion. I appreciate so much him taking the opportunity to meet with me. I think it was productive. I told him I would continue to meet and talk as the process goes along. We may not share the exact opinion on everything, but one thing that we talked about is the fact that through the next election cycle, I may not be here, you may not be here, the mayor may not be in that position. Yeah, well, you'll be here. Well, if the good Lord is willing, we don't know.
Lord willing and the creek don't rise.
Yeah, good Lord willing, but our duty, I believe, is that beyond the parties that are working in the best interest of the area in violation of the Clean Water Act, it's our obligation to leave this in hands so that that plan and that vision can be carried into the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Parker, and thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Senator.
Senator.
Senator Seymour, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator Parker?
Certainly.
Senator Seymour is recognized for a question.
Thank you for your work on this, Mr. Chairman, and I know it's pretty elaborate, but when we talk about utility authorities in Section 7, dealing with the powers, what are they superseding health and the DEQ? I mean, as far as the water and the sewer permitting, the thing I'm getting at is that utility authorities, by definition, they're not a part of being certified by the Public Service Commission.
Yeah, so if you're referencing the reference to Public Service Commission, I see the Public Service Commission being involved, and kind of being a partner in this process, but we are not giving the Public Service Commission any authority over this utility district, if that's where your question was leading.
I mean, they got to certify them. They have to have a certificate from the PSC if they're going to have any skin in the game to help draw them in the right direction.
They will certainly be working in partnership, as I think they would be working right now during under the existing model.
And this utility authority, is it basically immune from any permitting and all with the health and DEQ? I didn't see no language in there.
Yeah, any report, we have language in there that any violations of any problem would go to DEQ. It would, be reported to the governor. So DEQ would certainly be involved, and again, this is why this dialogue is good, because you bring up interesting questions here, but the intent here would be that the existing requirements and necessary regulations that exist for the current water district, either with DEQ or the Public Service Commissioner, would be the same types of regulations that would be in place after this authority is put in place.
And this is dealing just with the federal dollars. This is not obligating the state of Mississippi to any other funding mechanism.
No, this bill is just the structure to run the authority after the receivership period ends. It gives no authority of over money from the federal government is transferred or moved to this authority. It's a plan for the future. And this utility authority also, I know we've talked about bills regarding rates and things like that. And if you notice, when we talked about a particular bill regarding rates, I voted present on that bill. I'm not someone who votes present very often, but I didn't want it to be assumed that I, as the author of this bill, have a preconceived notion on how rates should be set or how that should be carried out. That should be, under the receiver right now, and then it should be under this authority. And that's where I think having a board too with 9 members from the existing water district is so important, because when the authority gets into issues like rates and other things like that, it's good to have a seat at the table so that your interests are met. And those would be great questions, for someone who is to be confirmed to be on this board.
My last one is, I don't see nothing in the structure as far as penalties to kind of hold them accountable for how they're going to handle this money either.
Yeah, we cannot put any penalties in this for, how the receiver and the federal government, makes their decisions. We don't have the authority to make that type of decision for the federal dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, for what purpose do you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, sir. Please proceed, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Parker. Would you believe that I lived in Jackson for 52 years?
And you don't look old enough to have lived here for 52 years, but I'll take your word for it.
I've lived here for 52 years. I certainly understand the challenge that we've had with the water system. And but I do not support the efforts of to take it away from Jackson, the one of its largest assets. But I want to ask you a few questions here. What is the role? Do you know the role now between the city council, the mayor, and the third-party administrator?
The way it was expressed to me is that I'll give an example. The city of Byram has had a couple of major main breaks in the last few weeks, and it was reported to me that some of the federal dollars have been available to make repairs to that, and that the receiver is contacted by the mayor as the executive, and there's a process in place for reimbursement for things like that. I would assume that same type of process is in place. I don't know if the receiver makes the conversations and the plan just with the executive of the city of Jackson, or if it's with the executive and the council.
Okay, fair enough. Then what do you ascribe to as the role of the council and the mayor going forward after this legislation? After this legislation becomes law, what do you ascribe as the relationship between those two entities?
So I think the mayor's relationship would be to select the right members of the board so that the mayor of Jackson in particular would have 4 members voting on that board to make the right decisions going forward. Similarly, the mayors of Byram and of Ridgeland, through their appointment consultation with the other executives, would have that ability to do that. So, and again, the diversity of the board is important. I think that with 3 different appointing kind of executives in place, and Lord knows we've done so many boards here in my short time being here, my 11 years or so being here. We've seen some boards where the board gets too large, and can be ineffective. And I think 9, with 4 from the city of Jackson would allow the council and the mayor to have some strong input in what's going on in this utility authority.
Senator Horn referenced the elected officials in the area, but you have 4 or 5 elected members in this body.
Right.
Don't you think that it would have been reasonable, accommodating, a reasonable serve if there had been some consultation with us about this legislation before it was let to the public?
Yeah, as I've stated earlier, my door is always open. I had one senator come to me early on and ask me to hold up bringing this bill the day after it passed out of committee. My immediate reaction to that was certainly. I've held this bill a long time because I wanted feedback. And during that time, I've had at least a dozen people come into my office and express concerns or express acknowledgments of changes needing to be done. And this is, as we all know, the type of bill that is very likely to maybe come back to this chamber later on. And during the process, I will pledge and continue to pledge that I will meet with yourself, any other members of the delegation from the Senate, and or from the House, as this moves along, because I do think that we can work together to get this to a fashion that is best for the ratepayers and the
Well, now, you
people.
would agree that I advised you from the onset that I didn't support this legislation. Do you remember that?
You expressed that in committee, and so I am aware of that. But even, with that expression, I hope that by presenting a strike all today, that I've taken at least some of the concerns that you may have had with the original bill and tried to move that in a direction where you at least had a chance to kind of move towards a more favorable opinion on it. You represent your people in your district very well, and I expect you to vote as your constituents would like you to, and that's the role of this body. And so I remain open to meeting with you, anyone else, to try to make this better. And in the event that it passes and it's not something that you or some of the other members are 100% supportive of, I would certainly like to try to get it into a model that's as close to that as possible, so that any of your concerns that can be addressed are addressed.
And I appreciate your being concerned. So since you are really concerned, would you be in support of the state matching the federal dollars 1-for-1?
If you can find a fund to take those dollars from during the appropriation process, as are the rules of the Senate, I would not be open to those monies coming from education. I would not be open to those monies coming from law enforcement. I would not be open for that money to come from the road and bridge project. And to offer an amendment of $820+ million of state matching funds would require tapping into the largest of our funds. And so other than that, Medicaid, I would not be open to that. But that's certainly something you could discuss with the appropriation chairman. But, per this bill, that is not an amendment that can or should be added to this bill per our rules.
But I'm asking for your support. Would you be willing to support?
I don't know of a spot where we can take $800 million from without creating a problem that would be devastating in another area.
But we're going to take $800 million from the federal government and use it in a way, I mean, yes, per the requirements, but once the $800 million are gone, what amount are we going to invest in to assure the, I'm talking about state dollars, I'm not talking about from the ratepayers.
Just personally, I think that we should invest, in the system around here, because this building, this body is within that system. A lot of the support buildings around here, need assistance. I don't know what that dollar amount would be. I know it's going to take quite a while to spend $800 million, but we've been given an opportunity to take this resource that's been offered to us and make a transformational change. And I certainly am open to continuing that after the receivership period is complete.
Would you agree that there's a lot of work to be done regarding this legislation?
I would agree that I'm going to continue to work on it, that a lot of work has been done, and that it's more appropriate to do it during the next couple of months so that we can have this board and president in place early on in the process than it is for us to push this decision further down the road.
Why is it so important that we rush to have this board in place by July 1?
So the receiver has expressed in his filing that the future governance model be in place by September 30th of this year. This bill and this vehicle offers an opportunity for state input and for local ratepayer input into a model that I think would be good for the citizens of Jackson.
But the third party administrator, if you will, stated also that this is going to take some time. This is going to could be around 2 years, 4 years, 6 years, 8 years, even 10 years.
20 years, 30 years.
Absolutely.
And again, during that time, the 3 terms I've been here, at least every other term, seems like about 12 people in this body change. So if we're looking at 20 years ahead from here, we could very well come out of this crisis under the receivership 20 years from now with no plan in place. And there could be not a single one of us in this chamber who remembers why this was done. And so if you look in the bill itself, I'm not a big person on putting definitions and putting history into bills that we introduce. But if you open up this bill as introduced and as modified now, it's a pretty easy read. And I wanted it to be an easy read for the people who are impacted by it, the legislators who may look at it in the future, so that they can understand what's happening at the time so that they could make better decisions. So by setting the board and setting a plan in place by by passage of this legislation, I think we can make that transition more seamless.
I don't agree with it, Mr.
As always, I value your
Chairman,
opinion, Senator
but,
Norwood.
I appreciate your conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
I have some questions, and then I'd like to speak at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, are you up for questions? Senator Blackman is recognized for questions.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a follow-up to Senator Norwood's questions. Are you aware that when the Legislative Budget Committee met, that they left an estimated general fund balance on June 30th, 2024 of $1,454,989?
I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure what the number is.
And the Legislative Budget Committee had funded all of those agencies that you said you would not take money from. So with $1 billion left, are you willing to take monies from that $1 billion to support this regional authority for the monies that the two senators from Hinds County say, the additional money that's needed?
Again, this bill is not about the funding. It is not about how the federal funds are going to be spent and has no provision in here to add state dollars to it. That would be a question for the appropriations chair and for our appropriate committees to discuss.
When Senator Norwood was questioning you, you were telling him what agencies you were not willing to take monies from.
That's me personally.
And I've given you an opportunity and shown you, because everybody has the red legislative budget report for fiscal year July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2024. Would you be willing to take the monies from the capital expense fund, which has a surplus of $1,618,508,439?
That's, again, as I was speaking with Senator Norwood, you are certainly within your rights as a senator to offer any amendment per the rules of this body. And as I mentioned, and I've experienced this before, if you're offering an amendment to move an amount from one area to another, you have to pick where that spot is. So you certainly are within your powers as a senator to offer any amendment you would like. Again, I'm not speaking to whether or not we should be doubling the money that's coming in here at this point or not. I'm speaking with the governance after the fact. And so
Okay.
the purpose of this bill is not about rates. It's not about taking any of the money that's been given to us from the federal government. It's about providing a structure afterwards to manage the authority going forward.
Isn't it about taking the assets of the city of Jackson? Since this third-party manager is overseeing the assets of the city of Jackson, and this regional authority would be taking all of those assets without having paid 1 cent for those assets. Is that not true?
Well, I see those assets as being the property of the ratepayers. I don't see them as being the property of the city as a whole. I think the ratepayers have paid the rates over the entire time, and they are entitled to proper management of their dollars that they put into the system. And I think they've seen some challenges. I think we're here talking about this because of those challenges. And again, we have an opportunity to leave this with a plan that's better going forward.
Are not the ratepayers citizens of the city of Jackson?
They are, but they are not the city.
Okay, so who owns these assets? The ratepayers or the city of Jackson, who has been repairing and purchasing over the last 100 years for this water system?
I would say that right now, the ratepayers have been given the opportunity to elect their council, and they have been given the opportunity to elect their mayor, so that the council and the mayor could then appoint the right authority in the past to run the water system. And so the ratepayers have made those decisions, and in the model I'm proposing, it just moves those decisions to closer to the people instead of it just being through the council. So I don't see the model being much different in your question.
Are you aware that for FY 2024, we have reserves of $3,926,686,208?
I think that's fantastic, and because I've been here for 3 terms, I remember when I first got here, those numbers were not like that. So if your question is also a thank you for what this legislature has done, I think we as a state and as a body should be very proud of those numbers, and we should be good stewards of it. And it goes to, I was asked a question about, well, what if this utility authority gets more money in from the ratepayers than it needs to pay out in obligations or expenses? Well, my opinion on that is that if the people of Jackson are paying too much money for the water they're receiving and the utility authority gets in more than they need, I think the rate should go down. I think it should be returned back to the end users and to the people who are doing that. So in your example, if we have all of this extra money, if we do have indeed $3 billion laying around, much like we did last year, I think our duty is to try to return that to the people who pay the taxes so that we are in balance. So I look forward to opportunities to do that.
And much as we did last year, did we give the city of Jackson any assistance for its water sewer issues?
I believe,
much as we did last year.
I believe they were eligible for ARPA money per provisions of certain bills that we went through. But you probably are better.
And all of that money came from the federal government. Not one dime of that money has come from this state and this body. Is that not correct?
Right, and I think we're very appreciative of that. As we've come out of the pandemic, I think we would be talking about a whole lot of different issues had we not gotten some of that assistance. But I don't think anybody wants us to send the money back. I think that people want us to be accountable for the improvements and changes that we need to make going forward. And so I was proud this morning to hear on the radio the improvements we've made to our roads and bridges. I'm proud last year to see improvements we made to teacher pay. I've been proud of many accomplishments that have happened, that you and I have both worked very hard on, and I think improving this water district is another one of those opportunities where we could look back and say we made a transformational change.
I'm just as proud of those things that you have just stated. However, we are creating this regional authority. We have $3 billion 900 million available right now, today. Why are we not coming with a companion bill to put money into this authority to take care of the city of Jackson's needs?
Again, I'm handling this bill. I think any member of this body could certainly do what you're suggesting. If the state did put money into the existing system as it is, I think it would be a challenge to figure out how that is used and how it's spent, during the receiverships period. The receiver has been given such broad authority over the management of nearly $1 billion that to add more money to that right now might not meet its obligation. But I do think, as I've mentioned before, that we continue and need to continue to make this a priority for the state of Mississippi.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak at the proper time.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. We have an amendment. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. What my amendment would do is simply put a reverse repealer in the bill. This is a very complex issue. It's being done somewhat hastily. We have a couple more months in this process to deliberate and try to come up with a more refined and better product. And so that's the explanation of the amendment, Mr. President. I move adoption of amendment number 1 to Senate Bill 2889.
Senator Parker, you recognize to speak on the bill. I mean the amendment, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have no objection at all to adding that. It was actually my intent to add a reverse repealer in, so I appreciate you bringing that. As I mentioned, I look forward to having more discussions as this goes along, and this will allow us to use the entire period to do that. And so I ask you to vote for the amendment.
Senator Horn, your motion, sir.
I move adoption of amendment number 1.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Senator Horn. We're speaking on the bill. Yeah, we've got Senator Blackman and Senator Horn. One moment, we have another amendment. Senator McMahon, you're recognized on amendment number 2.
Yeah, look, I want to find a way to compromise and work together on this thing. So I'm offering a strike all amendment to move the capital of Mississippi to Tupelo, Mississippi by 2025. It's a bipartisan city represented by half by myself and half by Senator Bryan. It's a 6-time All-American city. We've got the water system, the police force, and the road system to do. That's my amendment. I ask you to vote to make Tupelo the capital of Mississippi and give us a new image. Thank you so much.
Senator Parker is recognized to speak on the amendment.
In all due respect to Senator McMahon, this bill is a very serious matter. I understand the gist of this amendment, but I ask that you defeat this amendment.
Pardon me? Yeah. Senator Horn, you're recognized for what purpose, sir?
Mr. President, I move that I make the point of order that this amendment is not germane to the bill. We're talking about a water system, a water authority being created, not the establishment of our state capital.
Your point of order is well taken. All right, back. Senator Parker, we're back. I'm sorry, Senator Bryan, for what purpose, sir?
A parliamentary inquiry.
Please.
Did I hear some reference to my offering an amendment?
No, sir, that was Senator McMahon.
Well, I heard some reference to a bipartisan something, and my name was mentioned. I'm just trying to find out.
No, sir, you are not a sponsor of the amendment.
I have no connection to this amendment.
Appreciate your swift response. All right, Senator Blunt, I'm sorry, Senator Blunt, pass. Okay, Senator Parker, we've got to adopt as amended.
So my first motion before passage of the bill would be that we adopt the strike all.
All in favor, please signify. The motion is to adopt the strike all as amended by Senator Horn's amendment. Everybody with us? Okay. All in favor, please signify by saying. Senator Horn, you're recognized.
Okay, are we on final passage?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No, so you'll be recognized to speak. You and Senator Blackman have been asked to speak on the final passage. Okay, Senator, we're on. You're ready for your motion, sir.
Move adoption of the strike all.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Okay, now we're back. Final passage, please. Senator Horn? Senator Blackman?
Which was the first amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief. We've had a lot of debate on this bill. And as you can imagine, it's a pretty emotional issue for many of us. It's a very controversial issue. And we want some consideration here as members of the Jackson delegation. You know, Senator Parker mentioned when I questioned him about why would someone from DeSoto County be down here to impact the operations of a local unit of government's operations without any consult with the delegation, without any consult or any support from any elected officials that he's talked to, without having met the third-party manager. And so, yeah, you might lay the claim that you live here too. Live here three months out of the year. but your constituents don't. Our constituents live here. And first of all, the fact that we weren't consulted about this at all. At all. And I didn't even know that there was such a bill. I certainly didn't know that Senator Parker was going to be the author of this legislation. So how did I know to go to talk to Senator Parker? He might have been talking to some other folks, but he wasn't talking to me. This is a taking, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to prompt a whole bunch of lawsuits. We're going to be in the same intractable situation that we're in with the airport right now if cooler heads do not prevail. It boils down, in my opinion, to the ownership of the asset. Who owns this asset? It's not the ratepayers. I mean, ultimately, you can say, make the argument, it's owned by the city of Jackson. Without any compensation, without any consideration, without any consent, we're taking this asset, a multi-million-dollar asset, without any compensation, without any real compromise. And we're going to do it because we can do it. You know, somebody once said, just because you can do something doesn't mean that you ought to. This is a situation where we ought not do this. This bill, and Senator Seymour said this is an elaborate bill, and he's kind of right, it is an elaborate bill, but pure and simply, this is a taking. And I pray for the day, when the leadership of Jackson, and from the governor on down, the leadership of this state will come together and say, look, we got some problems. We know we have some problems. We know the problems are massive. We need help. The only entity that stepped in thus far is the federal government. And I wonder, in my heart of hearts, I wonder if we'd even be here right now if the federal government had not given us that $800 million. This is a taking. The state of Mississippi is not putting one red cent into finding a solution. Not one red cent. To my recollection, 2009 was the last time the state of Mississippi, through its bonding operation in this particular instance, put money into Jackson's water system. Every other dime that's come through the state has come from the federal government. Mississippi is not committed to Jackson. If actions recently are any indication, if we are going to take this problem and address it as a whole, then why don't we put some money, some state money into this? We're so concerned about our national reputation, as Senator Parker so eloquently described, that we want to do something. Well, if that's the case, are you aware of how we look right now? Are you aware? You got to factor in the history of the state. You got to factor in the politics of the state, the partisanship of the state. And Mississippi looks like the old Mississippi that we heard about. Some of us have lived through. This is how this is making us look. We're looking like we are doing a taking on some black folks because we can, because we have the numbers. That's the way this looks. And you got to understand that we're here fighting for our constituents. Our constituents don't like this. And if our constituents don't like that, we are obligated. We know that there are problems. We know that Jackson needs help, but this is not the solution. All of a sudden, the state decides it wants to get involved in creating an authority. We looked at it last year, so no, we're not touching that. Too much liability, too much uncertainty, too many questions. But we get $800 million, and then we say, hey, wait a minute. I think we should create an authority to take the asset owned by the city of Jackson and put it somewhere else. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you put some legislation out where you hadn't gotten any support from any of it's going to impact local elected officials, local jurisdictions, and you don't get one member of the local delegation, the local jurisdictions to say, I support this. I support it. Haven't gotten one. Haven't spoken to the third-party manager. He's been given the authority on coming up with a fix. And all of a sudden, we have a roadmap to a fix. We have a roadmap. And then all of a sudden, the state of Mississippi decides it's going to get involved. Still not talking about putting any state money in, even though we have right at $4 billion of unobligated state money. Not talking about putting one red cent. This past fall, during our legislative budget committee meeting, I was recognized to offer an amendment to do a placeholder of, I think it was $50 million. No, it may have been 150. I knew it wasn't going to pass, but I had to offer it anyway. $50 million at the elbow to take. We were talking about crises in the state of Mississippi. And the issue of the city of Jackson did not come up except when I offered an amendment to put $50 million of capital expense funds into the budget. Died for lack of a second. Are we concerned about Mississippi? About Jackson? If we are truly concerned about Jackson, then we should be willing to sit down and compromise and have dialogue and have conversation and come up with a solution that everybody can live with. We can't live with this. We're telling you we can't live with it, and it looks like you're going to do it anyway. The debt, Senator Parker addressed that to some extent. The liability is a big question mark. And the question that we need to be asking ourselves is, do we want this? Do we want it? And Mississippi might say, after some further reflection, wait a minute, let's talk about this. Let's sit down and negotiate it and work something out here. We have an obligation to try to bring about solutions for our community. And we weren't consulted about this. And here we are about to pass some monumental legislation, and nobody who has constituents that are in the affected area supports it. The problem for the state is whether it's going to change its ways. That's the question that Mississippi has to answer, because we're going back to old ways right now. We're going back to the old Mississippi. And if we truly want to help, we should do so in an era of compromise, conciliation, diplomacy, and communication. I'm sorry, I'll yield for questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackman, you're recognized. I see no questions, Senator. Senator Blackman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I fear that white Jacksonians and leaders in Mississippi are troubled by the idea of submitting to Black leadership and have undertaken to seize power and implement a system of self-governance. Cliff Johnson, University of Mississippi School of Law, MacArthur Justice Center Director, January 26, 2023. Conservative lawmakers preached the gospel of self-reliance, but Mississippi state government has been baptized in rivers of federal money. Despite this support, Mississippi state government has failed to provide for citizens in majority Black Jackson, the capital. Mississippi state government is now working to enact legislation removing control of federal resources from control by the city's elected Black leadership, funds sent directly to Jackson to correct decades of state disinvestment. Mississippi's recent welfare scandal reflects how the state diverted millions of dollars meant to relieve poverty to the wealthy and politically connected. Additionally, the state has a history of using courts and creating districts that are meant to weaken Black power and voice. Indeed, the Mississippi Supreme Court redistricting lines drawn in 1987 diluted Black voter voice despite strong objections from Black lawmakers and residents. Now state legislators plan to create a court that will further deprive Black residents in Jackson of power. The state is attempting the same playbook in Jackson because the water system is a prime example of state disinvestment. For decades, Jackson's majority Black residents have lived with poor water quality, leaky pipes, and boil water advisories. It is normal for families in Jackson to buy bottled water because they cannot drink the water paid through their tax dollars. As the Black population of Jackson has increased, the state has steadily de-annexed wealthier communities surrounding the state capital. In 2022, after weeks of boil water advisories, Jackson fought back. Collaborating with the Mississippi State Conference of the NAACP, Jackson filed a Title VI civil rights complaint with the Environmental Protection Agency. The EPA opened an investigation that is in process. Jackson also collaborated with Representative Benny Thompson of District 2, Mississippi, to obtain resources. Representative Thompson led a congressional effort securing over $700 million to remediate Jackson's water system despite the many obstacles that the state created to ensure that Jackson received federal resources. Now that Jackson has received resources, the state is attempting a money grab and to create a special judicial district that would prevent Jackson from fighting back. In the current legislative session, the state's majority Republican and white lawmakers have introduced the state a slate of bills to control Jackson's funding and Black leadership. House Bill 1020, which would create a new court to oversee cases with Jackson's Capital Complex Improvement District, with judges appointed by the state Supreme Court and prosecutors appointed by the state Attorney General. House Bill 696, which would expand the boundaries of the district. Senate Bill 2889, which would put the long-term control of Jackson's drinking water system under a board mostly appointed by the governor and lieutenant governor. Senate Bill 2338, which would prevent cities from charging for water based on property value. This plan has been proposed by a new third-party manager of the water system as a way to reduce cost burden on poor residents. The Black residents of Jackson, Mississippi have long exercised their right to representation by electing Black municipal officials, judges, and state lawmakers. Mississippi's sole member of Congress, Representative Benny G. Thompson, is a senior member of the U.S. House of Representatives and a trusted advisor to the Biden administration. Mississippi state government has recognized the growth and emergence of Black political leadership in Jackson and throughout the state. The only way to dominate Jackson and control resources is to change the rules of the game. The state legislature has turned to a playbook from the Reconstruction era: limit and end Black leadership. But unlike the Reconstruction era, Jackson has exposed the state's hypocrisy. Mississippi is a net recipient of federal money, receiving $2.09 in federal outlays for every $1 the state contributes to the U.S. Treasury. 84% of federal individual income taxes, in other words, 40% of federal revenue is paid by the top 25% of the income distribution. The majority of these taxpayers live in wealthy, urban, politically democratic areas like New York, California, and Massachusetts. And this is taken from the World Population Review, citing Tax Foundation data 2023. Mississippi has a long history of disinvesting in Black communities, then blaming those same communities for the conditions created by the state. After Brown versus Board of Education integrated public accommodations in 1954, racism slowed the economic and social progress of not only Mississippi's Black population, but the entire state. That focus continues in the present day with expected results. Of the 50 U.S. states, Mississippi constantly ranks low in categories that define social and economic progress. In 2019, U.S. News and World Report ranked the state 49th overall, 50th in health, 48th in infrastructure, 44th in opportunity, 43rd in education, 41st in fiscal stability, and 33rd in crime and corrections. Although generations of Black Jacksonians were forced to tolerate disinvestment, second and third generations have entered leadership in municipal government and the judiciary. Black leadership and a growing progressive community have exposed actions that erode opportunity. The city of Jackson has asked the state for help over decades of master plans that identified deficiencies in Jackson's water system. The system is in need of repair to the tune of $1.7 billion. These actions by the state will also divert resources to creating this new structure instead of investing in Jackson residents. Thousands of Black people are now living in crisis without consistent access to fundamental rights like safe, drinkable water because of the state's unrelenting racial discrimination and disinvestment. Federal intervention and investment acknowledges that all is not well in Jackson. The federal government clearly needed to step in at a time when state legislators could use their powers to amplify the voices of Black residents in Jackson. They have chosen to try to diminish, if not completely thwart it. Few actions are hated more by conservatives than federal intervention and oversight. From the civil rights era until now, federal action desegregated schools, public accommodations, and put Mississippi on notice that discrimination will not be tolerated. Mississippi state government has been fighting back ever since. If enacted, the 4 bills that are coming before this body would move decision-making from Black elected leadership and the residents of Jackson, of whom 83% are Black, to the state. Appointed judges and newly funded prosecutors would run a new court system in Jackson, where residents now routinely elect Black judges. This comes with no additional funding for public defenders or attorneys who represent indigent clients, despite the scarcity of judicial resources across the state. The dilution of Black power over a water system in this Black state capital is nothing new for majority white decision makers who seek to control and diminish the power of Black communities who have overcome insurmountable hurdles to have any water system resources. Mississippi state government has never given up on the lost cause. The state motto, virtue et armis, by virtue and arms, is a study in contradiction. There is no virtue in the state's actions, just commitments to preserve the past.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Parker. Pardon me? Did you desire to speak, Senator Frazier? You're recognized to speak, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I look at what's going on today, I see our state making one step forward and 2 steps backwards. I'm reminded of a story of an old farmer. He and his wife went to the market and bought a mice trap. He took it home and set it out, and the mice saw it. He went out to the farm and he said, "Brother Pig, they brought a mouse trap. They bought a mouse trap." Went to the chicken. He says, "Brother Chicken, they brought a mouse trap. They bought a mouse trap." The chicken said, "That's your problem. I'm not concerned about that." And the pig said, "That's your problem. I'm not concerned about that either." And then the mice went to the cow. He said, "They bought a mouse trap. They bought a mouse trap." And the pig said, "Well, that's your problem." So dejected, the little rat went back to the house. That night, the farmer's wife set the mouse trap. During the course of the night, she heard the trap go off. Bang, bang, bang. She went downstairs to check what was going on. She thought she caught the mouse. But she went down there and found out that she had caught a rattlesnake, and he bit her. He bit her. Well, she got sick, so her husband took her to the doctor. The doctor said, "You only have a fever, and chicken soup is good for that. So go home and make some chicken soup, and you'll feel better in a couple of days." So he went home and killed that chicken and made chicken soup. and fed it to the wife, but the wife did not get better. She got worse. So the doctor came back and said, we'll try something else. Gave us more medication, but that didn't work either. So being a small community, the folks came around to help the farmer sitting with the wife. But the farmer said that I can't have them sitting around here hungry, so he went outside and killed the pigs so they could have something to eat. Pork chops, pig feet, chitlins. Well, anyway, she didn't get better. In fact, she died. Well, they had the funeral, but the farmer said, we need a repast. We need a repast. So he killed the cow so they could have plenty of meat at the repast. What I'm trying to tell you, like the mouse said, it's my problem today, but it may be your problem tomorrow. This is an overreach on the part of the state government. We're always complaining about the federal government overreaching, but this is the overreach of the state government. It's my resources today, but it might be yours tomorrow. It might be Jackson today, but it might be Tupelo tomorrow. It might be Jackson today, but it might be South Haven tomorrow. It might be Jackson today, but it might be Laura tomorrow. We must stop this madness. We must sit down and work together because we can work out these problems together. But doing this is going to send the wrong message. A lot of folks saying that we're making progress in Mississippi. They're saying that Mississippi is making progress. But when we pass legislation like this, the matters going on in the Capitol right now, they're saying that Mississippi is burning, still burning. We have not made enough progress. I want you to think about what we're doing today. We can sit down and work this thing out together. We can't take assets away from any city because we must work with them to make sure they serve their constituents. But like I said, if we don't do the right thing today, it's Jackson today, it's South Haven tomorrow, Tupelo the next day, Brookhaven after that, Macomb, it goes down the line. Where does this madness stop? And I think we can stop it right here today because if we do the right thing, we can't sit down and work out this thing together. So I'm asking you to oppose this bill. Better still, just commit it back to the committee from which it came so we can get on to more important things in this session.
Thank you, Senator Fraser. Senator Parker, you're recognized. On final passage, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the eloquent commentary by members of this body. I just want to hit just a couple of points here. Senator Horn has added a reverse repealer to this bill. It's my commitment that as this moves along, should it move along today, that we will make modifications that are necessary and that are in the best interest of the ratepayers of Jackson. As far as the diversity issue, there's specific language in here by my request that the board be very diverse. There are appointments that are being made by City of Jackson, the governor and lieutenant governor, and I can see that the makeup of this board should be diverse in the qualifications that the ratepayers have on the board. I think that there will be diversity in membership as far as male and female, and there will be diversity as far as race. If this board should move forward, it'd be my honor to get the opportunity to try to confirm members of this board. And it's my commitment that we would look very closely at any and every appointment to this board and make sure that that appointee would have the best interest of the City of Jackson and the ratepayers as a whole in mind before they are confirmed by this body. There was some mention of other bills. I've mentioned that this bill is about this bill. This bill is not about other bills that are active in the other chamber. There is no intent in this bill other than to meet the requirements and the suggestions of what the receiver has put in place, which is that a form of governance of some sort should be in place by September 30th. And make no mistake, the receiver will put something in place by that point. What that receiver puts in place, I doubt anyone in this body will have any chance to look at, to give comment to. It might be better than what I'm suggesting, but it could very well be worse. this gives an opportunity for the ratepayers as a whole to be on the board and for that to be the constitution of the board. This bill is about future governance. It's not about money. There's nothing in here that would move, give control or authority over any federal dollars coming in. There was mention that this is only coming up because federal dollars came in, and I stated in my opening remarks that I started looking at this over the summer. At that point, there was no federal money coming, and it is absolutely positively not about that. So just in closing here, the people of Jackson have been struggling. The options as laid out by the receiver are privatization, regional authority, a local authority, continuing with the same governance, or a nonprofit. The bill that I've presented to you is a merging of utility authority and a nonprofit. So this will be a nonprofit regional utility authority, just like what we set up for the lottery when we passed that. I think we can get this done. I think we owe it to the people who have been struggling with this problem to get it done. And with the reverse repealer, I continue to have my door open to speak and talk to any of you should this go forward today. We can do better, and as a group working together, I think we will do better. So my motion would be passage on the use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. No. Barrett. Boyd. Bryan. Kaufman. Hobson. Parks. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Y'all the same on 15?
Yes.
Bill passes 34 yeas, 15 nays. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2:30 this afternoon.
Senate standing, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're standing. I'd like to call the Senate to order, and we'll go back to the calendar. Senate, when we left, we completed number 18 on the Senate calendar. Chairman Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 19, called up and have the title
Mr.
read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2099, motor vehicle theft, revised penalty for.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll explain the bill, and then there's an amendment that I would like to offer. But the bill currently before you, Senate Bill 2099, is the motor vehicle theft, which is currently punished as a crime of larceny based on the value of the stolen vehicle. So this bill amends Section 97-1742 and revises the crime of motor vehicle theft to be a felony. It increases the fine from currently $1,000 to not more than $10,000. It also provides a minimum term of 5 years and a maximum term of 20 years. Also, for a second or subsequent conviction of the same crime, the bill increases the fine from not more than $10,000 to not more than $20,000. The penalty for a second or subsequent conviction is a minimum term of 10 years and a maximum term of 40 years. Under the restitution section, the amount of damages as well as the reasonable repair costs are provided for. So that's what the bill does. I do have an amendment that I would like to offer to the bill, and the amendment should be...
One moment, sir.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. I don't think that's this one. No. The amendment to the bill provides that the minimum terms that I just talked about imposed under the section shall not be reduced or suspended, nor shall a person be eligible for probation or parole before the expiration of that minimum term of incarceration. So that's what the amendment does. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the amendment?
If not, I move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
That's the explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions. If not, I move adoption based on the morning roll call.
Yes, the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane.
Aye.
Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Chisholm, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Turner Ford, Whaley. Voting yes or yay? Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay. Barnett, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Hickman, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12, and Thomas.
Okay, to be recognized for the vote, Senator Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no. I didn't hear my name.
No, Blackman. Simmons, yes.
To the vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no.
No, Simmons. Thomas,
To the vote, Mr. President, I voted no.
no, Thomas. Turner Ford,
To the vote. I'd like to be recorded as voting no.
no, Turner Ford. Blackwell,
Thank you, Mr. President. Given I had a vehicle stolen last year, I'd like to be added as a co-author.
seeing no objection, granted. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we're ready.
7.
By a vote of 36 yea, 14 nay, the bill passes. Senator Fillingham, we're on 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to get item number 20 called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2100, Receiving Stolen Property, Revise the Crime of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I would move that we defeat the committee's substitute to begin with, and the reason for that is one of our amendments that was added in the committee, the author has come to me and after further research and study and decided that that's not the language he wants to move forward with. So the committee substitute represents that language and he wants us not to consider that. So we would move to defeat the committee substitute. And I ask you to vote to defeat it, so vote no on the committee substitute.
Okay, on the motion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
Noes have it. It's defeated.
Thank you.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Well, I think I can ask the question now. Did the committee substitute, there was some discussion about intent. And in one of the original draft of the bill, there was a criminal intent taken out. Are we doing anything to address that?
No, sir, that will remain in the bill.
I'm sorry,
It remains the way it was in the committee.
meaning,
It still has the intent language in it.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Okay, we're back on the bill on number 20.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is a strike all amendment. So the strike all amendment to Senate Bill 2100 amends Section 971770 to provide a minimum term of 5 years for the receipt of stolen property that is not a motor vehicle and which the value of that property exceeds $25,000. The strike all also provides that a person convicted of receiving a stolen property which is a motor vehicle shall be punished by imprisonment in the custody of the State Department of Corrections for a term not less than 5 years, but not exceeding 20 years, or a fine of not more than $10,000, or both. Last, the strike all provides that the minimum terms imposed under Section 971770, subsection 6 and 8, shall not be reduced or suspended, nor shall such person be eligible for probation or parole before the expiration of the minimum term of incarcerations. That's what the strike all does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, Senator Turner Ford. For what purpose, ma'am?
Question.
Were you for a question,
Yes.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you briefly explain the change that we just removed
Yes.
by defeating the committee sub?
Yes, ma'am, I'm happy to. So you'll recall that Senator Barnett had offered an amendment in the committee that added in a specific section about using a stolen firearm in the commissions of the crimes. And he has come to me afterwards and said that's not something he wanted to have included. It was his amendment. So this removes that provision that was added in committee regarding the use of the stolen weapons.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Are you for a question,
Yes, sir.
Senator Fillingame?
Sure.
Please proceed for a question, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Senator, could you tell us what is the current law under this particular statute, and what are the proposed increases in the penalties?
Yeah, so good question. Under current law, and we do still retain this, which goes to Senator Wiggins' question earlier, a person commits the crime of receiving stolen property if they intentionally possess, receive, retain, or dispose of stolen property while knowing that it has been stolen or having reasonable grounds to believe that it has been stolen. So that intent or knowledge language that we discussed in committee, that stays in the bill. There have been some discussion at some point of removing that or altering that in some way, and we have not done that. That stays in the bill. So historically, stolen motor vehicles has been included in the definition of stolen property, but in many instances, our prosecutor friends tell us they have a hard time proving the value of the vehicle. I mean, to use the Kelley Blue Book value, many instances, the property, once it is recovered, is damaged beyond what it was when obviously it was first taken. So how do you reduce or make provisions for the current value upon it being found? So that's sort of how we got to the bill where we are. Of course, it was the language was amended in the committee to create a new section specifically for a stolen motor vehicle of put them in a minimum of not less than 5 years and a maximum not more than 20 years, or a fine of not more than $10,000 or both. So really what we're trying to do here is identifying, it doesn't really matter the value of the vehicle stolen. So, I mean, a vehicle represents for most people a mode of transportation, getting to and from work and, other, needed places they got to get to. So it doesn't really matter if it's a Mercedes-Benz or if it's, a Ford Pinto. It's your vehicle, you need it, and it's been stolen from you. So the whole idea of using a value-based to determine whether or not you're punished and in what way for that would be removed and changed. So that really is the difference. We're just imposing the minimum of a five-year sentence. And if you ask the follow-up question is, well, what is that needful? Why is that necessary? Unfortunately, in some parts of our state, we have had situations where the person is ultimately found after the crime is investigated, they're brought forward and prosecuted successfully, and then you get to the final penalty phase and a sentence is imposed, and yet it's completely suspended. So the person literally is, caught and prosecuted for stealing someone's car, and at the end of the day, they get no time served. They're basically just warned, don't do this again, or it's going to be bad for you next time around. So obviously that's not acceptable to most folks. And if you're going to steal someone's car, you need to have some punishment.
Is that the language is captured starting at line 76?
I'm sorry?
Is that the language that you just spoke of where the penalty shall not be reduced or suspended?
Line 76 through 80.
And I guess my concern, Mr. Chairman, are we entering into the province of the duties and responsibilities of the prosecutors and or the judge, and putting language in the bill where right now, currently, the judge has the discretion along with the prosecutors in our criminal justice system to look at each fact's case specific and make determinations on what the proposed penalty should be?
You can certainly, if you view it that way, you can certainly argue that. I mean, sentencing guidelines have been a mainstay in courts for a long, long time, and it's certainly our province as legislators to determine what the penalties for a particular crime will be. The judges don't create those. They simply apply the law as we pass them. So I would disagree that it's not our place or stay in our lane. Our place and our lane is to determine for a particular crime that's committed in Mississippi what the penalties can be. It is certainly the discretion of the judge as to how to impose those penalties, because even here we have a range of up to and not more than, and certainly that's within the judge's discretion to decide for herself how much, based on the aggravating or mitigating factors, she wants to impose on that person. But I think the response that this bill is trying to produce is to say that it is simply not acceptable if you're going to steal someone's mode of transportation and deprive him or her of a means of getting to work and to school and to the doctors and everything else. At the end of that process, if you are in fact caught and you're prosecuted and you're found to be guilty of said crime, you ought not to walk out of court with zero time to serve. And that unfortunately is happening in some parts of our state.
And where is that happening, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, it's happening all over. I think no one spot in particular, but it certainly is happening. It seems more and more now than it used to. And so, in my response, similarly to your question, would be if you're a judge that's already imposing minimum sentence, you're not going to be bothered by this because you're already doing that anyway. It's only judges that choose not to sentence any time that might have some problems with this.
And one or two more general questions.
Sure.
In all of these bills that we will be seeing this session regarding increasing penalties,
yes, sir.
Is there any data that you've seen or that suggests that increasing penalties, they do in fact deter crime?
Well, I think that's just common sense. I mean, if there's no penalty to a crime, there's no point in not committing it. I mean, you're going to go ahead and get it, and on the off chance you get caught, oh, well, there's no penalty, so let's keep doing it. So
you have seen data?
That's my personal experience.
Oh, okay. My question goes to the data.
I mean, I have two little boys under 2 years of age, and if I spank them when they do something wrong, it occurs to me that they don't do that again the second time, or at least if they do, they kind of look at me like, are you really going to spank me again? Whereas if you don't, you're just like, oh, isn't that cute? He's just being a boy or whatever. They keep doing it, you know? So I think that's just common sense. If you don't provide a punishment and a penalty, then the message is, it's okay, keep doing it.
Yeah, but the current law does in fact provide penalties. My question went to whether or not you've seen data regarding increasing the penalties, because that's the concern, that increasing the penalties, they do not deter crime. There is no data that suggests.
I don't think this would necessarily be couched in the context of increasing a penalty. I think this could be couched in the context of actually imposing a penalty, because when you're suspending every day that you just sentence someone to, that's not a penalty. I can tell you, you're going to spend the next 5 years in jail, but oh, by the way, I'm just going to suspend that, go on home and have a nice day. That's what's happening, and that is not a deterrent at all.
And my last question, in light of where we rank nationally regarding the high rate of incarceration in the state of Mississippi, was any consideration given on what this bill and all the other bills that we may see regarding increasing penalty would do to our already overcrowded prison population?
I think it's a good question, and I think you and I have worked together the last at least 2 terms, and maybe longer, on trying to take penalties on drug crimes and things of that nature, dealing with addiction and doing criminal justice reform. And I think we've worked really hard on that. But I think we should always draw the line at crimes like this that oftentimes are violent in nature, where you're holding a gun to somebody's head and saying, you know, give me your keys and get out of the car. We're going to have a bill specifically dealing with carjacking here in a couple of days. So I hope you'll support us on that as well. But I do think that if you don't start deterring crime, that it's only going to continue its rampant escalation.
Thank you for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Thank you. Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question,
Are
please.
you for a question,
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Fillingham? You're
Yes.
recognized for a question, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Section 6, I understand we're dealing with someone who has received stolen property that is in excess of $25,000 in value.
Yes, sir.
Specifically, that's not a motor vehicle, correct?
That's not a motor vehicle, yes.
All right, and we have imposed a term of not less than 5 years,
Yes.
and that ties into Section 9, saying that time shall not be reduced or suspended, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be possession of stolen property over that amount would be a mandatory minimum,
Yes.
all right? And then Section 8 is dealing with a stolen property that is actually a motor vehicle.
Yes.
And kind of the same situation, Section 9 applies to that. The last sentence on 79 or 78, 79 and 80, are we saying that such persons shall not be eligible for parole before the percentage for the actual crime they've committed or before the end of the sentence in its totality?
The minimum term of the sentence.
Okay.
The minimum, the 5 years.
Both of those crimes are not crimes of violence. They are not listed in 9732 and are currently subject to the general probation laws at 25%. Is the intent of this legislation to make it a day-for-day crime?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Questions, Mr.
Are
President.
you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
Senator Fillingham, you said that there are certain places in Mississippi where they are sentencing individuals and suspending all of the sentences.
Yes.
Can you give me an example of someone or where that is happening and how
It's
that is
certainly
going to
happening in Hinds County, yes.
And this would be for, you're saying this is happening for what crimes in particular?
Well, it's happening on stolen vehicles, it's happening on carjackings, but largely vehicle crimes.
So would you be surprised to know that of the individuals spending time in our prison system for the crime of carjacking, the majority of them are from Hinds County?
I would not be surprised, no.
Okay. Would you further be surprised that the sentences that they receive are comparable to the sentences of every other court across the state?
I would be surprised at that, yeah.
Well, I would tell you that the data says that in Hinds County, a person who's sentenced for carjacking is in prison for an average of 12.6. The entire state is an average of 12.6 years. The entire state is 13 years. And so that goes back to the question, can you provide me data that having mandatory minimums and increasing punishment within themselves or taking disability from the judge, because I don't have a problem with where things stand, but imposing a mandatory minimum, do you have data that shows that that is a deterrent to crime?
I don't know that I have a study, if that's what you're asking for, that says that by increasing a penalty by 5 years or 10 years is a deterrent to crime. I just know that if I know as a potential criminal that I'm going to have the potentiality of being sentenced, period, number one, and not have my sentence suspended, which is really the gist of this bill, I'm going to think long and hard before I commit that crime.
So across the state, though, people are being sentenced, and they're being sentenced to the tune of over 12 years for committing these types of crimes. So I guess what you're telling me is that with all of the issues going on around us in Mississippi, we have spent time to propose legislation that we don't know if it actually does what we intend for it to do or not.
Well, let me say it this way. What we're doing right now is not working, so why don't we try something different?
Do we not have minimums in any other crimes within this state?
Oh, so we certainly do, yeah.
So what we're doing is not working, so why are we adding more minimums?
Well, I think, back to your earlier point, if the Hinds County judges are right on par with the rest of the state, then why would they care if we do this? They're already doing it anyway, according to your statistics.
But you're the one who said that people came to you asking for this. I'm not proposing that people care about it or not. What I'm saying is that I, as every other citizen of Mississippi, I want to be safe wherever I go in this state. However, I think that we are wasting our time presenting legislation that does nothing, but also we have no research to prove that it could even do what we're proposing that it's going to do.
Well, I'll just agree to disagree with you on that. I believe that there are instances across the state, particularly in Hinds County, but also in other parts of the state where people are committing crimes, they're being caught, resources are being spent to investigate and to prosecute those crimes, court time is being taken to then spent sentencing, and in certain instances, those sentences are then immediately suspended. So there's absolutely zero time served for these pretty heinous crimes.
Off. Okay, here we are. Yeah. So I guess my difficulty with this is that anytime I've wanted to propose legislation to this body, I've been asked a barrage of questions and to make sure I have data to back up what I have. I don't see any data here. Do you say people or sentences are being suspended completely? Do you have a number of people that's been done to? Do you have the records at where this is happening across the state, how this compares to people who are actually being sentenced?
Yeah, it's happening often in Hinds County, in particular in the city of Jackson, and we all have to live here, at least for part of the year. As you said earlier, we all want to be safe in the communities in which we live, and our citizens deserve to be safe in the community in which they live and reside. So I believe this bill will be helpful to that end. If you disagree, I respect your disagreement, and you can simply vote no.
So prior to proposing this legislation, did you look at any other options to deter crime or any other options?
I would have gone much higher personally if it was me.
So, but you're saying the only option that you look at is to increase the penalty. You didn't look at anything else that may help us in this state deter crime? Because again, I'm not against crime deterrence. I don't want people running around committing crimes or doing whatever. I want to be safe like every other Mississippian.
And yet they are, Senator Hickman. They are running around. Members of this own body, the lieutenant governor, they've had their vehicles stolen out of their homes. They've had property stolen. That is not acceptable in our state. It doesn't matter if it happens to us. That doesn't make it any worse. It's not an aggravating factor. But that's just a small sample size of 53 people here. And I know personally of about 4 or 5 people in this body who have had their vehicles stolen here in Hinds County, the city of Jackson. So to stick our heads in the sand and say, this is not a problem, we're being mean to people, we're not giving them a chance, whatever, that's just hogwash.
But you're miscategorizing everything I said. I have specifically said, I agree with you, it is a problem, but I asked, did you look at anything else that could help us deter crime? Because the one thing we agree on, there is crime. Crime needs to be deterred. The one thing we may disagree on, and you don't have data, I have a little bit of data, is that raising penalty does not deter crime. So I'm asking you, prior to proposing this legislation, did you look at any other ideas or did you explore anything else? Did you have any data that would say to us, these things could help deter crime?
Well, I certainly look at lowering the penalties because that's not going to help us in any meaningful way. We looked at raising some penalties, but I think most importantly in this legislation, it's not about raising the penalties, it's about making sure a penalty is imposed, that there is a certainty, a certitude that if I commit this crime and I get caught and I get convicted, then I will serve time for this crime. And I can promise you one thing, during that 5-year period or however long it's going to be, they will not be committing the same crime while they're in jail. They won't be out stealing another vehicle during that period of time. Similar to the death penalty. I mean, we make the analogy that it's so cumbersome and it's so expensive and it's so, yesterday or whatever. I promise you the person that is the subject of the capital punishment, they're not out making any more crimes happen because they're taken off the grid.
Yet, again, you're saying if we lower the penalty to if we up the minimum to 5 years on all of this.
Well, we just oppose a minimum. There is currently no minimum on this crime.
So here currently, people are being sentenced to more than double the minimum. And
In
we're still
certain cases.
And we're still having the same crime. And so what I'm saying to you, again, I think you have laser focused in on the only thing we can do is touch what the punishments are. But have we thought about ideas that could, one, save this conservative state money by not having thousands of people in prison, but two, help us become safer? Did we think of any other ideas, or were we just boxed into the only way we can solve crime is to lock people up, more people up for longer periods of time? And I would impose to you that while these people are sitting in jail right now, carjackings are still happening.
Well, I think some of the figures that you're referring back to also, what's actually is happening is there are multiple charges and there are concurrent sentences being imposed. So not only are they being sentenced for carjacking, in some of those cases, they were also sentenced for kidnapping in those instances here in Jackson, Hinds County. So I don't think it's a fair analogy, apples to apples comparison, when you say, well, in Hinds County, people for carjacking are being sentenced to 12 years. Well, in actuality, what's happening is they're being convicted for carjacking, for kidnapping, for having stolen property, for using a weapon as a felon. And all those things are being lumped into one sentence, sometimes which run concurrently. When you look at other parts of the state, that's not always happening. So I think you're jumbling the sentences and the crimes up a bit.
So I ask you this question again. Do you have any data to provide me? Because all I'm using is the data that I came with. You're carrying this bill. Do you have any data to provide me?
Yeah, I'll get it to you afterwards.
Okay. And so I think we went through this same thing in committee. So my next question is, did we look to strategies to implement violence prevention programs or public safety strategy, anything like that? Did we look into any of that before we said the way we want to spend Mississippians' dollars is to incarcerate more people, when we could maybe find a way that was less cumbersome on the state budget, but would also yield the same results at preventing crime?
Oh, I'd ask a different way. Have you filed a bill doing any of those things?
I have not.
If you haven't, then maybe you should.
But you're the person carrying bills, multiple bills, that said we are aiming that
Well, this is
at
my
preventing
focus.
crime.
Other people may have different focus. Maybe you want to, heap a bunch of love on people and, socially massage them in some way. I don't know. I'm not into all that. I just know that in this particular bill, there's a crime. There ought to be a certain punishment. And if you're not for that, I get it. Just vote no.
So again, I'm asking you this question, so I guess that means your answer is no. Prior to doing this, you've said over and over again, the mission of this is to deter crime.
Yes.
Did you look at anything
Well,
else
it's not
besides
just a mission to
penalties?
deter crime. No,
So
I don't think I said that. That's certainly one of the benefits. I think
So why are we doing
crime
this?
deserves punishment. So if you're going to commit the crime, there needs to be a certain punishment. So justice is a goal in addition to deterrence.
Okay, so did we look at any other way to bring just crime prevention into our communities outside of the penalties?
We spend lots of money on social programs, on social workers, on CPS, trying to educate our folks. But unfortunately, at the end of the day, despite all of our efforts, which are laudable and necessary, and we should continue to do those things, at the end of the day, if someone is going to commit a crime, there needs to be a certain punishment. And that's what this bill is about.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Barrett, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for question, Senator Fellingham?
Yes, sir.
Senator Barrett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for this, for your hard work on this bill. I too have had a vehicle stolen recently from my home.
I did not know that.
My question for you though is based upon subsection 9, where the pen is. It says, shall not be reduced or suspended, nor shall such person be eligible for probation or parole. And I know it references only subsection 6 and subsection 8.
That's
I
right.
want to make sure someone would still qualify if they had problems and they weren't a subsection 6 or 8 offense, they would still qualify for drug court or other
Of course. Yeah,
alternatives to incarceration?
Yes, great question. So as you'll see there on line 77, it says very clearly the minimum terms imposed under subsection 6 and 8 of the subsections shall not be reduced or suspended, nor shall such person be eligible for probation or parole. Therefore, any other subsection, they would be entitled to all those things.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question?
Certainly.
Please proceed, Senator Williams, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your hard work on this. Fear of consequence, it seems that this bill addresses the lack of fear of consequence. Would you agree with that statement?
Absolutely.
You're an attorney by trade, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you live in this space?
Well, I don't
not
do
an
criminal
attorney.
law, but yes, I'm an attorney.
Forgive the simplicity of the statement. If we pass this bill and the House passes this bill and the governor signs it, will the law-abiding citizens of the state of Mississippi be safer, in your opinion, than they are if we don't?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Williams. Senator Simmons, D. For what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Was a fiscal note per Joint Rule 20 requested on this bill since it has the effect to increase the revenue of the state either directly or indirectly based upon increasing incarceration in MDOC?
There's no money in this bill. There's no appropriation tied to this.
So no, a fiscal note was not done.
And one was not necessary.
Okay. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President, at the appropriate time.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, Senator Simmons, we're ready for your inquiry, sir.
Mr. President, my question is, per Joint Rule 20, is a fiscal note required based upon the language in the bill that increases penalties and also based upon subsection 9 that speaks to penalties shall not be reduced or suspended, which inevitably will raise the incarceration rate in the MDOC, which comes at a cost?
So move on. They get a wrong opinion.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. In reading Rule 20, the purpose of this bill is not to expend state funds. It is general law that's being done here, and so therefore it would not require a fiscal note as stated by Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Okay, other questions? Other questions? All right, Senator.
Move adoption based on the morning roll call.
You said morning roll? You're right, got to adopt the amendment first.
Sorry. Move adoption of the strike all amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, now we're ready.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? We have an objection. Please call a roll. Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Bowie. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingham. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Blunt. Boyd. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Frazier. Sparks. Tate. Voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Thomas, and Turner Ford.
Senator Barnett, for what purpose, sir?
To the vote, Mr. President.
Yes.
I voted aye, but I voted no, and I didn't hear my name called.
No for Barnett. He didn't hear his name called.
Voted no? Okay.
Roll call on every bill. Yes, that's what's going on.
Man, what you get, 35-16? Well, it passed, 35 yeas, 16 nays.
Bill passes 35 yea, 16 nay. Chairman Chasnow, you're recognized. We're on 21, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to that item, call it up, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2137, Mississippi Native Plant Month, designate each April as.
I make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Chasnow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize our Senate horticulturalist, Senator Michelle, to explain the bill.
Senator Michelle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman and President. Maybe we could feel the love on this non-controversial legislation. Many of you co-authored this bill, and I have heard from several of you hearing from your clubs, from your counties. Unfortunately, we're not able to get on the introduction by the time I had to introduce it. But Governor Reeves proclaimed last April as Mississippi Native Plant Month. And the United States Senate also designated April of 2021 and April of 2022 as Native Plant Months. And the Garden Clubs of America have taken their initiative to have all 50 states join in. And Mississippi has several thousand native plants and trees. And the clubs will be educating the public on the importance of their use in landscaping, and also because of their pest and disease resistance, their requirements to less fertilization and using less water, their importance as pollinators and preventing erosion, and also their importance to wildlife. And many of us enjoy hunting and fishing, and certainly they are important to our wildlife population. So this legislation would designate April of each year as Mississippi Native Plant Month, Mississippi. I'd be glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
I'd like to move adoption by the use of the morning roll call,
Morning roll
please.
call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Board is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator. Senator Williams, did you have an announcement out of order? Please proceed, sir.
Introduction out of order, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. If you would look in the South Gallery, we've got some very special guests here. We've got Judge Lloyd Spivey from Madison County, his son Cole, our good friend, and my better half, Cynthia, and my oldest, Gracie Ann. Please welcome to the Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. President.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Senator England, for what purpose?
Mr. President, I would like to ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author on number 21 on today's calendar that we just handled, Senate Bill number 2137, please.
Seeing no objection granted, Senator Chasnow, you're recognized. We're on 22, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to Senate Bill 2138, call it up, and ask the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2138, Tourism, designate the Mississippi Opal as a state gemstone.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, we introduced some folks who were from the Department of Environmental Quality earlier this morning. They have brought for us to admire and to consider for as our state's gem this beautiful opal, which was found down in the southern part of the state. There are about 11 counties that run in a swath across the southern part of Mississippi, and this is the only precious gemstone that has ever been found in Mississippi. This opal was created by volcanic ash from millions of years ago. So you can see it's truly a very special thing. And I would like for the Senate to consider this as an opportunity for us to recognize something that could be a tourism boon, because Australian gemologists have already been in contact with people in Mississippi to talk about that. As you know, Australia is famous for their beautiful opals. And while Mississippi is unique in its appearance, it does have flashes of color. These are just a rare find for us. And so if there are no questions, I would like to suggest use of the morning roll call, final passage of the bill.
Thank you. Questions? Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Thank you, Senator Chasnow. Bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to let this beautiful opal be in Shirley's office so that any members of the body that would like to come and have their picture made with it or to take a closer look at it will be able to.
Thank you. Senator Jackson, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be listed as a co-author to item number 22, Senate Bill 2138.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Delano, please proceed. We're on 23, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 23 and go to item 24 and have it called up, please, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title. Item 23 retains its place upon the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2717, Department of Information Technology Services required to report ransomware incidents and revised provisions related thereto.
Mr. President, I'd like to call the bill up, move that the rules be suspended to have the bill engrossed and read for the third time, placed on final passage.
All in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I'd also like to have the committee sub adopted in lieu of the original bill. And I would like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee sub, Senator.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, last year the governor vetoed a bill that I brought before you and the committee brought before you regarding ransomware detection and notification for state agencies. I've worked with the governor's office to work through the issues that they had, and it really surrounded making certain that the information that was gleaned from the agencies regarding cyber attacks or any other threats would be exempt from the public records request, or the Mississippi Public Records Act. So just to summarize what the bill did originally is that it required ITS to review the enterprise security program to incorporate nationwide best practices. It required a coordination and oversight of cybersecurity efforts across the state agencies, and required a review of minimum requirements for security that would be incorporated into state contracts for procurement. It also requires that ITS perform a cybersecurity assessment and provide a report to the legislature by November 1 of 2023. And the big issue here that was the most noted was that it required state agencies to report any ransomware attacks to ITS by the end of business of the following day. And again, this is the criminal or the cybersecurity assessments reports, as well as the ransomware attacks, are exempt from the Mississippi Public Records Act, and that is an explanation of the committee sub. I'll yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I suggest the use of a morning roll call.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Absolutely.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
You spoke about exempting this information from the Public Records Act, but would the agency still be required to notify individuals whose information may have been compromised?
Yes, that's not pertaining into this law. That's already an existing law. We're not touching that. All that we're doing here is the report that is filed by ITS or filed to ITS that gives the details of how the attack was done and how they gain entry into the system. That's what's going to be
And we
exempt
would
from
also
public
have
records.
a report to the legislature, but would that be withheld from the legislature as well?
No, that report will not be withheld from the legislature. That report will end up coming more than likely through LBO or to the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Thank you.
Senator Hobson, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, what's the penalty if it's not reported by the end of the next day?
Well, we do not have penalties in this particular bill. The issue here is that we already know most of the time from activity within ITS if there has been an attack, but we just wanted to state, yes, if an agency is attacked by ransomware, that they must notify ITS within 24 hours or by the end of the next business day. And that's just for us to be able to to make sure that we close any loopholes or provide any safeguards for other entities that are on our state network.
It's just state agencies, not, this is just state agencies, it's not city, county, schools.
That is correct. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. I will tell the body, originally, last year, we wanted to push this down to anyone that accepted state funds. That would include state or some of our local jurisdictions. That has been pulled back. And again, we want to perfect the program and set up the proper reporting requirements and get that in place and in practice. And then we will look at that at a later date.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions?
If there are no other questions, I'll move for adoption, use the morning roll call.
Committee sub, sir.
Committee sub.
No, you need to go adoption of the committee substitute.
We did that.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now we're ready, Senator.
Now we'll go to use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes.
Go to item number 25, Senate Bill 2727. Now have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2727, Mississippi Office of Space and Technology, create and direct Mississippi Development Authority to administer.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Make your usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, this is dealing with Stennis Space Center. And back in the 70s and 80s when Stennis was rocking and rolling, developing, when NASA was developing a lot of rocket motors and testing down there, the state of Mississippi created an entity that helped with the transfer of technology from our universities that were operating in concert with NASA. Now that we have changed and NASA has changed its role dramatically, where NASA is now looking for commercial venture to do the development and to do the testing of rockets and a lot of the space travel. The state of Mississippi also needs to change the way we do our business at Stennis. And what we're proposing right now is the very first step of probably a multi-year project that is going to create an entity that will work with Hancock County Port and Harbor Commission to attract other space clients to the coast into the state of Mississippi. So the very first step of that is going to be to create the Office of Space and Technology at MDA. And that's the very first step that's going to be done. Then that work will continue with the local entities to make sure that they're involved in how we proceed forward. But the purpose of doing this is to help the state of Mississippi negotiate master contracts with NASA for land and the development of land in that area that is now the Stennis Space Center. So that's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'll yield for any questions.
Senator Moran, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Absolutely.
Please proceed, Senator Moran.
You mentioned in there working with the Port and Harbor, the local entity there, development. Are they mentioned anywhere in the bill?
No, not at this point, because there is no. All this does is create the Office of Space and Technology at MDA, and then it establishes that MDA, through the Office of Space and Technology, would be the conduit by which we would negotiate with NASA for procurement of land or however that land is going to be transferred. So your entity, your local entity, would be a partner of the state of Mississippi that would work with MDA on those efforts.
But shouldn't that be mentioned in this bill, that language?
Well, no, not necessarily, because it may not be just limited to Hancock County. Okay. There may be other entities that would be involved with it as well, such as universities.
Do you foresee that in next year and the near future, as we come back next year, that we can broaden the scope?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, this is the first step. The second step would be to incorporate and make sure we have all the players in place to be effective in attracting investment to Mississippi.
Good deal. Thank you, because I know my folks are real interested, are very concerned, in fact, making sure that they have a place at the table.
Yes, sir. I've spoken with many of people in your community about this project as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Williams, for what purpose, sir? You for a question, Senator Delano?
Absolutely.
Senator Williams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your work on this. I think you may have answered this, but this is not necessarily restricted to the southern part of the state. This could be anywhere throughout the state. I know our presence is great with NASA down there at this point, but we do have aerospace players throughout the state.
Yes, yes. So the Office of Technology will be working across the entire state. No doubt about that. And MDA, they will continue their work to attract investment, especially in the space and technology areas. But this bill specifically deals with how we're going to move forward with Stennis Space Center and changing the way that it's done, that it has been done for the past 20 years to match where the market needs it to be today.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sojourner, for what purpose, ma'am?
A question.
Were you for a question?
Absolutely.
Please
Thank
proceed,
you,
Senator
Mr.
Sojourner.
President, thank you, Senator. You mentioned the term, these other space clients. I'm assuming, so these are private companies we're talking about,
That's correct.
these other clients.
Mhm.
And so through this bill, we would then be allowing taxpayer dollars to support those private companies.
Not in this bill. All that we're doing here is recognizing that we're going to establish an office at MDA that is going to be specifically focused on attracting space and technology or businesses to the state of Mississippi. They're also going to be the point of contact or the point of contact with respect to negotiations with NASA on regard to the future development of the Stennis Space Center.
Okay, so there's no dollars.
No
that will
dollars.
Be transferred from MDA.
Correct. No
to these
dollars, no
companies.
property, nothing.
Okay, and then one other quick thing. You mentioned that it would be creating the Office of
Mm-hmm.
Space and Technology. Within MDA, are there specific dollars associated with creating the office?
No, actually, the person is already there. What we're doing is we're just establishing a title that is going to be recognized as the point of contact within NASA for them to work with the state of Mississippi and MDA on these ventures.
Thank you, Senator. Senator England, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you recognize Senator England for a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Delano. Senator Delano, one of the points that I always try to look at in legislation is whether there's any conflict in the legislation. So I just wanted to ask you, sir, have you ever been abducted by aliens?
No, sir.
You ever seen a UFO?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. I think we're good. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator England.
If there are no other serious questions, I would like to move for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Final passage by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Card is voting no. Present, McDaniel. Present, Sojourner. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Please note the two presents. Thank you. 25, Senator.
Go to
20 I'm
item
sorry,
number 26.
26, that's correct. 26.
Senate Bill 2728, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2728, statewide master agreements and utilization of information technology acquisitions made by other entities authorized.
I'd like to make the usual motions.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, for the number of years, we've all had issues where agencies have come in and talked to you or talked to us about procuring technology and how difficult that process can be. About 2 or 3 years ago, started working with the ITS board and the executive directors to try to come up with something that will help alleviate some of these clogs that have occurred in the past years. ITS has brought this bill to us, and it's based off of some things that other states have done, and it's a recognition that, number one, that if you're going to procure technology in the state of Mississippi, there needs to be a competitive contract or a competitive process by which that's done. What is a little different with this bill is this bill will allow ITS to go out and initiate those procurements for master contracts And what that would allow for would be agencies well, it will allow for ITS to go out, do the procurement one time, and then the agencies would then be able to go and purchase off of that contract following all existing state laws with respect to technology procurements. So it allows it to do not only, or allows ITS to not only do master contracts for IT procurements, but it also allow for co-ops. And that's where one entity or one agency will partner with another agency to do an IT procurement, and then it'll allow them to do what's called a reuse or a piggyback. And that's where you have one agency that does a procurement, goes out to the street, gets a bid that comes back that's favorable, and then the other agencies are allowed to purchase off of that contract should the vendor allow to extend the same terms. So it does require that there is a competitive bid, and that there is a competitive process. Hopefully this will help alleviate some of the backlog that we've seen in agencies in getting technology procurements. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I will yield for any questions. If there are no questions, I'll move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Order is voted no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator Barr. Pass. Senator Branning. Item 27 retains its place on the calendar. Item 28 through 35 retain their place upon the calendar. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan. Senator Bryan retains his place upon the calendar. Chairman Michelle, Senator Michelle, we're on 37, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 37, Senate Bill 2224, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2224, insurance, prohibit insurer of third-party payers from setting maximum dollar amount reimbursement for proper ventilation treatment.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed. Senator Michelle.
I ask that Senator Black will be
Senator Blackwell, you're
able
recognized.
to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does, it comes to us at a request from the insurance commissioner. In the first section, section 1, the bill prohibits an insurer from setting a maximum dollar amount or reimbursement for non-invasive ventilation or ventilation treatment properly ordered and being used in an appropriate care setting. In section 2, this portion of the bill is to adopt rules and regulations to address any inequities in a provider reimbursement rates paid by a plan administrator for a healthcare claim incurred by an insured in Mississippi. And then the last thing, portion of this bill, third portion, addresses sort of the clean claim process. Currently, an insurance company in Mississippi must pay a clean claim that is submitted electronically by a medical provider in 25 days or within 35 days if the claim is submitted in a hard copy to the insurance company. And sometimes these claim payments are delayed, or the payments are delayed to the provider because the insurance company claims that the claim is not clean. So to assist providers with this process, this bill adds language indicating that upon request by the medical provider, the insurance company provide a list of information and documentation required for the claim to be considered clean. That's an explanation of the bill, or the committee sub, and I have an amendment at the proper time.
Questions on the committee substitute? All right. Yes. Have you got the amendment? Yes. Yeah. Have you got the amendment, Senator?
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1 second, please. All right, here we go.
What we've done here is on, at line 40, after the word inequities, we added or irregularities. At line 41, we did a strike of plan administered by third-party administrators licensed in the state regarding healthcare claims, et cetera. And then at line 43, we added the sentence, failure to comply with rules and regulations adopted by the commissioner under this section shall result in a fine not to exceed $10,000 per violation. And at line 616, amended it to take effect from and after passage.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment?
If no questions, I move for adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
No other questions, or move for passage by the use of morning roll call.
Seeing no objection. Move for passage, use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 38, Senate Bill 2649, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2649, minority, remove for beneficiaries of certain insurance policies.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had an unfortunate situation where an active duty military officer passed away. His wife was only 19 years old, and he had a young child as well. And because she was not at the age of majority, she was denied the benefits of the life insurance policy and did not even have money to bury the spouse, and obviously not to raise the child until she was 21. So what this would do would, where an insured is a member or a veteran of the United States Air Forces, including the National Guard or Reserves, that it would allow the beneficiary of at least 18 years of age to receive the benefits. Be glad to yield any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose?
Question.
Were you for a question,
Yes.
Senator Michelle?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why is it that with the example that you gave, why is it that the spouse could not receive the benefit?
We were told because she was not the age of 21. She's under the age of 21.
So is that based on a federal prohibition, or is that something that's codified in state law?
I'm not sure. I was told that this would clarify in Mississippi that would allow someone 18 or older to receive the benefits.
And so do we know what the current provision is that prohibited this individual from receiving the benefit?
I'm told it was the age, it's the fact that she was not 21 years old and could not receive, she was a minor and could not receive the insurance benefits when her husband passed away.
And so is it state law that designates the age of majority or not? Is that the issue?
Yes, Senator, it was because they would have had to set up a guardianship under that circumstance. It was contractual.
So it's state law that's the
Yes.
issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Of course, Mr.
Are you
President.
here for a question, Senator Michelle?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Norwood, with a
Thank you, Mr.
question.
President. Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Michelle, the example that you used was military, so this would apply across the board for, or it's just military?
This military, it's listed on line 7. If the insured is a member of veteran of the United States Armed Forces, including National Guard or Reserves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. Thanks, Senator Michelle.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're on
Thank
the bill.
you. Now move final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
I move the rules be suspended for the immediate consideration of Senate Bill 2369, item 36 on today's calendar.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We recognize we're on 36. Mr. Clerk, please.
Ask that the title be read.
Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2369, Department of Human Services, extend repeal is on certain sections relating to.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, sir.
I move that the committee substitute be considered in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
This merely extends the life of the Department of Human Services. The bill, as it left the committee, contains a repealer date, a new repealer date that would be in an election year. I have an amendment which would move that up 1 year. It's my opinion that if we're going to have repealers, they do better in year 2 or 3 of a term. I don't think the committee was tore up about the actual year of the repealer, but I think the committee did want a repealer. Having said that, I would like to offer amendment number 1, which I believe is just changes the date of the repealer.
Okay, let's adopt the committee substitute first, sir, and then we'll go to the amendment.
I move adoption of the committee substitute in lieu of the original. I move we consider the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on your amendment, sir.
No.
I'd like to offer the amendment.
One moment, please. Okay, Senator. Just 1 second, please. Okay, it's on the screen. We're ready, sir.
If there are no questions, I move adoption of the amendment.
Questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed,
The
Senator.
bill as it is before you is just a simple bill that extends the life of the Department of Human Services for 3 years. I'm told that others may have amendments at this point.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. President.
Proper time is now, sir. Please proceed. You have an amendment as well? No, we got the Blunt on there. If you bring yours up as well. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Okay, Senator Blunt, your amendment's on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, this bill deals with the Department of Human Services, which is a scandal in this state. And it deals with the powers and duties of the department, and it is our opportunity to fix what is broken. The amendment is short. It's on the screen. Give you the opportunity to read it, and then I want to show you a little bit about what the Department of Human Services has been doing with the TANF program, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, over the last few years. I'll put this on the screen after you've had a chance to read the amendment. We all know about the scandal and the criminal activity that has involved the Department of Human Services. We know that because we read the news. We don't know that because there's not been a single meeting in the House or Senate dedicated to fixing this scandal since it was first brought to public light. Not a single piece of legislation, not a single official committee meeting of this legislature has been held to deal with what State Auditor calls the biggest corruption scandal in the history of the state. And there are 2 parts. What I learned from our party hearings that were held last fall, the big takeaway that I have from that, and that I want to share with you, is the TANF scandal in Mississippi comes in 2 parts. The first part I think we all know about, and that's the illegal activity, the criminal activity, the volleyball courts, the wrestlers, all that kind of stuff. And that's just criminal, and the law enforcement prosecutors and the auditor's office is on top of that. But the scandal that is still there and has been there for a long time, long before Mr. Davis and his co-conspirators were involved in the scandal, is the state of Mississippi has been spending this money legally, but in a terribly inefficient manner that is not helping the families that we are supposed to help. Senator Blackman mentioned this in her remarks this morning. The state of Mississippi is spending its money legally, but because federal law gives such broad discretion, and because, generally speaking, it's our position to allow discretion of agency heads with this money, provided they follow the law. I believe the Department of Human Services has shown that they are not capable of making the right decisions. and this is not to be a criticism of Mr. Anderson, who I think is trying to fix a problem that he inherited, but this is a department, more than any other department, that needs the direction of the legislature on how this money is to be spent. And you have on the screen a breakdown of how this money has been spent for the last 2 years. And again, I want to emphasize, this is legal, but it's broken and it needs to be fixed, and this is our opportunity to fix it. The money that the state receives is entirely federal money. It's about $86 million a year in federal money. So what does the Department of Human Services do with that money? First of all, they don't spend about $30 million of it. They've got $120 million sitting in the bank right now. Not helping anybody. They're probably going to have to pay a lot of it back for all of the illegal activity that's been going on. We, the legislature, take $30 million of TANF funds that are meant to help the poorest of the poor and go to pay child protection services with it. In my opinion, that is the proper function of the general fund. Now, those folks are good people doing important work, but that is a general fund responsibility, just like it's a general fund responsibility to fund any other vital functions at any other state agency. So you got $86 million. You spend, for the most recent fiscal year, 57. You take $30 million that the general fund ought to be spending, that leaves you with 27. You spend $15 million on something called fatherhood subgrants, that's 15, that leaves you with $12 million. You spend you spend $4.5 million on administrative costs, that leaves you with $8 million. And how much money out of that $86 million is actually getting in the hands of poor people? $4.3 million. $4.3 million out of $86 million. It's all legal, but it's wrong, and we need to fix it. There are two ways to fix it. One is through the appropriations process, and one is through the general law process. And so what my amendment does is fix the general law to make it clear that the federal language that allows for 30% of all TANF funds to go for child care, go to child care. 30% of that, whatever that dollar amount is, it's usually about $86 million, is going to go to child care vouchers. First, before we fund other agencies that ought to be funded out of the general fund, before we fund fatherhood preventive services subgrants, before we take on additional administrative costs, we give child care vouchers to poor families, particularly poor mothers who want to go to work, This is something that I believe we can grant. If you read the governor's executive budget recommendation, if you read his EBR that came out last fall, he said that we serve about 21,000 children through child care vouchers, and we could serve 120,000. We could. The child care providers of this state have been suffering for a long time, and they know that there's money in the bank to help them. And we have allowed the department to decide how the money is spent and have not given them the direction they need to spend it wisely. So what the amendment would do is very simple. 30%, which is the maximum amount allowed under federal law, is going to go first to the existing Division of Early Childhood Care for child care vouchers. So primarily mothers can take their children to child care and go to work. That's what the amendment does, Mr. President. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Simmons, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Another amendment at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
You're next up, Senator Simmons. Senator Jordan, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
I have a question.
For your question,
Mr.
Senator
President.
Yeah, so you're recognized, Senator.
Senator, the money, the resources that come from the federal government given to this state of Mississippi, with not enough guidelines, you said?
They're very broad, Senator Jordan. They're very broad. And we have been taking advantage of the broad discretion that the agency has to spend the money in the way that is on the screen right now.
Yes, but now we have to realize that poor children who need these resources and mothers, these people are Mississippian as well. Since the money does come into the state, what you are saying is not being distributed as it should be?
That's my position, yes, sir.
How can anyone do that to poor people?
Well, I think that
regardless of who they are.
We, the legislature, have not been given the department the scrutiny that we ought to have been given the department. Again, I'm not being critical of Mr. Anderson. I think he's trying to clean up a mess, but we need to provide extra scrutiny on this department in light of all the goings-on that we've seen.
Isn't it so that those of us who serve here are, many instances, are elected by people, poor people, regardless to who they are?
Yes, sir, you're exactly right.
And it's only fair that the resources that come from the federal government to this state should be done equally and rightfully. Wouldn't you think so?
I would. The name of the fund is Temporary Assistance for Needy Families.
Yes, I understand.
And so, to me, and I think you would agree with me, that money should go to needy families, and that's what we're trying to do.
Regardless to who they are.
Yes, sir.
And Mississippi does have people need those services.
We do. We do.
Regardless of who they are. And it's wrong to do that. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
Totally wrong. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Parker, for what purpose you seek recognition, sir?
Question, Mr.
You have a
President.
question? You have for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes, I do.
Senator Parker, you recognize for a question.
Thank you, Senator Blunt, and thank you for bringing up this issue. Over the past few years, I've had similar conversations with Mr. Anderson about the TANF dollars. It seems like in almost every one of those conversations where my question goes to what else can we do with this? Because to your point, the $30 million carryover each year, that appears to be happening is continuing to build.
We are rating the
reserve
TANF
there.
funds to meet a general fund obligation, in my opinion.
Right. So my question is, with your amendment here, are you sure that we're within compliance with the federal regulations? Because the stipulation I've always gotten back when I've questioned, allocation of TANF funds for different things. I know Senator Horn a year or two ago had an interesting, I think, a savings account option where he was looking to try to use TANF funds for something or that or the other. But I too have been trying to find a way where we can use this in an effective manner. And are you sure that your amendment here is going to be in compliance with federal law and that we can actually do what you're proposing here?
Yes, I am sure. I got this information from the department. This is my amendment. This is not something that the department is proposing.
Right.
But I checked with them to make sure that this was allowed under the TANF guidelines and have been told that it would meet with the federal. It's a 30% cap. It fits the federal guidelines.
Right. And are you aware of any other avenue or any other way that we could use those funds in a different way, or is this just the one avenue you've discovered that is a possibility?
Well, rounding a little bit so I can do the math, if it's 86, let's call it $90 million a year. We're going to put $30 million a year every year by general law in the TANF program, and then we need to talk about what to do with the other 60. What I would do with the other 60 is first, I'd pay the CPS folks out of the general fund, but this is going to be something for Senator Hobson through the appropriations process. Right. This is not going to fix everything, but this is, to me, this is the simplest and best permanent fix because would be in general law.
And your amendment is not any new money. This is not taking away from any existing program. This is just an amendment that's allowing access to an amount that's been sitting basically in reserve to be used for the intent that you're describing, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. Senator Blackman, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
A question.
Are you for a question, Senator Blunt?
Yes, I do.
Senator Blackman's recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, did I understand you to say that only about $4 million is actually going to the people who need the funds from TANF?
Yes, ma'am. If you look at the second column, On the screen, this is for, I guess, the period ending September 30th, 2022. We got about 86 million. We spent 57.8 million. We took 30 million to Child Protection Services, but the line that I reference is the second line there, basic assistance, $4.3 million, which is less than we spent on administration of the program.
And do you know how long this has been going on?
I just got numbers for the 2 years that you see, but I'm sure you have heard, just as I have, complaints from child care providers for years. So I don't know, I don't have data beyond the 2 years on the screen.
Okay, and are you aware that 97% of the people who apply for TANF are rejected?
Yes, ma'am, I did know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question, Senator Blunt.
Yes.
You recognize Senator Wiggins for a question.
Thank you, Senator Blunt. The money that you're trying to do with this amendment, that's redirecting it to the child care provider program that is operated through DHS, correct?
Yes.
All right, and this is the same program, if my memory serves me, that in 2012, to cut down on fraud and accountability and to ensure accountability, fingerprints were required. And many of the child care providers, who, by the way, I support in many, many, many situations, revolted against that because they didn't want fingerprints. And do you remember that when that all went down?
I do.
And so these are the same people who are getting this money who rejected accountability at the time.
I don't agree with that.
Well, the statement from DHS at the time was this was to increase accountability and to be able to track the numbers so that we can reduce fraud. And these are the same ones who did that, and now we're going to give them money without the same controls in there.
To my way of thinking, there's a difference between being able to audit people, inspect people, make sure folks are following the law, and treating them like criminals by fingerprinting people, fingerprinting parents, moms, have to be fingerprinted when they drop off their child and go to work. Now, that to me was a bridge too far. That does not mean that there's no oversight of those vouchers. It doesn't, they're spending all this money on administration. I do not agree with the proposition that if you don't want to be fingerprinted, that you're engaging in fraud.
But the flip side of that is what do you have to hide if you're going to be fingerprinted? I'll be fingerprinted. I got nothing to hide. So why should you not want to be fingerprinted if you're getting money from the federal government and the state government?
I'm not aware of any other legal program in the state that someone is legally qualified for where they're required to be fingerprinted.
But that program that we're talking about, DHS, under the previous administration, wanted to crack down on fraud, and they required fingerprinting, and many of these child care providers pushed back and ultimately killed the program. Is that correct?
I think you and I are just not going to agree on the fingerprinting issue, and as for whatever the recommendations of the previous leadership of the department are, I'm not interested because they have no credibility with me whatsoever because they were involved in the biggest fraud in the history of the state. And if we disagree about fingerprinting, that's fine, but that doesn't mean there's no oversight of this money.
Well, I don't see anything in your amendment. Show me in your amendment where it talks about oversight.
The existing program, the existing child care program, which serves 20,000 families in the state, is running right now, and there's oversight on that program right now.
Which is the same program that we were talking about on the fingerprints.
That's right.
Okay, and so in your amendment, there's nothing that talks about oversight.
It is the same oversight that exists today for the 20,000 families that are on the program today that the governor recommended increasing by 5-fold in his executive budget recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Any other questions? Senator Jordan, for what purpose, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want clarification. A thief is a thief regardless whether they are recipients or not. What we want the theft, the stealing to stop if you got persons who are falsely given information who are recipients of these resources, that person should be stopped. But it's wrong for it not to reach any of them or the majority of the people who need these services. And it's wrong, in my opinion, disagree with if you want to, that for someone else to divert federal dollars coming in to help those who need it the most. Why would anyone want to take away from the poor, reject the poor, and we're foot-stomping, backslapping churchgoers?
I agree.
We are asked to serve the poor, the rejected, and the downtrodden. And then we steal from them and do something else with resources that not even ours that come to this state for that purpose.
That's right, Senator Jordan. I would say this scandal, we are all aware of it, and we've been aware of it for a couple of years.
We are.
And this legislature has not done anything to fix it. I mean, we have not held any hearings. We have not proposed any legislation. This is our opportunity to fix what we all know is a problem. And it takes a third of the money, which is allowed under federal law, that requires it to be spent on child care vouchers, so primarily mothers can drop off their children and go to work. And that's all the amendment does.
Well, it's not being done. Is those who receive and divert funds for some other purpose are guilty and should be punished for that, because it's not right according to what we all know. Now, I hope everybody here is some kind of Christian, and the poor shouldn't be rejected or passed by and somebody who don't need the resources for some other project if it was intended for them to exist. That's about all they can do off the resources. It's a limited amount. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions on the bill? On the amendment. On the amendment.
If there are no other questions, Mr. President, I would move adoption of the amendment.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
6 or more.
We need 6, please, standing. 1, 2. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler for 36. Butler for 38. Carter. Kaufman. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hale. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McLendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins? Williams? Younger? Barrett? Branning? Bryan? Delano? Thomas? Voting yes or yay? Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Parker, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay, Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parks, Hope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Yes, sir.
Amendment fails. 17 yeas, 35 nays. Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, as Senator Blunt just said, that our TANF program, as we all know, is broken. And so this amendment is an attempt to fix one part of the TANF program. As we know, our current program is filled with bureaucratic red tape and punitive sanction policies. People don't lose TANF because they are no longer poor or because they have exhausted all of the assistance that they have received. As we know, 97 of the applicants who apply for these benefits are rejected. And we have some of the strictest sanction policies allowed under federal law for things as simple as missing an appointment with a caseworker and reasons other than employment, and earnings account for about 70% of the closed TANF cases. Mississippi also punishes the whole household with full family sanctions. This amendment simply removes one of those impediments to recipients receiving the much needed assistance that was intended for them to receive under federal law. We must eliminate the mandatory upfront drug screening and drug testing requirement that applicants face today. This requirement simply falsely suspects TANF applicants of drug use, and this acts as a deterrent for the needed assistance that they need to support their families and to move them out of their current conditions. We know that the providers of these federal funds do not or are not required to be drug tested. And so why are we testing those who the funds were intended for? That's all the amendment does. It removes the drug testing requirement. I ask for your support on this amendment. I'll answer any questions. If not, Mr. President, I ask for passage of the amendment by roll call vote.
Senator Butler, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator Simmons?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Butler is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Simmons. So what are you trying to do here, Senator? Are you trying to remove some of the red tape to help the people that need the help the most?
Correct, Senator Butler. We automatically, under Mississippi law, we assume that these applicants are drug addicts and they are drug users. And so in our law, we require them to be tested before they even receive these benefits. So what we want to do is remove that red tape. Let's get this money to those applicants and to those families that the federal government intended this money to go to, and let's help move them out of their current condition.
Okay, and also you mentioned that, did you also mention about the cash money that tenant recipients supposed to receive and that I think it's over $47 million in that fund that's not being used, is that correct?
Correct. Currently, out of the roughly $86 to $90 million that we receive from the federal government, about $47 million of that, Senator Butler, is unobligated, meaning it's actually just sitting in the bank.
And why are they not able to get it?
Because 97% of the people who apply are rejected. And one of the reasons why they are rejected is because of the strictest requirements we put in place for the applicants. And one of them is this drug testing requirement, that what this amendment will do will remove that.
Now, did you just say 97%?
97%.
And they disqualify because of?
For various reasons, but one of the reasons is a drug testing requirement.
So then you're basically saying that the program is broke.
Certainly.
We need to try to fix it.
We're trying to fix it. That's what Senator Blunt tried to do with his amendment, and this is one of many things that we could do to try to fix it. And that's why I'm asking for support on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
All right.
Okay, seeing no further questions.
Ask for roll call, Mr. President.
Okay, we need 6, please. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Bryan. Butler to 36. Hickman. Hobson. Johnson. I didn't hear it. Okay. Thompson. Whaley. Okay. Voting yes or yay? Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, Turner Ford. Voting no or nay? Barnett, Blackman, no, Barnett, sorry, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Barnett was a yes.
Yeah, that's right.
2, 4, 7, 10.
Senator Hickman. One moment, sir, we'll call the vote. Just one second, I just want you to be present. Is your amendment up here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
15 yeas.
15 yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 15.
15 to 35.
Yes. Failed, Governor. 15 yeas to 35.
Amendment fails, 15 yeas, 35 nays. Senator Hickman, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make this as brief as possible. I think this is the last amendment. I'm not sure if we saved the best for last or they just wanted everyone to be real tired of the freshman when he got up here. But this amendment is a short amendment. It's a one-pager as well. Today, this body has, we've seen bills that proposes to fix everyone's problems except our own. We've seen bills that have an effort to fix the city of Jackson's water system. We've seen bills that have an effort to fix some things here in Hinds County. However, we have heard nothing from this body regarding fixing our system as it deals with TANF. What this amendment to the bill does is on line 216, it adds a maximum and a minimum qualifying for TANF benefits. And it also says that the Department of Human Services shall not deny TANF benefits to any family assistance unit under 130% of the poverty line. What we need to understand about TANF is that TANF is actually a program that I think we could all believe in. TANF is a pass-through program. It is not something that is meant for long term. It is temporary. If our system was working properly and we were using the funds for what they are intended to be used for, we could effectively lift people out of poverty and have them contributing to society and never need welfare again. However, in recent times, we've heard and understood that our system is not doing what it's supposed to do. We're diverting funds to people who don't need them, first of all, and we are dismissing the poor and people who could really benefit from this and be lifted up out of poverty. And so what this program does, it requires Department of Human Services to service a certain amount of individuals. And I think the fact has already been mentioned today that only 9% of people who apply for TANF benefits actually receive them. That's 90% plus people who are being denied benefits who are poor people. And I think all of our mission, we all say that what our mission is, we want to lift people up out of poverty. We want to have a strong working class. We want to have all of these strong things. This is to help the working poor. And so I'll answer any questions at this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill. Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You seek a question, Senator
I
Jordan?
have a question.
Senator Jordan, you seek a question. Will you yield, Senator Hickman?
Yes, Mr. President.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Senator Hickman, TANF mean temporarily assistant. How many months are involved temporarily? How many months are they allowed in terms of months? Is it 1 year or just few months? Temporarily assistant for needed families.
Yes, it is a temporary program. I don't have the exact months they're allowed to be on that program, but it is a pass-through program. And and I think the time limit changes due to program. There are several programs within TANF.
And at the present time, what is the percentage that receive TANF funds? You have that information? At the present time, what percentage of those people who need those services receive them?
Currently, we're at a little bit above a 9% approval rate, and council just told me on any services with TANF, you're allowed 60 months for throughout the
How many
services
months?
that TANF offers. 60.
5 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then they have to come off. But you can test those individuals who you may think that abusing the system.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, as I think Senator Blunt was the one who mentioned this, the money that we get, the block grant that we get, we have broad discretion over that. The state of Mississippi could set up a very good program that works for the individual state of Mississippi. I think the mission is why I think that the federal government sends it down on broad faction, because issues in Mississippi are different from issues in California or Wyoming or any other state. And so they allow the state to effectuate their program.
But final question. You pay federal income tax as well as I do. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And many, many others who want to help the poor and the rejected and the downtrodden. But when the system cut that off, that denied me my right of where I want my federal tax to go. When the federal government send money down here and then we distort it and use it for, not use it for the purpose in which it was sent here for, what kind of state can we, what are we becoming that we don't care anything about the poor, rejected, downtrodden? Isn't that what religion and life is all about, helping those? Isn't that what Christ did?
Yes, sir.
Why won't we learn that since we are students of biblical history? That's wrong. There's two left shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready on your motion, Senator.
I move for adoption of the amendment by use of the roll call vote.
No, it's just a, yeah. It's first is all ayes unless you have 6 or more standing. Amanda, you want-
6, we need 6 standing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler for 36. Butler for 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Delano. Who else, man? Johnson, Kirby, Norwood, I think they got them right. Voting yes or yay? Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Bryant, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, it failed, 16 yeas, 35 nays.
Amendment fails, 16 yeas, 35 nays. Senator Fillingane. I'm sorry, Senator Bryan, I'm sorry, we need final passage, Senator Fillingane. One moment, please. Senator Bryan, you're recognized. Speak on final passage. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, briefly. The question posed by the amendments today is, in response to the biggest public scandal involving a state agency in the history of this state, what did the legislature do? The answer expressed today is nothing. We do nothing. We make no changes. That attitude is the reason we got in this problem in the first place, because it is a disregard for the politically powerless. And as we work our way through this session And as the House bills come over here, as we conference, I hope, on some of these bills, I would say to you, it's our job to fix what is broken. And the TANF program is broken, and we've got a little less than 2 months to fix it. So let's do that. Thank you.
Senator Bryan, you're recognized.
Mr. President, just briefly, I would like to start by saying that Mr. Anderson and those who came to the department with him had a mess when they got there. And I think all of us agree that Mr. Anderson is certainly improving the situation from what it was when he arrived. And I think the governor made a good appointment. We appointed Mr. Anderson. Having said that, there are issues about the department separate and apart from the criminal matters that are very concerning. As far as the criminal matters are concerned, it seems to me the best venue for dealing with those are the prosecutors at the state and in particularly at the federal level. And I hope those prosecutions are going on. But there are also philosophical questions about what we ought to be doing with the money that we have and the flexibility that the state has. And so one of the reasons one would offer an amendment, being fairly certain the amendment was going to fail, is to try to get into the public debate and to try to make people aware of some of the options that exist and some of the paths not taken. And I'll just give one example. When this whole business of reforming welfare and coming up with TANF and all of that came about, one of the motivating factors was a desire to get more people into the workplace, to get more people employed. And in order to do that, from the very beginning of the change in the program, there was a realization that people who had been out of the workforce and were not in the workforce needed support, needed help in getting into the workforce. They need job training in many instances, to be sure. But over the years, I can tell you, I've talked to people of all political persuasions in Mississippi and other states, and everybody that looks at this says, we've got a group of people who really want to work. We don't have to encourage them to work. They want to work. But they have difficulties with things like daycare. They have difficulty with things like transportation. And there are obstacles that these people who want to work can't overcome. Yes, it's true, other people do overcome those obstacles and on and on, but not everyone does. And so from the beginning of the program, there have been thoughts like, we need to figure out a way to provide daycare. We need to figure out a way to provide transportation. And that will help get a large number of people back into the workforce, which is said to be the aim of all these reforms. And it is extremely frustrating that we have money that could be used for additional vouchers for childcare, so that there would be someone to care for children when their parent is at work. And we're not taking advantage of that. And yet we complain about people not working. Senator Parker had a hearing a week or so ago with people involved in workforce development. It's really good hearing. And the people there who've been, again, on the ground working, say there are problems with transportation, problems with childcare. So I think the amendments were offered in an attempt to try to move the ball down the field, to try to get these issues into the public debate in the hope that another day a different outcome will prevail. Having said that, Mr. President, I suggest use of the morning roll call.
This morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Of course, voting no. President? Seeing none, Senator Fillingane. Senate, we're on 39 of 135.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item number 39 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item number 40.
39 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2298, Bail Agents, Revised Procedure for Determining in Municipal and Justice Courts.
I make the usual motion.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you'll recognize Senator Wiggins to handle the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill comes to us from the Bail Agents Association, and just a little bit of background. What the bill is doing is addressing, putting in certain language with regards to municipal courts and justice courts. And in our court system, most of where bail is set is actually in your municipal courts and your justice courts, even though the trials end up in circuit court. And there's been a lot of what I call disjointedness going on in the state. And so what this is doing is putting these requirements in there. And in short, it is allowing or directing that bail cannot, there are other things that must be considered for bail instead of just keeping them in there at setting a high bail. And by the way, that is what the U.S. Constitution and that's what the Mississippi Constitution requires. And there are the Mississippi Rules of Criminal Procedure, and this language is being borrowed from the Mississippi Rules of Criminal Procedure as to what's required in bail. And this is applying to when there's a surety, a bail agent. You can make bail a number of different ways. And this is simply requiring what it takes for a bail agent. And what that means is, in short, you pay 10%. If your bail is at $50,000, you pay 10% of that, and the bail agent is on the hook, and they're required to get you to court on that. And by the way, under the constitutions, you are entitled to bail. Contrary to what a lot gets said, you are entitled to bail. And so what this is doing is trying to move people through the municipal and justice court systems quickly, which one, there's already a rule on the books that they have to have a hearing within 48 hours. That's not being done in a number of places. And so this is trying to move people through the system quickly, constitutionally, and allow that to happen. And so the language in Section 1 and Section 2 is the same language applied to justice courts and municipal courts. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, sir.
Move passage on the morning roll call,
Use of
Mr.
morning
President.
roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Court is voting no. Present. No. Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. You're on 41. Pass on 41 and 42, Senator. Thank you. Chairman Blackwell, 43.
I'd like to reluctantly pass 43 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 44 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2212, Recipients of Medicaid Extend Postpartum Coverage up to 12 months.
This is the same exact bill that we passed last
Makes the
session.
usual, Senator makes the usual motion.
I'm sorry.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're ready now, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the exact same bill that we passed last session 3 times, 45 to 5. All it does is extend postpartum care for women from 60 days to 12 months. And I can, interest of time, since we did it 3 times, I'll yield for questions. And if there are none, ask for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Okay, questions? Questions? Seeing none, use of the morning roll call has been requested. Does anyone object to the procedure? 1 minute, please.
Mr. President, point of order.
Yes, Senator.
We'd already moved for final passage. Is it still appropriate for an amendment to be?
We had not called a vote yet, Senator. Thank you, though. Senator Blackman, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment simply adds a section, I think it's 29, to this bill, which will allow the expansion of Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act for those with 138% of poverty. We know that we have approximately 38 hospitals that are about to close. Those hospitals need patients. Those patients provide income. If Medicaid were expanded, those individuals who are considered the working poor because they're working 1 or 2 jobs and they can't afford to buy health insurance, their employers are not offering them health insurance. By this expansion, we would be able to provide health care for approximately 200,000 Mississippians across this state. So I urge adoption of this amendment. If there are no questions, I would like for a roll call vote to be had on this amendment.
Questions on the bill? I'm sorry, questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Okay, we have to, yeah, Senator Blackwell gets to speak, and then we'll ask 6 to stand. One moment, please. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill in front of you is about extension of benefits. We're not talking about expansion. If you vote for this amendment, you in essence have killed this bill. I'd recommend you voting no.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sparks, for what purpose, sir?
I had a question for Senator Blackman. If we've already moved past that, that's okay.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Okay, Senator, you've asked for a roll call. We need 6.
Okay, do I get to close?
Yes, you've already, he gets to close, ma'am.
Oh, he
You've
got
already
to
spoken.
close.
Yes, ma'am, he spoke. We need
Okay.
6 standing, please. Do we have 6? 1, 2, 3. We have 3. We have 4. Okay, we have 6. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. I didn't hear. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger.
Did you get Tate? He said no. I saw him.
Okay, all right. Sir, all right. Brian. Delano. McMahon. I think we got him. Voting yes or yay. Barnett, Blackman, Blunt, Butler of the 36, Butler of the 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Norwood, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hill, Hobson, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger.
Amendment fails 15 yeas, 36 noes. Senator Black.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Anyone object to the procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. McDaniel, Chisholm, Branning, Sojourner, McClendon, Suber, Hill. I'm slowing down just a minute. Seymour, you up to date with me? Kaufman, Whaley, Moran. Yeah, I got Tate. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none. Passed. That's okay. Read the no votes, please.
Voting no or nay. McClendon, McDaniel, Chisholm, Branning, Sojourner, Suber, Hill, Seymour, Kaufman, Whaley, and Moran.
Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Blackman.
Going to item 45 on today's list, Senate Bill 2358. Senator Tate, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 45, Senate Bill 2358, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2358, ballot harvesting ban.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I'd like to be recognized to explain the committee sub.
You're recognized.
This is a simple bill. It's hardly over a page long. Basically, what this is going to do is this is going to prohibit just anyone from being able to handle ballots for voters. There's several provisions in there that allow for exceptions. There's an amendment that I'd like to add at the proper time that'll actually have a penalty here if you actually do that, but I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, Senator, your motion. We do have one question. Senator Kelvin Butler, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Explain again what this bill does.
So right now, what we have is nothing on our books that states that anybody can just handle people's ballots. And in the situation of election integrity, to make sure that things go properly, we want to have something on the books to make sure that not just anybody can handle someone else's ballot.
Okay, well, you keep saying anybody. What you talking about?
Just anybody, that's right.
I mean, what you mean,
But if you
so
look,
you
if you
mean
look in the
so-
bill.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. If you look in the bill, it does allow for exemptions for any election officials, for the post office, family members, caregivers. So there are some exceptions.
So is people coming in after, when the doors close at 7 and grabbing the ballots and
It's about
taking them?
absentee ballots that are out, whenever they're mailed out or something like that.
Okay, well, see, you just
see what I'm
said
saying?
absentee, see, so
I got
I didn't
you,
understand.
yes.
See what I'm saying? I don't know what you're talking about.
I appreciate you. Yes,
Okay, thank
yes,
you.
thank you.
Lee.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I didn't hear the answer that I have a similar question. Explain to me, I didn't hear what.
You yield, Senator Tate?
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me what it does.
What this will do is this will prohibit just anyone from being able to handle ballots that have been mailed to voters for absentee voting. It lays out a few exceptions for people that can actually handle the ballots, but it makes it where it'll be restricted where you don't have like a candidate or some individual just going throughout a neighborhood. picking
Who are
up
the
ballots
ones who
and
can handle the ballots?
Sir?
Absentee ballots. Who are the ones who can handle the absentee ballots?
The bill lays out 5 different election officials, post office employees, family members, household members, caregiver, and then we have at the end what's called a common carrier of transport goods like a UPS or FedEx.
But a person coming by and selecting or collecting absentee ballots could
Yes.
not.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what you're trying to stop.
Yes, sir. What
That's
it is that the Secretary of State, every single election, not any one election, every election gets calls about how there's someone going around trying to collect ballots. And right now, we don't have anything in the books that will prohibit that. So this will be able to crack down on that.
So those agencies that you name are the only one can handle absentee ballots?
Yes, sir.
No one can come around and get in the community and get ballots and then take them up and say, these are absentee ballots that I want to.
Yes, sir.
So that is prohibited under this bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Seeing no other questions, Senator Tate, do you have an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Can you place it on the screen, please, so that the members can see it? Motion first is adopt the committee to sub.
Yep.
Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized now for your amendment.
So for the amendment, we realized that there was no actual penalty. So what we did is we just wanted this to be subject to the same penalties as 97-13-37, which is basic for several penalties that come with violating election law.
Any questions on the amendment? Seeing none, your motion is to adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, on final passage.
Yes, sir. Ask for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Hickman, no. Senator Derek Simmons, no. Blunt, no. Albert Butler, no. Horn. Too fast. All right, no. Turner Ford, no. Norwood, did you get Horn? No Kelvin Butler. No Frazier. No Thomas. No Jackson. No Blackman. No Jordan. No Sarita Simmons. And no Barnett. Any others wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Senator Tate, moving to item 46.
Yes, sir. I'd like to go to item number 46, Senate Bill 2423, and that's the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2423, elections require that candidates receive majority of votes in general election to be elected to statewide office.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized for the committee substitute.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very non-controversial bill. Basically, when we had our election back in 2020, we did away with, our form of electoral college for our statewide elected officials, for our state officers. And what this bill will do is just simply state that, if in the case there is no one that has a majority, then there will be a runoff. That'll be 3 weeks after the after the general election, and the one with the most votes there will win. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Question, Senator Blackman. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
The question, Mr. President.
Question, Senator Tate, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator Blackman.
Senator Tate, has there been a problem in any general election in the past where someone did not receive the majority vote and they were elected?
Well, we haven't had one since the 2020 election. We're in the general election. We changed the way that we elect our statewide officers, so we haven't had that opportunity, I guess.
Okay, what did we change in electing our statewide?
Before, you had to get a majority of the votes, and also you had to win the electoral college, which was each House seat throughout the state of Mississippi, majority.
We eliminated that you had to come to the House and Senate, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so now we're trying to eliminate that if someone wins by a plurality of the votes, that they cannot be deemed the winner of the election for a general election.
From what I understand, you cannot with the plurality, and there was nothing in place to specify that there should be a runoff. And so this is something so that we have it where it's spelled out, hey, we are going to have a runoff, and this is how it's conducted. Because for our statewide officers, there was just nothing there in code.
Okay, you're saying that there was nothing specified. So if there was nothing specified, if there were a Democrat, a Republican, and an independent running, and the Democrat received 49% of the vote, the Republicans received 47%, and the independent received 4%. You're saying that Democrat can't be deemed the winner of that election?
That's what was explained to me. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you very much. So this is only in
Senator Tate,
statewide
you yield.
elections.
Yes, sir. It'll be for statewide for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, state auditor, treasurer, and attorney general.
Okay, statewide election.
Yes.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Seeing no further questions, your motion, Senator
Motion is
Tate.
to adopt the committee sub.
Motion is to adopt the committee sub. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
Yes, sir. Ask for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator has requested adoption of Senate Bill 2423 by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blackman. Seeing no other senators that wish to be recorded as voting no, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present. Turner Ford, voting no. Please record all other senators present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2423 passes. Moving to Senate Bill 2564, number 47 on the calendar, Senator Moran. Senator Moran, you pass. Number 48 on the calendar, Senator Delano. Senator Delano passes. Senate Bills 49 through 51. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 49, 50. They retain their place on the calendar, and we go to item 51, call that up, ask the title be read.
Items 49 and 50 will be skipped and retain their place. Item 51, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2652, Mississippi Vulnerable Person Abuse Registry create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. My motion will be that we adopt the committee sub, and I be allowed to explain the committee substitute.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This is a bill to protect our most vulnerable in the state. And what it is doing is directing the Department of Public Safety to establish and maintain a registry to be known as a Mississippi Vulnerable Person Abuse Registry. And what that means is that anybody that's convicted or who convicted or the Attorney General's office prosecutes who is convicted as who is convicted as abusing a vulnerable adult, then they go on a list. And the purpose for this is to prevent and to track people from being hired in future places in your elderly care homes and things like that. Section 1 directs the creation of the list and lists out the things that get you on there, and then directs the Department of Public Safety to prescribe rules for that. Section 2 is, most of it is already current law, and it's simply amending over on lines 272 that certain federal, state, and local governments can have access to the list. By the way, the list is confidential. It can only be released in certain circumstances. And it also allows for a guardian ad litem, who is a person appointed by the court to protect the vulnerable person, allows them to have access to it so as to get them the needed services that they have. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Senator Wiggins? Senator Hill, you have a question?
Actually, two.
You're recognized.
The
Senator, you yield?
Yes.
The first one, they have to be convicted. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I do know of cases in my area where somebody who actually was found guilty of exploitation of a vulnerable adult financially was given non-adjudication. Would they be on this list? I just want to, it is a practice. I know for a fact it's a practice. So I'm wondering why we're creating a registry if they're given non-adjudication for.
Well, okay, so, and that allows me to say this, is that the Attorney General's office has a vulnerable abuse division that they prosecute.
Yes.
But some of those cases, and generally maybe of a financial nature, are handled in your local DAs, and they do that. This list is being done to this isn't addressing anything dealing with non-adjudication or pretrial diversion, but it's creating the list that DPS keeps to prevent people from going back and working in those areas. And so it allows for background checks, and it directs that if anybody's hiring them in these personal care homes and things, that they can access this list for background checks.
Okay.
But so that, what you're describing, this isn't particularly addressing that.
Okay, so we have no idea really who's doing what because some of them are being non-adjudicated. Would it have to be a physical abuse case to be on this list? So if it's financial exploitation, they're not necessarily going to be on this list?
So if you look at line 20, it says that individuals being convicted of the crime of abuse, neglect, or exploitation of a vulnerable person. And then it lists other things. So abuse, neglect, exploitation of a vulnerable person.
Okay. You may remember the first year we were here, that's the first bill I ever worked on with my esteemed former colleague, Senator Tindall, where we extended the statute of limitations, actually put some teeth in the law, and I believe we named it after a relative of mine that was exploited. So I just want to make sure that we're not letting people off easy or, to me, that's the worst thing you can do. I mean, you know, if you're going to exploit or steal from somebody that's infirmed and sick and not in their right mind, I just want to make sure that we're just not doing anything to let them off without, I think they need a record. I mean, and I was kind of shocked whenever a friend of mine who worked at MDOC basically said the person who exploited her grandmother just got off, you know? So,
Consider this the next step in your bill, and with Mr. Tyndall over DPS, I'm sure that he will make sure that keeps going forward.
well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Seeing no further questions, Senator Wiggins, your motion is
Passage on the morning roll call.
adoption of the
Mr.
committee
President.
substitute
Oh,
first.
adoption of the committee substitute, Mr. President.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it now. Final passage, Senator.
Final passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President, is my motion.
Thank you. Senator Wiggins has suggested use of the morning roll call on final passage. Does anyone object to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all persons present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving to item 52 on today's calendar, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask that item 52 retain its place on the calendar and be passed.
Item 52 will retain its place and be passed.
When we go to item 53, it asks the title be read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2054, appointing state officers, provide for the removal of, for certain forms of willful neglect.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, barely. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like for you to recognize Senator Blackwell to explain the bill.
You're recognized, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think, a number of times we appoint individuals to be over some of our agencies, and we realize that was a mistake, and we want to recall them, but we don't really have a provision to do that. 2054 does that. It amends Section 2551 of the Mississippi Code. And at present, this section addresses judicial removal of officers for the commission of certain criminal acts. The amendment of this bill that we have in front of us would also set out conditions for which removal may occur in the case of willful neglect. So part of the procedure is covered under lines 36 through 43. Under the bill, the Senate, the House, the governor, or the state auditor may by resolution resolve that an office holder has engaged in willful neglect and should be removed from office. It talks about in lines 44 through 55, what some of the willful neglect shall include, such as failure to comply with a subpoena by a court, missing 3 consecutive meetings of a board or commission to which the officer was appointed, failure to repay misspent funds. And then it defines the role of the Attorney General in lines 56 through 63. And then the effect of the removal in lines 44 through 67. This does not apply to elected officials. I think we have another bill that's circulating that will do that. That's an explanation of the bill. I'll yield for questions.
Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Any questions? Seeing none, your motion, Senator Blackwell?
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator requests passage by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Senator Younger? Senator Younger is requested to be co-author. Without objection, you'll be listed as a co-author. Moving on, Senate Bill 54, item 54 on today's calendar. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 54. As the title be read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2673, Mississippi Real Estate Appraisal Board, make independent from Mississippi Real Estate Commission.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes do have it. You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you may or may not know, for many years, the appraisal board, at what we know as the appraiser board, a real estate appraiser board, and the real estate board are 2 separate entities operating separately, but as some things do, we have the same administration cost for both. They are housed together. So what this bill does is separate the 2 boards and make sure that they are physically
and legally separated for sure. After many years, of course, appraisers do one thing, real estate agents do another, that sometimes seem to be contradictory in that you don't need to have them so close together. So this bill separates the two for sure, administratively and legally. The only important thing that I think you need to know is about the board itself. It will be constituted with 5 members from each congressional district, which was as of January 1, 2004, and 1 member from the state at large. No more than 2 members of the board shall be appointed to hold membership in the same professional appraisal organization. No members of the board that currently serve will have to leave. They will stay until their term expires, and then they can be reappointed if they so choose. That's an explanation of the bill. The rest of it just talks about the different ways that the state agencies will assist IT, DFA to make sure that physically everything gets separated as it should. If there are no questions, use the morning roll call and final passage.
Questions? Senator Butler.
Question, Mr. President.
You recognize. Senator, you yield?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Polk. You said the congressional district 2004, did we have 5 districts then?
4.
So we had 4 in 2004, so it'd be from that.
And that's why we put that date in there. From now on, what those districts were in 2004, that's the way it'll seem if we gain one or lose one.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Butler. Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Polk, your motion.
Use of the morning roll call, final passage.
Senator Polk has suggested use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Present, Senator Carter. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all others as voting aye on Senate Bill 2673, and the bill passes. Thank you. Moving on to item 55 on today's calendar, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I'd like to have 55 and 56 passed, retain their place.
55 and 56 will be passed and their place retained. Moving on to item 57, Senator Hill.
Thank you. I'd like to call that bill up and have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2612, Construction Bring Forward Code Sections Concerning Local Permitting and State Board of Contractors Licensing.
Take the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has no changes.
Senator, you move to adopt the committee substitute.
I'm sorry. Move to adopt the committee substitute because a reverse repealer was put in committee. That's what makes it a committee sub.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. All this does is bring forth these code sections with regard to construction and permitting for potential amendment as we move through the process. There's been nothing changed in this. This is just like the MAEP bill that's just bringing forth some code sections for potential possible amendment.
You've got an amendment, Senator Hill?
No. I mean, I'm talking about as it moves through the process. I don't have an amendment. I'm just bringing forth the code sections. The bill has a reverse repealer in it already from committee.
Okay. Any questions on the committee substitute? If not, your motion, Senator.
Motion is passage on the morning roll call.
Her motion is, I think, to adopt the committee substitute.
Adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now on final passage, Senator.
Now, I'd ask for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator requests use of the morning roll call on final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2612 passes. Moving on to item 58, Senator Whaley. Senator Whaley, item 58. Senator Whaley passes. Moving on to 59, Senator Kaufman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 59, Senate Bill 2215, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2215, State Depositories, Revised Definition of Primary Capital.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes do have it. You're recognized, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2215 simply updates the definition of primary capital for the state to use to regulatory capital in line with what the federal government sets as the guidelines. Currently, banks have two separate capital guidelines that they're working from, one for the federal, one for the state. The state version did match federal code or federal regulations in the past, but since that time, federal regulation or federal definition of capital changed and the states was still specific. So we are going to update that to be in line with federal where it changes without the legislature. And that's an explanation of the bill.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Question. Senator Blunt, you're recognized.
Question.
Yes, you're recognized for that. Senator, you yield?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Johnson. This deals with the definition of primary capital.
That's correct.
Now, this doesn't have Senator McMahon's amendment in it, does it?
No, sir.
Okay, just check it.
Any other questions?
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator moves passage by use of the morning roll call. Any objection to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Moving on to number 60 on the calendar, Senator Kaufman. Senator Kaufman passes items 60 and 61. Moving to item 62, Senator Younger. Senator Younger passes. Moving to 63, Senator Carter. You're recognized. Item 63.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 63 on today's calendar. Have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
39, Provision of Law Establishing Energy Efficiency Standards for Building Construction, Extend, Repeal, or on.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized to explain whether your motion is to adopt the committee sub.
Yes.
You're recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple extension on a repealer. We need this extended so we can continue to promote and ensure the efficient use of energy across the state. This has been requested by MDA, and I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions of Senator Carter? Any questions? Seeing none, your motion is to adopt the committee substitute.
Yes, sir.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and the bill passes. Senator Carter passes on item 64. Senator Bryan, item 65. Senator Bryan pass on items 65 and 66. They'll retain their place on the calendar. Moving on to item 67, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane passes on 67. Moving to item 68, Senator DeBar. Senator DeBar, item 68.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up that item, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2361, Mississippi Modified School Calendar Grant Program, establish and provide eligibility criteria.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2361 would establish a grant program for schools, school districts that choose to change to the modified calendar. This would be good for schools that started in 2020 all the way through 2024. It would be up to $200,000 per year and capped at 3 years. So it's a finite amount of money. It won't be in perpetuity. And that's an explanation of what the bill does.
Any questions? Senate Bill 2361. Senator Polk, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You're recognized for a question. Senator Johnson, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator Polk?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, just explain to me, my school district that I represent, is Lamar School District. They've done this already. How will this bill affect them?
They would qualify for it. So any school that's done it since 2020, which I believe Corinth was the first school, and I think that was around 2020. So any school that's currently doing it would qualify all the way through schools who begin by 2020, the 2023-2024 calendar year or school year.
Would they be eligible for the full 3-year or 200,000?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Polk. Senator Sojourner, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
Question. Senator Johnson, you yield?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Sojourner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. What year did you say was the first year?
I believe it was 2020, and that's when we go back to.
My children were on a year-round school program 20 years ago in the number 2 school district in America. It's a good program. But why do we need to pay schools to make the change?
So
If schools understood the change, they would do it.
yes, I can't argue with that.
But this bill is paying schools to make a change
I don't know that
that they can make without this bill.
They can. I think that some run into additional costs from electric costs, operating more in the summertime. I'm not even sure the long list. I could work on getting a list that schools have said at an increased cost and get it to you. This is just to help alleviate that cost in the short term.
But there again, they've had the ability to do this, and if they saw fit and the benefit of it, I just don't understand why we're incentivizing it, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Senator Whaley, you're recognized for a question.
Question, please.
You yield, Senator Johnson?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Senator. Real quick, it's hard to hear back here, but I want to make sure that I understand this bill correctly. It does not in any way mandate that the school boards go to this modified calendar. They simply can, correct?
That's correct. It is optional.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. Senator Jordan, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to know, what is the cost? Is the cost for changing? Why is there a cost for changing?
I don't have an exact list, but I'm happy to work on getting a list and giving it to you. If that's okay.
You don't know why they want it changed?
Some school districts have said they have additional costs from things like electric costs operating it during the summer months. I don't have a complete list, but I'm happy to get one for you.
Well, normally 9 months is for school season. How many months will they change it to?
So it's roughly the same number of days. It's just
Same number of days?
It's just the way they break it up.
Oh, the same 9 months in days, just the way certain days they'd rather be there and not be there on those days.
That's correct. So instead of having a long break over the summer, they would still have the 180 instructional days.
Yeah.
However, it would be broken up to where they may have a longer break over the winter, Christmas holiday,
Yeah.
or other holidays.
I must ask a question. Doesn't that interfere with the school year when you start to diversify and giving days that normally shouldn't be are not given? With the 140 plus districts we have, how many would you anticipate would want that kind of diversified system?
I'm not sure how it would be more diversified. It's the same number of days that any other school is required to be in school or instructional days. So I'm not quite sure how it would break it up in a negative way.
Yeah, but I bet wouldn't any be going on weekend like Saturdays, would it? Did any allow Saturdays?
Not unless you get in trouble. I think they do that if you get in trouble.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Seeing no other questions, Senator Johnson, what's your motion?
Move passage using the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage on Senate Bill 2361. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Please record Senator McDaniel, no. Senator Sojourner, no. Senator Chisholm, no. Any others? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call is voting aye. Senate Bill 2361 passes. Moving to item 69 on today's calendar, Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 69, have the title read.
Please read the title, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2585, William F. Winter and Jack Reed Senior Teacher Loan Repayment Program, revised provisions of.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Mr. President, if you'd recognize Senator Blunt to explain the bill.
Senator Blunt, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You may remember a few years ago, we passed the Winter Reed Teacher Loan Forgiveness Program to reform the former teacher loan repayment program that we had in place for many years. It's been very successful, and this bill just makes some minor changes to the existing program to deal with really two variables that were always projected. If you remember, the way the system works is teachers' loans are directly repaid by the state after they complete a year of teaching. And the two variables that make the number sort of hard to pin down is it's a 3-year program, and we give different amounts for teachers in critical needs shortage areas and non-critical needs shortage areas. And we have no way of knowing year to year how many of those teachers are going to be in a critical needs district or in a non-critical needs district. 2 years into the program, we also are still dealing with the moving target of how many teachers return to the profession in year 2 and year 3. For example, in the first year, we had up to 150 teachers were eligible, but only 93 renewed for a second year. They don't get paid for a second year, obviously they don't come back. So what we're doing is making the bill still subject to appropriation, still subject to first come, first served, but allowing for teachers who are not first-year teachers to be eligible, subject to appropriation, and to allow teachers who have graduate or undergraduate debt to be eligible for the program, because most of our alternate route teachers are coming in with graduate debt and not undergraduate debt. They are currently not eligible. So the bill, again, is subject to appropriation, but this makes changes to the general law to broaden the pool of potential applicants for teachers trying to repay their college and graduate school loans. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'm happy to yield for any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question.
Senator, you yield?
Yes.
You're recognized. Senator Hill.
I guess I'm just concerned about why we would be paying off graduate debt, because it doesn't take a post-baccalaureate degree to get a teacher license in the state of Mississippi, and we're adding graduate school debt to this loan forgiveness. Is there any specific case or reasoning why we'd be adding graduate school debt to this loan forgiveness? I mean, I thought we had enough people with 4-year degrees that couldn't get a job that might want to do alternate route.
What I have been told, the reason for the suggested change is most of the folks who, if you graduate from college and go get a job, but not as a teacher, most of those folks who come back into the profession through the alternate route are having to get a second degree, a teaching degree, in order to get into the classroom. And that debt is not currently eligible. That's what I've been told, is most of the alternate route folks are coming in order to get in the teaching profession, are getting that graduate teaching degree because they already, years ago, may have gotten a BA or BS in some other subject.
I just think we're wasting time and money with graduate debt, but that's just my opinion. But thank you for answering my question.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
A question.
Question. Senator Blunt, you yield?
Yes.
You're recognized. Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this bill, are we turning away applicants for the forgiveness program that have undergraduate degrees currently? Is there sufficient funds?
Graduate degrees are not currently eligible.
No. For undergraduates, are we funding every undergraduate applicant for this program?
Well, let me just tell you what, I got the numbers for the first 2 years. So the current law caps it at 150 folks, and it's first come, first serve. So in year one, they were capped at 150, but they ended up only paying 134.
Okay.
And then out of that 134, it's very hard to predict how many of those folks are going to come back and be a teacher in year 2. 93 of them renewed and came back. out of 134. And then they did hit the 150 in year 2. I think that's because more and more awareness of the program.
Okay.
I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does, and it actually brings up a very good point. By more awareness, you hit your cap. Is that what I understood?
You hit the variables as I see it is, once you hit that 150, of that 150, you don't know how many of those teachers are going to be in a critical needs district. If they are in a critical needs district, let me get my figures here. If they're in a critical needs district, for the first year, they're going to get $4,000 of their debt paid off, then $5,000, then $6,000. If they're in a non-critical needs district, they're going to get $1,500 paid back, $2,500 paid back, $3,500 paid back. That's the existing law. We're not changing those numbers at all. So how much does the program cost is going to depend on what that mix is.
But we have capped it at 150, so if everybody was in a critical needs district, we would know that the max expenditure would be 150 times that higher critical need area.
That's right. And if everyone was from a non-critical needs district and you're capped at 150, then you'd have money left over. And that's why we're removing the 150.
Okay, and I very much support the program so much that I'm concerned that we would exclude undergraduate people who are coming out and getting ready to teach and have this debt. The question for graduate...
We're not excluding the undergraduate.
Not excluding them, but if there's a cap and we open it up to graduate people, then, potentially we're paying off graduate debt while people still have undergraduate debt.
But they do have to be first-year teachers. I probably should have made that clear with Senator Hill's question. This is about attracting people into the profession. So if you're a teacher and you decide to go back to school to get that graduate degree, you would not be eligible.
Okay. So if I have a business degree, but I decide I want to teach, so I have to go back and get my education degree to be able to teach, that's not considered a graduate degree. That's an undergraduate degree. I could have 2 undergraduate degrees.
That's right.
Or 3.
You're right.
So technically, we're paying for someone, because you just said people who are in education degrees cannot go get a graduate degree and qualify for this program. They have to be a first-year teacher. Like if they were education and already teaching, they can't apply. But someone who had a non-education degree who went back and got a graduate degree, and I don't know the rules on this, can you get a master's in education and teach with an undergraduate in business or some other non-education undergraduate?
Senator Hill would probably know that better than I would, but I think that's right. But you're right. In the case of if you go back and you have an undergraduate degree in business, you go back and get an undergraduate degree, you would be eligible under the current law, and this would not apply to you.
But graduate would not. That's my concern, is that if we're getting people into the teaching profession, they have to go get an undergraduate degree, not a graduate degree. I just don't know why we're focusing on graduates when we technically are capped out based on year 2 of the undergraduates. I support the program, but I just want to think that through.
I think that's worth talking about. I do.
Okay.
But the main thing that we want to do is, well, first we need to fund the program. And we've got to make sure that we spend all the money that we have. We don't leave any money on the table. So that's what we're trying to do. But I think we ought to look at the graduate issue. I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Seeing no further questions, Senator Blunt, your motion.
Passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage of Senate Bill 2585 by use of the morning roll call. Anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Mr. Clerk, please record Senator McDaniel, Senator Chisholm, Senator Branning, Senator Sojourner, Senator Hill, Senator Seymour is voting no. Please record Senator Whaley as voting present. Please record Senator Parker as voting present. Please record Senator Suber as voting present. I'm sorry, Suber, no. Senator Tate, present. Senator Barrett, present. Senator England, no. Please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye. And Senate Bill 2585 passes. Moving on to item 70, Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up. Have the title read.
Ms. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2599, state-funded schools may participate in extracurricular activities against non-accredited and non-public schools.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
If you could recognize Senator Johnson to explain the bill.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows public schools to, or state-funded schools at their discretion, play or participate in events that would include students who are homeschooled, and that's an explanation of the bill.
Any questions? Seeing no questions. Senator Turner Ford, question?
Thank you, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Johnson?
Yes.
I
You're
just didn't hear,
recognized.
thank you. I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
Yes, so just that state-funded schools may choose to participate in sporting events or other events against teams or individuals that are homeschooled.
Homeschool?
Yes.
And that's all that this authorizes?
That's correct. This is not like the Tim Tebow deal where homeschool students can't participate on teams of public schools or state-funded schools. Currently, the association that is over sporting events for public schools prohibits those schools from participating in sporting events that where a homeschool group or student may be involved in. So this would simply say that they can't be prohibited from it. They can still opt in or out whether they want to participate in sporting events against them.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Any other questions?
Move passage.
Seeing none, the motion by Senator Johnson is passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone objecting to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2599 passes. Senator DeBar, so hold on a second. Senator Tate, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to the previous item.
Senator Tate seeks unanimous consent to be added as co-author of Senate Bill 2599. Any objection? Seeing none, you'll be added. Senator Whaley, you wish to be added. Any objection? Seeing none, you're added. Senator England, any objection? You're added. Senator Younger, any others that want to be added? Senator Seymour wishes to be added without objection. Senator Carter wishes to be added as co-author without objection. Seeing no others, Senator DeBar, you are recognized for item 71 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2586, computer science curriculum, clarify terminology to specify who may provide instruction in.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Senator DeBar.
If you could recognize Senator Delano to explain the bill.
Thank you. Senator Delano, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, all this does is clean up a little bit of language from our computer science bill from 2 years ago. On line 29, it just states, or it adds a provision that at the elementary school level, instruction may be offered by a licensed teacher or a paraprofessional, which is like an assistant teacher, who's received training in computer science. That's all that the bill does, and I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions?
If there are no questions, I'll suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Seeing no questions, Senator Delano suggested use of the morning roll call on Senate final passage for Senate Bill 2586. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2586 passes. Senator DeBar, you recognized for number 72.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2751, 16 section lands, no law, ordinance, or regulation shall prohibit school districts from using for educational facilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. The title says it all. This just clarifies that if there's any 16 section land, no city government, state government, or other municipality can restrict or interfere with the school district's use of the 16th section land. Just clarifies existing law, and that is the explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Any questions? Any questions on Senate Bill 2586? Seeing none, Senator, your motion.
Passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone objecting to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2751, passes. Senator DeBar, are you, item 73?
Thank you, Mr. President. Call up item 73, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2811, local supplement for assistant teachers, prohibits school districts from reducing when given state minimum raise.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2811.
You want to move adoption of the
Move for
committee?
adoption.
Senator moves adoption of the committee substitute and is recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2811, members, basically amends the statute to say that no district can reduce their local supplement for pay for assistant teacher or teacher assistants. If you recall, last year, we increased TA pay by $2,000 up to a minimum of $17,000. Some districts across the state were reducing their local supplement, basically to state that, well, the state gave you a raise, we don't need to pay you as much. So this just prohibits local school districts from reducing their local supplements when pay raises for TAs are made. It also provides for a penalty if a district were to do that. So whatever amount their local supplement is reduced, they would face a reduction of their MAEP dollars, twice the amount of that reduction of the local supplement. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President. I yield for any questions.
Any questions on the committee substitute? Seeing none, your motion is adoption of the committee
Adoption of the
substitute.
committee sub.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator.
Move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2811 passes. Senator DeBar, you're recognized for number 74.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call item 74, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2812, Board for Administration of Certain Failing School District, expend date of repeal.
Make the usual motions.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple repealer bill, extends the repeal date to July of 2026. I yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Any questions?
If there are none, I move for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing none, Senator suggests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, no. Senator Hill. Any others? Seeing no others, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2812 passes. Moving on to item 75, Senator Carter. Senator Carter passes on all energy bills. Moving to item 77, Senator Polk passes. Item 78, Senator Branning passes. Moving to item 79, Senator Moran, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd ask that items 79 and 80 retain their place on the calendar. We'd like to take up item 81. I'd like to call that item up and have the title read, please.
Items 79 and 80 will retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title and item 81.
Senate Bill number 2550, commercial crabbing licenses applicable to boat instead of each fisherman.
What's your motion, Senator? Usual motion?
Make the usual motion.
Usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Moran.
I'd like to recognize Senator Thompson to explain this bill, please.
Senator Thompson, you are recognized to explain Senate Bill 2550.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2550 simply changes the licensing format for crab fishing boats. Currently, we license the individual fishermen. These are special rigged boats, special purpose boats, and similar to what we did for shrimp boats last year, this bill would allow the department to license only the boats and not the individual crabber. It basically reduces the license fee by allowing the boat to be licensed, and the crabber or his family, friends, employees, whoever could operate the boat without having to have individual license. That's a brief explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Whaley, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Question, please.
Senator Thompson, you yield?
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Quick question. In North Mississippi, we don't have too many crab vessels, but are you simply just trying to catch crabs? Is that what you're doing?
I'm not trying to catch anything. I'm just trying to license.
Well, I'm talking about the vessels.
Just license the vessel. That's correct, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Whaley. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Senator Thompson requests use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2550 passes. Moving on to item 82, Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that item be brought up, and I'd like to have 2551 read, title read, please.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2551, Department of Marine Resources, Office of Marine Patrol, cooperate with federal law enforcement.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that Senator Thompson be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2551 expands the jurisdiction for the enforcement arm of the Department of Marine Resources to include the all federal laws, the enforcement of all federal laws that apply. What this is a technical request from the department. From time to time, the department is engaged by other federal agencies, be it NOAA to enforce a fisheries regulation, or from time to time, the Department of Homeland Security to perform patrols in federal waters for specific purposes. And this would allow, according to what I understand from the department, this would allow the department to perform those patrols and to be compensated under some sort of joint task force provision that the federal government would pay. There are also a few other technical changes throughout the bill at lines 41, 50, and 60 and 67. The deletions there were a commission from when the commission managed the department to the department. That's a brief explanation of the bill. And if there are no questions, I move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Any questions? Seeing none, Senator Thompson has suggested use of the morning roll call on final passage for Senate Bill 2551. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill, no. Any others? Seeing no others. Senator Chisholm, no. Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2551 passes. Moving on to item 83 on today's calendar. Pass. 84. Senator Rainey, pass. 85, Senator Chassenall, pass. 86, Senator Seymour. Senator Seymour, you are recognized for item 86 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to line 86, Senate Bill 2187, and have title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
87, Disabled Veterans Motor Vehicle License Tags provides certain provisions regarding disability rating.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, I'd like to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, as you're aware, we passed for disabled veterans disability tags at 75%. the ratings that we used were incorrect by what the Veteran Administration uses. They use them on increments of 10. All we've done in this bill is add the Mississippi National Guard reserves to the applied, and then the service connected disability as 100% disabled, and then the 70% disability. The two tags, everything else is still the same. If there's no questions, Mr. President, I move for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Any questions? Any questions? Senator moves adoption of the committee substitute. All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now, Senator, on final passage.
I move that we pass by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator has
Final
requested
passage.
use of the morning roll call for final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2187 passes. Moving on, Senator Bryan, pass and retain. Moving to item 92, Senator Tate, election pass and retain. Number 93, Senator Parker, pass and retain. Moving to item 94, Senator Barnett, pass and retain. 95, Senator DeBar, pass and retain. 96, Senator Bryan. 97, pass. 98, Senator Turner Ford. You are recognized for item 98 on today's calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that item 98 on today's calendar be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
2720, tax forfeited land certified to state, authorized Secretary of State to withhold 10% for the cost of tree removal.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized to explain Senate
Thank
Bill
you, Mr.
2720.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that we have before us changes existing law. This is regarding properties that have been forfeited to the state for tax purposes. And if you turn over to line 31 of the bill, according to the language as proposed, if the Chancery Clerk or Municipal Clerk contacts the Secretary of State's office regarding a tree that is located on tax forfeited property, the Chancery Clerk or Municipal Clerk can have the tree removed. And I do have an amendment that is at the desk.
Mr. Clerk, please put up the amendment. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
The amendment would insert at line 34 as determined by the State Forestry Commission. As the bill went through the committee process, it was actually referred to public property and appropriations. And it was suggested that the State Forestry Commission be allowed to make the determination if the tree should be removed or not. And that basically explains the provisions of the bill. Subparagraph B states that the Secretary of State is directed to reimburse from the remaining balance of funds collected to the municipality wherein the tax forfeited parcels are located. The most tax forfeited parcels are located. And that explains the bill. I move adoption.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. On the amendment, Senator Hill, do you have a question? Okay, on the amendment, any questions? If not, the senator has made the motion to amend. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized now.
I'll now yield for questions on the bill.
Questions on final passage. Senator Hill, you are recognized.
I yield.
Okay. I was just curious as to where this bill originated from or who asked for it, any specific situation.
The author is Senator Blunt.
Okay. So the Secretary of State's office or the Chancery Association or any of those other people mentioned in the bill didn't ask for it, or were they consulted, or?
I don't know.
I'm just curious.
Any other questions? Senator Sojourner for a question?
A question, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Turner, for you yield.
Yes, I yield.
You're
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Chairman. Can you go to the pertinent line on the screen? I think it was 31.
The amendment?
30 on the bill. Or where was, yeah, in the event that, I guess I'm trying to understand here. So the Secretary of State is what we're doing is authorizing the Secretary of State to withhold up to 10% of its proceeds from the sale for the cost of the tree removal.
Yes.
So the Secretary of State's office is just wanting to be reimbursed for the cost of the tree removal? Is that basically what this is doing?
I wouldn't say reimbursed, I would say withhold the funds to pay the cost.
Who's paying to have the tree removed?
The Secretary of State would withhold the funds for the
Right, but
cost of
some, I mean,
removal.
it costs several $1,000s to remove a tree, so I mean, who's paying for that?
That would be dispersed by Secretary of State's office.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Other questions? Senator Blunt, would you like to speak on the bill? You are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Chair, in response to the two questions that were asked, the bill was originally brought to me by the Secretary of State's office. And the problem that they have and they're trying to rectify is they have had situations in the past where a tree is on tax forfeited property that belongs to the state. They know the tree is going to fall down and they don't have the money in the account and they believe the authorization to go cut down the tree. And so what they want to do is with the amendment in here about the Forestry Commission is whatever the local government is there would cut down the tree and the Secretary of State would reimburse them for that cost. So but the proposal came to me from the Secretary of State's office as a tree problem, and that was the origin of the bill. And then the other part deals with the money for maintenance of tax forfeited property in state around the state. So, but the origin was the tree issue, and I wanted to respond to those questions, and I appreciate it. So, ask you to vote for the bill. Thank you.
Senator Sojourner, question?
Yes, please.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Senator
Chairman.
Blunt, you yield.
Yes, I do.
You yield.
Thank you very much. So 10% of the total proceeds of the property when it's sold?
No, there is a special fund at the Secretary of State's office that the money for which deals with the fees that are collected for filing of tax forfeited properties. It's about $1 million in the account. And that money was being swept. And so it would allow them to use 10% of the balance of that fund, not the sold property. 10% of the balance in the special fund can be designated for tree removal. And they would write a check to the local government. They would write a check to the local government to repay them for that expense.
Okay, so I'm just reading on lines 37 and 38, I guess, where it says 10% of its proceeds from the sales of tax forfeited property.
Right.
I mean, so 10% of the sale could be,
Of all the properties in the state.
I mean, so like, what are we talking about? What kind of dollar amount can that number be, 10% of the sales?
For the most recent year, that dollar amount is about 1.3 million. So 10% of 1.3 million would be specifically designated for tree removal.
Do we know how many times they get asked to remove trees from tax forfeited property?
I don't know, but they asked for it. So that's the origin of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sojourner. Any other questions?
I appreciate the chairman, and I ask you to vote for the bill. Thank you.
Seeing none, Senator Turner Ford, do you have a motion?
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Turner Ford moves adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone that objects to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Sojourner, no. Seeing Senator Chisholm, no. Any others? Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2720 passes. Senator Turner Ford, you're recognized.
Call that item 99 on today's calendar be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2722, North 40 property, authorized DFA to purchase.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2722 proposes to authorize DFA to purchase property located here within the Capitol Complex, described as the North 40, and I believe that it's located, I think, across from the Wright Ferguson building. As I understand it, the property would be used for parking. I'll yield for questions.
Any questions? Seeing Senator Hill, question.
Yes.
I yield.
Do we know who owns this property currently?
I know it's probably owned, but no, I don't know who owns it.
Okay. Is there any clause in there about fair market value or anything like that? Like, you know, we put some of that stuff in Columbia Training School bill?
We did. If you look at line 69, the real property should be appraised and should not be purchased for more than fair market value, which is the standard language that's in the public property bills.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Question, Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Turner Ford, you yield.
Yes, always.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Regarding the property use, it says it's going to be used for a parking lot. Now, in the conveyance, in the purchase and the conveyance of the property, would it have any mention of it? Are we going to stick to a parking lot? If you want to turn it into something else at some other point, would that be relative?
You would have to decide what's relative, but as I understand it, this would be used for parking for the buildings that are located in the Capitol Complex, for employees and those who would be visiting those facilities.
Well, I guess, you know, so there's no prohibition. If we purchase it for a parking lot, if we want to erect a building on that, would that have any bearing on this? Is that okay? I mean, is this, according to what I'm understanding, it's stipulated that it's going to be for parking?
I'm sharing with you the proposed use for the area. But as council has stated, there are no limitations, so it is not exclusively for parking, but that is what I understand DFA would use the property for.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Seeing no further questions, Senator, your motion.
I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Turner Ford moves adoption by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2722 passes. Senator Turner Ford.
Mr. President, I request that item 100 be called up in the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2723, certain real property located in the Capitol Complex area, authorized DFA to purchase.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2723 would authorize DFA to purchase property located within the Capitol Complex. This is the property currently owned or occupied by the former Christian Church, which is located on High Street and State Street. I believe that at some point there was a plan to restore the building located on the property, but as I understand it, it is beyond repair. And so DFA proposes to purchase this property as well. And I think the proposed use would there again be for parking. I yield for questions.
Any questions? Any questions? Seeing none, Senator, your motion.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption by use of a roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Blunt votes present. Seeing no others, please record all those present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2723 passes. Moving on, anyone want to take up an item on page 10? Any important matters? Any important matters on page 10? Senator Wiggins, you are recognized. Oh, no. Senator Parks.
Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President.
What item, Senator?
Call up item 2373 and ask the title be read.
Please allow item 101 to retain its place. Go to item 102 and have the title read, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill number 2373, Hospital Nurses Retention Loan Repayment Program established.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator,
I move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Senator moves to adopt the committee substitute, and you're recognized to explain it.
Move adoption of the committee sub. What was added was skilled nurses facility. That was the only addition made in the committee sub.
Any further explanation on the bill? Any questions on the bill? Seeing none, your motion is adoption of the committee substitute.
Yes.
All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now on final passage.
No, I'm offering a strike all amendment to the committee sub.
Okay. We have a copy of the strike all.
You should have.
Okay. Senator, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Certainly. I'd like to explain the bill at this time. This is the same bill that we passed last year out of this chamber. This is utilizing the ARPA funds. This bill is offering repayment, the first come, first served basis of those students in nursing school, allowing a maximum of $6,000 for each year with employment for up to 3 years. So for each year employed, you would be eligible for the $6,000. This is for students in Mississippi only, so it is pertaining to that. So then to explain the strike all is simply a technical amendment to ensure that the appropriations is put into the correct fund, which would allow the secondary education financial assistance to administer.
Any questions on the strike all? Senator Hill.
This is strictly ARPA funds.
You yield, Senator?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hill. Any other questions on the strike call? If not, the motion is adoption of the strike call. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Now on final passage, any questions? Any questions on final passage? Senator, your motion?
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone objecting to this procedure? Is there anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Please record Senator McDaniel, no. Senator Chisholm, no. Senator Sojourner, no. Any others? Seeing none, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2373 passes. Any other matters on page 10 that need to be taken up this evening? Moving to page 11, any items? Senator Jordan, what item?
Item 111.
Items 103 through 110 will retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to item 111. Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2281, Tobacco Education Prevention and Cessation Program and Fentanyl and Drug Abuse Prevention Education.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Senator Hickman will explain the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I have a strike all amendment, and so I would like to be recognized to explain the strike all.
Let's get a copy of the strike all first, Senator Hickman.
Okay, here it is.
Okay, Senator Hickman, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you. So what the strike all is, what the bill does is it sets up a fentanyl and other drug education program that's comparable to our tobacco education program. This will allow the Department of Mental Health to apply for federal funds, pull down money, and implement this program. The reason why we have a strike all is we originally had it on the Department of Health, but after talking with them in the Department of Mental Health, they both have an education component, but it's better suited for the Department of Mental Health. We've talked with both departments. They're good with this. And so at this time, I'll entertain any questions regarding the strike all amendment.
Are there any questions on the strike all? Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
Question. Do you yield, Senator Hickman?
Yes.
You're recognized, Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Is there a funding mechanism in this bill?
No. And so what happens is that the Department of Mental Health already has an education component within their program. And so this would allow them to apply for federal funds, to bring down federal funds to implement this program.
Okay, this is not pulling money out of the tobacco cessation
No,
program.
we've moved it completely away from tobacco cessation. That's housed in the Department of Health. This is on the Department of Mental Health, in which I was interested to learn that they do have some kind of education component that they can just build on by us adding this.
And we're giving them the authority to go seek federal monies to run these programs.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sparks. Any other questions? Senator Barrett, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Will any state
Question.
funds?
You yield, Senator Hickman?
Yes.
Thank you. You recognize Senator Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hickman. Will any state funds be used in this program, or will it just be federal funds that are gained?
So for what we're adding is just federal programs. Now, I'm not sure how much state funding goes into their education program already, but here we appropriate no funds and there's no appropriation later coming to this. This allows them to set up a program that will make them eligible for federal funds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Barrett. Any further questions? If not, the motion is adoption of the strike all, Senator?
Yes, that's the motion.
Motion is adoption of the strike all. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
At this time, I move for final passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption by use of the morning roll call on final passage. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2281 passes. Senate item 112 will pass and retain. Any items on page 11 that need to be taken up?
I have another one on item number 129.
Hold on one second, Senator Jordan. Any other matters on page 11 that need to be taken up? Urgency? Senator Wiggins, which item?
All right, roll with me, Mr. President. I ask that we skip items 113 to 117, go to item 118, call that up, ask the title be read.
113 to 117 will retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title to 118.
Senate Bill number 2781, Mississippi Access to Maternal Assistance Program, create and provide for duties and responsibilities.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you. I ask that you allow Senator Williams to explain the bill.
Senator Williams, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a pretty straightforward bill. What it does, what Senate Bill 2781 does, is it charges the health department with standing up a landing page for, in the post Roe v. Era Wade, all the state agencies' information that's available will be housed on this page, as well as information from nonprofits and information from religious organizations as it pertains to the maternal resources that are available. We sit here today with 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 additional pregnant mothers that we didn't have before last year, and not to mention the number of pregnant mothers we would have had to begin with. This gives them a resource of places to go find the assets that we may have available. With that, I will yield for any questions, Mr. President.
Are there any questions? Anyone having questions? Seeing none, Senator, your motion.
I would move for passage by use of morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator moves for passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no?
Thank you.
Seeing none, Mr. President, Mr. Clerk, please record all present on the morning roll call as voting aye. The Senate bill passes. Thank you. Moving to item 119, Senator Wiggins.
Call that up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2634, child support, allow criminal charges 3 years after the child turns 21.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes usual motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. This comes to us from the Attorney General's office. In short, this extends the statute of limitations for 3 years. Currently, extends the prosecution out for 3 years. You can, and raises it to 21. So you can collect, if you're in back child support, you couldn't be prosecuted if you're over 18. And so this raises it to 21. And this allows us to, but you actually have to pay child support until you're 21. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Any questions on Senate Bill 2634? Seeing none, your motion.
Motion is, I suggest passage on the morning roll call.
Senator requests passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons, no. Senator Hickman, no.
Present.
Present, I'm sorry. Any others? Senator Jackson, present. Others? Senator Blackman votes no. Senator Frazier, no. Senator Barnett, no. Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others on the morning roll call as voting aye. And Senate Bill 2634 passes. Senator Wiggins, any other urgent matters that need to be taken up tonight?
Number 120, 2376.
Moving to item 120, 2376. Mr. You request reading of the title?
Senate Bill number 20.
Yes. Call that
Please
up
read the
as the
title.
title be read. Number 2376, Senate Bill.
Senate Bill number 2376, Youth Court clarified its disclosure of certain records in criminal matters do not require youth court approval.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This simply amends current law, which is the youth court law on lines 259 to 264. Bottom line is there are some youth courts around the state who are, due to a quirk in the law, are not allowing forensic interviews and other documents to be provided to the DA's office, and it's a constitutional requirement that the DA's office provides the discovery to the defendant. And this is simply clarifying that law and allowing it to be understood that the DA's office are allowed to provide that information. And Mr. President, I do have a quick amendment Senator Johnson does and would ask that we go to the amendment.
Senator Hill, do you have a question before we go to the amendment, or would you? Senator Hill, do you have a? Okay. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment adds language that would put the information under a protective order by the circuit court, and it makes it effective on passage. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Are there questions on the amendment?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Seeing none, motion is that we adopt the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, Senator Wiggins, on final passage, we
Yes.
have Senator Turner Ford. Question.
I do have a question.
Okay, do you yield, Senator Wiggins?
I do.
You're recognized, Senator Turner Ford.
So I'm trying to understand, but I was in committee when there was a guest that was before us that provided an explanation of why this bill is necessary. But my question is, or as has been typical up to this point, youth court files are sealed. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if that's the case, why is it that the disclosure of the documents are being sought without the oversight of the youth court judge?
Well, that's not the case. If you look at the current law, as those who practice in youth court know, that records in the youth court can only be disclosed after an order from the youth court judge. Okay?
So does this bill change that requirement?
No, you still have to get an order from the youth court judge, and as was stated in committee, that most of these are being solved by an agreed order between the youth court judge and the senior judge of the circuit, okay? In criminal law, it is a constitutional requirement that the state has to turn over all records and discovery, okay? And so what's happening is there's certain youth court judges who are saying, because of the way the law is written, I'm not releasing that. And the DA is saying, well, I have to. And so what this is doing is clarifying that that you don't have to go through that whole process of the DA's office or the circuit judge going to the youth court to get that done.
So doesn't that mean in effect that the file is not sealed?
No, it does not, because under the law, it's automatically sealed. And so what this language does is it says that nothing in this section shall require youth court approval if the disclose, as defined in that section, if it's made in a criminal matter by a municipal or county prosecutor or DA, okay?
So under current law, if the county prosecutor, municipal court prosecutor, or the DA wants to release this information, do they have to go to the youth court judge to acquire it, get an order to get the information?
It's never been that way, but it's starting to happen, and that's not what the law intends. Okay, so there are some jurisdictions where the youth court judge is going, you have to come to my courtroom and you have to get an order from me to do that, when up until this point, all of those records have been automatically turned over under what's called Brady. And so for whatever reason, and part of it is an interpretation, a differencing of interpretation of the law. And so this is simply allowing that to happen. So for example, if it's a murder, then the DA's office automatically turns over that to the defense.
But if it's a murder, it's likely not in youth court, is
That's
it?
correct.
So let's strictly dealing with a youth court case. Those records are not to be disclosed currently.
And that's what Senator Johnson's amendment is doing, is it putting in a protective order. If they're going to require it, then it allows a protective order to be done and to be provided under a protective order.
Which I agree with the amendment. I just don't understand why we need this bill.
Because, I'll repeat it, I'll say it again, because there are youth court judges who are telling senior circuit court judges and DAs that they can't have the record. And you have to actually come into my courtroom, file a motion and get it, when in fact it's a criminal investigation. And that's never been that way before.
But is it somehow based on the judge's analysis of what is in the youth court file or the nature of the case?
No, it's based on their reading of a law that that the legislature passed a couple years ago, and particularly with regards to the forensic interviews. And forensic interviews are used both in prosecution, but also to determine if a person is not guilty.
And they're also used in children in need of supervision cases too?
Not that I know of. They're for abuse cases, sexual or physical abuse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Turner Ford. Are there other questions? Seeing none, Senator Wiggins, your motion.
My motion is suggested that we, to adopt the committee sub as amended.
I think we've already adopted the amendment, so we're on
Okay.
final passage.
Thank you. Is final passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins moves for passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this procedure? Anyone that wishes to be recorded as voting no? Senator Derek Simmons, Senator Turner Ford, Senator Jackson, Senator Frazier, Senator Kelvin Butler, Senator Albert Butler, Senator Sarita Simmons, Senator Norwood, Senator Blackman, Senator Barnett. Any others? Seeing no others, Mr. Clerk, please record all others present on the morning roll call as voting aye, and Senate Bill 2376 passes.
121 to 127 retain their place on the calendar, Mr. President.
Without objection, items 121 through 127 will retain their place and go to anything else on page 12. Anything else? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for what, 129?
Yes, sir. 129.
Thank you. Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. Ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2336, Prevention of Overdoses, authorized use of drug testing equipment and expand use of opioid antagonist.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes your usual motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Yes, Senator Boyd will explain the bill.
Thank
Senate Bill 2336.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Boyd, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2336, what it does is it seeks to deregulate fentanyl testing strips. Just some numbers that have been given to me recently from the Department of Health is that our fentanyl was involved in approximately 60% of all overdoses in 21. It represents an increase of 50% over the 2020 fentanyl-related overdoses. It is not just young people that are passing away with taking drugs that are contaminated with fentanyl. We had a 160% increase of those deaths from 19 to 21 for those that are over the age of 35. What this bill seeks to do is to deregulate the strips. If those of you who are not familiar with them, they are readily available on Amazon, a number of places where that you can test to see if you have something that is contaminated with fentanyl. So we are seeking to deregulate that. And then the second part of the bill, when we passed the bill on Narcan, a number of, I think it was in 2020, there was a provision in there that some of the attorneys have read and wanted to make sure that it allows those that are educational institutions, particularly like universities and colleges, to be able to have that on hand to administer if they needed to. And so it seeks to make sure that we've given some immunity to those that do that. So, and as y'all know, Narcan's readily available from the health department. They've had a program now over the last number of months where they've been sending it out. And so that was something that was requested locally. Just to let you know too, the fentanyl test strips, the Bureau of Narcotics, Colonel Maxwell has come out for it. All of the major medical associations and the chief of police associations have come out supporting this measure. So at this time, I'm happy to take questions, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Are there any questions? Seeing none, motion.
Mr. President, I suggest.
I do have a question now. Senator Blackman, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Question. Senator Boyd, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
She yields. You're recognized, Senator Blackman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Doesn't this also give immunity? It says that an education employee shall be immune from criminal and civil liability for actions authorized by this act.
It does, the Narcan, yes, we went ahead and extended it. We had extended it to, there's a Good Samaritan provision in there, and we extended that on this provision. As you're aware too, if somebody receives like a Narcan injection that doesn't need it, there's really no harm there. There's not, they simply, their body doesn't react to it. So this is a provision in here that we've simply extended it to those educational employees as well.
Okay, so if there's no harm for an injection of the Narcan, why is it necessary to give immunity?
Well, Senator, I think it's because of people like you and I who are lawyers, and we have to, the lawyers wanted to make sure that this was spelled out and clarified in the law to make sure that their educational employees could give it with complete immunity.
They've been given it in the past?
They have, there was a question that they had about the provision in the law. They had actually read it, that they were okay. And then this year, some of the attorneys decided maybe that they weren't okay. So we have, at the request of many of the education professionals and of the community mental health specialists, we've put this in the provision.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Seeing no other questions, Senator, your motion.
Mr. President, I would suggest the use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Senator has moved to a final passage by use of the morning roll call. Is there anyone that objects to this objection? Senator Simmons, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chadzenall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Blackwell. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Carter. Kaufman. Chadzenall. Chisholm. Fillingane. Harkins. Hill. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Kirby. McDaniel. McMahon. Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Turner Ford, Wiggins. Voting yes or yea, Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Butler of the 36, Butler of the 38, Carter, Kaufman, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hobson, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, McCon, McClendon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Chisholm, Hill, Moran, Sojourner, and Whaley.
Senator Turner Ford, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I'd like to announce a pair.
Proceed.
If Senator McMahon was here, he would vote yes, and I vote no.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Carter, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I need to announce a pair.
Proceed.
If Senator Horn were here, he'd vote no, I vote aye.
Thank you.
Okay, let me.
By a vote of 38 yeas and 6 nays, Senate Bill 2336 passes. Thank you. Without objection, items 130 through 135 will retain their place on the calendar. All right, announcements. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Rules Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 in room 307.
Thank you, Senator Michelle. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold item 91 on yesterday's calendar for the motion to reconsider.
Senator Barnett, what bill is that? Item 91 on yesterday's calendar?
Item 91, Senate Bill 2735.
Repeat, I'm sorry, one more time.
2735 on.
Join the chair and read the title.
Senate Bill number 2735, mayoral veto power, clarify scope of.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I'd like to be listed on a number of bills today. I'd like to submit my list in order to save time, if that's permissible.
Bring forward, if anyone has an objection to anyone joining on a bill, they need to notify the clerk. So what we'll do, if others want to join on as co-authors, bring them forward. But if you have an objection to a particular bill, you have the right to object to those, adding people as co-authors. So you need to notify the clerk that you object to anyone being added to a bill. All right, Senator Norwood, for what purpose? Announcement.
Mr. President, I'd like to hold item number 18 on today's calendar, Senate Bill number 2889, on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chair, and Mr. Clerk, would you read that Senate bill title?
Okay. Today's calendar.
Item 18.
Bill number 2889, Mississippi Capital Region Utility Act, create.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Hill. Just a mistake. Senator Younger, announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Down at the Trade Mart, the 4-H is still having a reception, and they have plenty of food. They waited on us to show up, so if you're hungry, make it down there.
How long does that last, Senator?
Till 7:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Senator Parker. Pass. Senator Hickman.
Thank you. I would like to hold item number 19, Senate Bill 2099, and item 20, Senate Bill 2100 on a motion to reconsider.
Please join the chairs. Senator, Mr. Clerk, please read the titles.
Senate Bill number 2099, Motor Vehicle Theft Revised Penalty for. Senate Bill number 2100, Receiving Stolen Property, Revised a Crime of.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Senator Blunt. Pass. Senator Simmons at Senator McDaniel's desk.
Thank you,
Did
Mr.
get
President.
lost?
I'd like to hold item number 37 on today's calendar on a motion to reconsider Senate Bill 2224.
Thank you. Please join the chair. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2224, Insurance Prohibit Insurer, Third-Party Payers from settling maximum dollar amount for reimbursement for proper ventilation treatment.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Any other announcements? If not, Senator Polk, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We will stand adjourned.